Midway Island. Lieutenant Howard Audie climbed into his PBY-5 Catalina, preparing for a patrol that would alter the entire Pacific War. Audie was 24. Naval Academy, class of 1939. Flying with Patrol Squadron 23. His aircraft, tail number 23P6, sat heavy on the water, loaded with fuel for a 700-mile search pattern. Somewhere in the pre-dawn darkness, the Japanese fleet was approaching. Naval intelligence suspected it. Radio intercepts suggested it. But nobody knew exactly where they were or when they would strike. The PBY Catalina wasn't built for combat. It was built for endurance. Twin-engine flying boat. Parasol wing mounted above the fuselage. Cruise speed, 115 miles per hour. Slow. Unmaneuverable. Lightly armed. But it could stay airborne for 24 hours. Cover 2,500 miles. See everything within 50 miles on a clear day. In the vast Pacific, where fleets could hide in millions of square miles of empty ocean, the Catalina was the Navy's solution to an impossible problem. Find the enemy before the enemy finds you. Addie's crew consisted of 8 men. Co-pilot Ensign Robert Swan. Navigator. Radio man. Flight engineer. 3 gunners. They'd been flying together for 4 months, running patrol after patrol for Midway, searching empty ocean, finding nothing. The routine was mind-numbing. Take off before dawn. Fly straight lines across featureless water for 15 hours. Return after dark. Sleep. Repeat. But this morning felt different. The base had been on alert for 3 days. Every available aircraft was flying. The Marines had deployed every fighter they had. The B-17 bombers were loaded and ready. Everyone knew the Japanese were coming. The question was when and from what direction. Audie took off at 0415 hours, climbed to cruise altitude, and headed northwest on bearing 315 degrees. His assigned sector covered 45 degrees of arc, extending 700 miles from Midway. He would fly out on one bearing, turn 15 degrees, fly back, turn again, systematically searching 22,000 square miles of ocean. The PBY had one advantage over every other patrol aircraft. It could fly low and slow. While land-based bombers had to maintain altitude and speed, the Catalina could drop down to 500 feet, throttle back to 90 knots, and study every wave, every shadow, every anomaly on the surface. The crew could actually see what they were looking for, not just scan radar screens or squint through bomb sites. At 0530 hours, Audie was 180 miles from Midway when his co-pilot spotted something on the horizon. Smoke. Multiple columns of black smoke rising from beyond the curve of the Earth. Ships. Many ships making high speed. Audie turned toward the smoke and descended to 1,000 feet. As they closed the distance, the Japanese fleet materialized through the morning haze. 2 aircraft carriers. Multiple battleships. Cruisers, destroyers, the main striking force. Exactly what they'd been searching for. The radio man immediately transmitted the contact report. 2 carriers and main body bearing 320 degrees, distance 180, course 135 degrees, speed 25 knots. That message, sent at 0534 hours, initiated the Battle of Midway. Admiral Fletcher received it aboard Yorktown at 0603. Admiral Spruance received it aboard Enterprise minutes later. Every American commander in the Pacific got the same information simultaneously. The Japanese fleet was located. The ambush could begin. But Addie's job wasn't finished. He needed to maintain contact, provide updates, track the enemy's course and speed. The problem: Japanese Zero fighters were already launching from the carriers below. Audie could see them climbing toward his altitude. A PBY had no chance against a Zero. No speed to run. No maneuverability to fight. No armor to survive. Audie climbed into the clouds at 4,000 feet and began a game of cat and mouse that would last 3 hours. He'd duck into cloud cover, emerge miles away, take a quick look at the fleet, transmit an update, then disappear again before the Zeros could intercept. The Japanese fighters searched frantically, but couldn't find him in the overcast. The slow, lumbering PBY used weather and patience to stay alive while maintaining contact with the most powerful fleet in the Japanese Navy. At 0830 hours, after 3 hours of continuous tracking, Audi was relieved by another PBY and turned for home. He landed at Midway at 1,000 hours, refueled, and took off again at 1,300 hours for another patrol. The battle was raging. American carrier planes were striking the Japanese fleet based on his contact report. The entire engagement pivoted on that first sighting at 0530 hours. The Battle of Midway was won by many factors: code breaking, tactical decisions, individual heroism, luck. But without Addie's PBY finding the Japanese fleet, none of it would have mattered. The slow, ungainly flying boat had done what no other aircraft could do. It had searched vast areas of ocean, found the needle in the haystack, and lived to report it. This was the PBY's role throughout the war. Not glamorous, not exciting most of the time, but absolutely essential. The Navy had 93 patrol squadrons operating Catalinas. By 1943, over 3,000 PBYs were built. They flew from Alaska to Australia, from Pearl Harbor to the Persian Gulf, searching, watching, reporting. The aircraft itself was remarkable for 1,935 design standards. Consolidated Aircraft Corporation won the Navy contract with a flying boat that could do something no previous patrol plane could accomplish: fly 2,500 miles without refueling, stay aloft for over 20 hours, carry a crew of up to 10 men, and operate from water without requiring airfields. The key to this endurance was efficiency, not speed. The PBY cruised at 115 miles per hour, barely faster than modern highway traffic. But at that speed, its two Pratt & Whitney radial engines could run for an entire day on 1,800 gallons of fuel. The aircraft was basically a flying fuel tank with wings. The hull contained integral fuel cells. Additional tanks filled the wing sections. Every available space that wasn't needed for crew or equipment held fuel. This range came with trade-offs. The PBY was slow. Fighters could catch it easily. It was unmaneuverable. Its turning radius was measured in miles, not feet. It was lightly armed. Early versions had 3.30 caliber machine guns. Later versions added .50 caliber guns, but it was still undergunned for air combat. The joke among PBY crews was that their aircraft was a clay pigeon with engines. But the Navy didn't need the PBY to fight. They needed it to see. In the Pacific War, information was often more valuable than firepower. Knowing where the enemy was, where they were going, what forces they had. This intelligence shaped every strategic decision. The PBY provided that intelligence day after day, mission after mission, in conditions that would ground other aircraft. The crew accommodations reflected the marathon missions these aircraft flew. Behind the flight deck, the PBY had a compartment with bunks where off-duty crew could rest. There was a small galley with a hot plate for heating coffee and canned food. The aircraft had a chemical toilet, rare for military aircraft of that era. These weren't luxuries. They were necessities for missions that routinely lasted 18 to 24 hours. The galley was particularly basic. One hot plate, 2 stainless steel water bearers, minimal storage space. Crews brought canned food aboard for long patrols. Vienna sausages were standard, along with crackers, canned fruit, and coffee. Lots of coffee. On a 20-hour mission, coffee was what kept crews functional. The hot plate could heat water for coffee or warm up canned goods, but that was the extent of its capability. No refrigeration. No cooking equipment beyond that single hot plate. Veterans recalled that by hour 15 of a patrol, everyone was exhausted, cold or hot, depending on the climate, and sick of Vienna sausages. The cabin wasn't heated until late in the war, making North Atlantic patrols particularly miserable. In the South Pacific, the greenhouse effect of the large windows made the cabin unbearably hot. Either way, comfort wasn't part of the equation, but crews adapted. They developed routines for long missions. 3 pilots would rotate flying duties. Other crew members would rotate through positions to stay alert. The bunks allowed some rest, though sleeping was difficult with engine noise and turbulence. The ability to make hot coffee at altitude was a morale boost that shouldn't be underestimated. On a 20-hour mission, small comforts mattered enormously. The PBY's most important capability was its versatility. It could take off from water, eliminating the need for airfields. Island bases across the Pacific needed only a protected lagoon or harbor to operate PBYs. This allowed the Navy to establish patrol bases on remote atolls that could never support traditional aircraft. Places like Canton Island, Palmyra, and dozens of other specks of land became unsinkable aircraft carriers for PBY operations. The aircraft could also be modified for different missions. The standard PBY-5 was a pure flying boat, taking off and landing only on water. The PBY-5A added retractable landing gear, making it amphibious. It could operate from water or land, doubling its tactical flexibility. This proved crucial in places like the Aleutians, where weather could close water operations but leave runways usable, or vice versa. By late 1942, the Navy realized the PBY could do more than just patrol. Its long range and ability to operate at night made it ideal for a mission nobody had anticipated: attacking Japanese shipping in darkness. The Black Cat squadrons were born from necessity and innovation. The Japanese owned the daylight hours in many areas. Their fighters controlled the sky. Their anti-aircraft guns protected their ships. But at night, the advantage shifted. Japanese fighters couldn't operate effectively in darkness. Their ships were vulnerable. The problem was finding and attacking them without radar or sophisticated navigation aids. Lieutenant Commander Clarence Taff pioneered the tactics that would define Black Cat operations. His squadron, VP-12, arrived at Henderson Field on Guadalcanal in December 1942. The Marines held the airfield, but Japanese ships still ran supplies to their forces every night. The Tokyo Express, Americans called it. Fast destroyers racing down from Rabaul, delivering troops and supplies, bombarding Marine positions, then racing back before dawn. Taft realized the PBY could intercept these ships if they flew at night. But everything about the aircraft would have to change. First, the paint. Standard PBYs were painted blue-gray on top, white on bottom. Fine for daytime patrol. Useless for night operations. Taft had his aircraft painted matte black, including the national insignia. The only markings were small red serial numbers. In darkness, the aircraft became invisible. Next, the tactics. Daytime patrol was about systematic coverage, flying precise patterns at consistent altitudes. Night attack was about unpredictability. Black Cats would take off at dusk, fly to areas where Japanese ships were expected, then hunt. They flew low, sometimes just 50 feet above the water. They used island silhouettes to mask their approach. They attacked from unexpected angles, dropped their ordnance, then disappeared into darkness before the Japanese could respond. The weapons changed too. Standard PBYs carried depth charges for submarine patrol or bombs for ground attack. Black Cats carried everything: bombs, depth charges, torpedoes when available. Even hand grenades the crew would throw out the waste blisters. One Black Cat crew famously attacked a Japanese submarine with Molotov cocktails made from beer bottles filled with aviation fuel. The psychological impact was significant. Japanese sailors had felt safe moving at night. Suddenly, black-painted flying boats appeared from nowhere, attacked, and vanished. The Japanese called them Black Cats independently, not knowing that was what Americans called them too. The name reflected the aircraft's ability to appear suddenly, strike, and disappear like a cat hunting in darkness. Squadron VP-54, known as Black Cat Squadron, recorded one of the most successful night attacks. On February 21, 1943, Lieutenant William Goff and his crew spotted a Japanese destroyer near Kalambangar Island. They approached at 50 feet altitude, using the dark mass of the island to mask their approach. At 800 yards, Goff climbed to attack altitude and released two 500-pound bombs. Both hit. The destroyer exploded and sank in minutes. But the cost was high. Flying at night at low altitude over water in a slow, Large aircraft was dangerous even without enemy action. Spatial disorientation, mechanical failures, and navigation errors killed crews regularly. Of the 7 original Black Cat PBYs that deployed to Guadalcanal, 4 were lost within 2 months, not all to enemy action. Night operations in marginal weather, with no electronic aids, was barely controlled chaos. The Black Cats expanded throughout 1943. Squadrons deployed to the Solomons, New Guinea, the Aleutians, and eventually the Philippines. Each squadron developed its own tactics based on local conditions. In the Aleutians, Black Cats hunted Japanese submarines in perpetual darkness and fog. In the Philippines, they laid mines in Japanese harbors. In the Solomons, they interdicted barge traffic between islands. The Black Cats faced constant danger. On one mission in September 1943, a PBY from VP-54 was caught by Japanese searchlights during an attack run. The pilot dove to wave height, engines at full power, while anti-aircraft fire erupted around them. They escaped by flying directly between 2 Japanese destroyers, so low that the ships couldn't depress their guns enough to hit them. The destroyers ended up firing at each other in the confusion. The psychological warfare aspect of Black Cat operations proved highly effective. Japanese sailors reported that the black-painted aircraft were nearly invisible until they attacked. The distinctive sound of the PBY's engines became a source of dread. Japanese naval officers complained that the night attacks were disrupting supply operations and damaging morale. Ships had to maintain blackout conditions and post extra lookouts, reducing their operational efficiency. But the PBY's greatest contribution wasn't combat. It was rescue. By mid-1943, hundreds of American aircraft were operating over vast stretches of ocean. When they went down, their crews faced death from exposure, sharks, or drowning, unless someone found them quickly. The PBY became the Navy's primary rescue aircraft, saving thousands of lives throughout the war. The most famous rescue occurred on April 18, 1943. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, America's top ace from World War I, was on an inspection tour when his B-17 went down in the Pacific. Rickenbacker and 7 crew members survived in life rafts for 24 days. They were finally spotted by Lieutenant William Eady flying a PBY from Squadron VP-51. Eady landed in 8-foot swells, a dangerous maneuver that could easily capsize the aircraft. He successfully rescued all survivors. But most rescues weren't famous. They were routine operations that meant everything to the men pulled from the water. Lieutenant Nathan Gordon of Squadron VP-34 received the Medal of Honor for rescuing 15 sailors on February 15, 1944. Japanese fighters had shot down multiple American aircraft near Kavieng. Gordon landed his PBY in the harbor under enemy fire, taxied to each life raft, and pulled survivors aboard. He made 3 separate landings, each time under fire, until he'd rescued everyone he could find. The PBY could land in conditions that would destroy other aircraft. Its boat hull was designed to handle rough water. Experienced pilots could land in 10-foot swells, though it required exceptional skill. The aircraft would slam into waves with tremendous force. Crews described it like riding a bucking bronco made of aluminum. But the hull held, and men lived because of it. By 1944, the Navy had established a systematic rescue operation called Dumbo Missions, named after the Disney elephant. PBYs would orbit near strike operations, ready to rescue downed airmen. Fighter pilots knew that if they went down, a Dumbo would come for them. This knowledge made them more aggressive, more willing to press attacks, knowing rescue was possible. The numbers tell the story. PBYs rescued over 2,000 airmen during the war. Entire bomber crews, fighter pilots, sailors from sunken ships. Each rescue required the PBY crew to risk their own lives, landing in hostile waters, often under enemy fire, always with the chance that weather or mechanical failure could destroy their aircraft during the rescue attempt. The Catalina also pioneered long-range medical evacuation. The aircraft's range and ability to land on water made it ideal for evacuating wounded from remote locations. PBYs fitted with stretchers could carry 8 wounded men. Navy corpsmen flew on these missions, providing medical care during the long flights back to base hospitals. For wounded men on isolated islands or damaged ships, the PBY was often the difference between life and death. One of the most remarkable medical evacuations occurred in January 1944. A PBY from Squadron VP 43 landed at a remote coast watcher station in the Solomon Islands to evacuate a critically wounded Marine. The landing area was a river mouth barely wider than the aircraft's wingspan. The pilot had to fly up the river at treetop height, land in a space with no room for error, then take off down the same narrow channel. The Marine survived because the PBY crew was willing to attempt what seemed impossible. The PBY's contribution to intelligence gathering went beyond simple reconnaissance. By 1943, modified Catalinas carried early radar systems, allowing them to detect ships and aircraft at night or in bad weather. These radar-equipped PBYs could track enemy movements in conditions where visual observation was impossible. They became the Navy's first airborne early warning aircraft, a concept that would become crucial in later conflicts. Squadron VP 63 operated radar-equipped PBYs from Alaska, tracking Japanese submarines and ships in the perpetual fog of the Aleutians. On May 11, 1943, they guided the Navy task force that retook Attu Island by providing radar navigation through fog so thick that ships couldn't see each other. Without the PBY's radar guidance, the invasion fleet would have been scattered and vulnerable. The Catalina served with multiple allied nations. The British Royal Air Force operated over 600 Catalinas, using them for anti-submarine patrol in the Atlantic. The Royal Canadian Air Force flew Catalinas from both coasts, protecting convoys and searching for German U-boats. The Soviet Navy received 189 Catalinas through Lend-Lease, using them in the Arctic and Pacific. The Royal Australian Air Force used Catalinas to maintain communication with coast watchers scattered across the Pacific Islands. These flights, called milk runs, delivered supplies and evacuated personnel from behind Japanese lines. Flying alone, unarmed except for defensive guns, landing in waters controlled by the enemy. These missions required exceptional courage. Australian Flight Lieutenant G.H. Hemsworth flew 112 milk runs, more than any other pilot. He was shot down 3 times but survived the war. The PBY even served as a commercial airliner during the war. Pan American Airways operated Catalinas on routes across the Pacific and Atlantic when civilian airliners were requisitioned for military use. These flights carried priority passengers, mail, and critical supplies. The 18-hour flight from San Francisco to Honolulu in a Catalina wasn't comfortable, but it maintained vital civilian connections when no other aircraft could make the journey. Production of the Catalina continued throughout the war. Consolidated built 2,400 PBYs at their San Diego plant. Canadian Vickers built 369. Boeing Canada built 362. The Soviet Union built 27 under license. Naval Aircraft Factory in Philadelphia built 156. By the time production ended in 1945, over 3,000 Catalinas had been built, making it the most produced flying boat in history. The final combat missions flown by U.S. Navy PBYs occurred on August 14, 1945. Multiple PBYs from various squadrons were on patrol near Japan when they received word that Japan had agreed to surrender. They completed their patrols, returning to bases at Okinawa and elsewhere at dawn on August 15th, logging the last operational flights of PBYs in World War II. The war that began for many PBY crews at Pearl Harbor had finally ended. After the war, many PBYs continued flying. Smaller nations bought surplus Catalinas for their air forces. Civilian operators used them for passenger service to remote locations. Some became firefighting aircraft, scooping water from lakes to drop on forest fires. A few still fly today, over 80 years after the first Catalina took flight, a testament to the robust design that made them legendary. The PBY Catalina was never the fastest, most maneuverable, or most heavily armed aircraft of World War II, but it may have been the most important. It found enemy fleets when no other aircraft could. It rescued thousands of men from certain death. It flew missions that lasted longer than a day, in weather that grounded other aircraft, from bases that were nothing more than protected water. The men who flew Catalinas rarely received the recognition given to fighter pilots or bomber crews. Their missions were often boring, flying straight lines over empty ocean for 20 hours. But when they found the enemy fleet that everyone was searching for, when they landed in rough seas to pull survivors from water, when they appeared out of the night to attack enemy ships, they proved something crucial. Victory in war often comes from the slow, steady, unglamorous work that keeps operations running day after day. The milk runs flown by Australian crews were perhaps the most dangerous routine missions of the war. These weren't combat missions in the traditional sense. They were supply and communication flights to coast watchers, Allied personnel living behind Japanese lines, reporting enemy movements. The coast watchers were scattered across dozens of islands. Solomon Islands, New Britain, Bougainville. Each one needed supplies, radio batteries, medical equipment, and occasionally evacuation when their positions were compromised. The PBY was the only aircraft that could reach them. It could land in small harbors or river mouths. It could operate without runways. It could carry cargo and passengers. But every flight meant penetrating Japanese-controlled waters, landing while Japanese forces could be watching from shore, taking off again before enemy aircraft could arrive. Flight Lieutenant Bill McGrath flew one of the most daring milk runs in October 1943. A coast watcher on Bougainville reported Japanese troop movements, but was critically ill with malaria. McGrath flew his Catalina 400 miles into Japanese territory, landed in a tiny cove at dawn, picked up the coast watcher, and took off before Japanese patrol boats could reach his position. The entire operation took 12 minutes on the water. McGrath flew back to base at wave-top height to avoid radar detection. The coast watcher survived. The intelligence he'd gathered helped plan the upcoming marine landings. McGrath received no medal. The mission wasn't classified as combat. It was logged as a routine supply flight. The North Atlantic patrols were a different kind of hell. No enemy fighters. No dramatic combat. Just endless hours flying over gray water in storms that could tear aircraft apart. RAF and RCAF Catalina squadrons flew anti-submarine patrols from Iceland, Scotland, and Newfoundland. Their mission: find German U-boats before those submarines could attack convoys. The work was monotonous and exhausting. Flights lasted 15 to 20 hours. Crews searched for periscopes, wakes, oil slicks, anything that might indicate a submarine. When they found one, they attacked with depth charges. But most patrols found nothing. Day after day, searching empty ocean, seeing nothing but waves. The cold was brutal. The PBY's cabin wasn't heated in early models. Temperatures inside could drop below freezing. Crews wore multiple layers of clothing, but after 15 hours in the air, everyone was numb with cold. Ice would form on the wings and hull. Too much ice, and the aircraft couldn't stay airborne. Pilots had to descend to warmer air or risk losing control. Flight Sergeant John Holmes of No. 413 Squadron, RCAF, flew 87 anti-submarine patrols from Newfoundland. He spotted 4 U-boats, attacked 3, sank 1 confirmed. But what he remembered most wasn't the combat. It was the endless gray water, the bone-deep cold, the exhaustion that made staying awake feel impossible, the relief when the coast finally appeared after 18 hours in the air. People think war is exciting, Holmes said in an interview decades later. Our war was boring. We flew patrol after patrol, saw nothing, landed exhausted, slept, and did it again. But if we stopped, convoys would sink. Men would die. So we kept flying. The rescue of Ensign George Gay might be the most harrowing PBY rescue of the war. Gay was the sole survivor of Torpedo Squadron 8 at the Battle of Midway. His TBD Devastator was shot down during the torpedo attack on the Japanese fleet. Every other aircraft in his squadron was destroyed. 29 men killed. Gay inflated his life raft and hid under it while the Japanese fleet steamed past. He watched the entire battle from the water, American dive bombers attacking, Japanese carriers burning, ships maneuvering. He spent 30 hours in the water before a PBY spotted him. The pilot, Lieutenant William Easterling, landed in 6-foot swells to pick him up. Gay was hypothermic, sunburned, dehydrated. He'd been floating for more than a day, watching men die, waiting to be rescued or die himself. The PBY crew pulled him aboard. One of the crew gave Gay his flight jacket. Another heated soup on the galley's hot plate. They wrapped him in blankets and flew him back to Midway. Gay recovered. He returned to flying. He survived the war. He lived until 1994. But he never forgot the PBY crew that saved him. In interviews, he always mentioned them. "I was dying in that raft," he said. "They landed in rough seas to get me. They risked their lives for one man. I owe them everything." Black Cat crews develop superstitions that seem absurd now, but mattered enormously at the time. One squadron refused to fly without a specific coffee pot. Another insisted on painting kill markings in a precise order. A third believed their navigators, lucky, had kept them safe. These rituals were psychological armor. Night flying in combat was terrifying. Every shadow could be an enemy ship. Every sound could be gunfire. The darkness was absolute. No moon, no stars, just blackness broken by tracers when the Japanese spotted them. Crews needed something to believe in. If the lucky coffee pot was aboard, they'd survive. If the kill markings were painted correctly, they'd make it home. Lieutenant Commander James Davis of VP 54 understood this. He never mocked his crew's superstitions. If they needed a ritual to feel safe, he made sure that ritual was followed. "You think it's stupid," he said after the war. "But when you're flying 50 feet above Blackwater, bombs under your wings, Japanese destroyers somewhere nearby, and your crew believes a coffee pot will keep them alive, you bring the damn coffee pot." Morale isn't rational. It's what keeps men functional when everything is terrifying. The Soviet PBY operations in the Arctic remain largely unknown in Western histories. The Soviet Navy received 189 Catalinas through Lend-Lease. They called them GST, an acronym that translated to Transport Flying Boat. Soviet crews used them for the same missions as American crews: long-range patrol, anti-submarine warfare, rescue operations. But they also used them for something unique: ice reconnaissance. Arctic waters freeze and thaw unpredictably. Soviet ships needed to know where the ice was, how thick it was, whether it could be penetrated. PBYs flew low over the ice, observing conditions, radioing reports to naval headquarters. These missions were incredibly dangerous. Arctic weather could change in minutes. Fog, snow, and wind made navigation nearly impossible. If an engine failed, emergency landing options didn't exist. The crew would crash into ice or water and freeze to death before rescue arrived. Soviet records show 37 PBYs lost in Arctic operations. Most to weather, not combat. The German Navy operated in these waters, but the real enemy was cold. Crews flew in temperatures down to -40 degrees Celsius. The aircraft's cabin wasn't heated in Soviet versions either. Men suffered frostbite regularly. Some lost fingers or toes to cold exposure. But the missions continued. Soviet convoys needed ice reports. Submarines needed to know patrol routes. The PBY crews flew into conditions that grounded every other aircraft because the information they gathered was essential. Senior Lieutenant Mikhail Kozlov flew 143 Arctic patrols. He lost 3 crew members to cold exposure, not from crashes, just from spending too many hours in freezing conditions. But his ice reports guided Soviet naval operations throughout 1943 and 1944. After the war, Kozlov received the Order of the Red Banner. The citation didn't mention the cold, the fear, or the men who died. It said he contributed to the victory through exemplary performance of patrol duties. That was enough. Lieutenant Howard Audie, who found the Japanese fleet at Midway, survived the war and retired from the Navy as a captain. He rarely talked about that morning in June 1942 when his sighting changed history. When asked about it years later, he said he was just doing his job, flying patrol. searching for the enemy, reporting what he found. That was what PBY crews did. Nothing special, he said. Just their job. But that job, multiplied by thousands of crews flying millions of miles over empty ocean, helped win the Pacific War. The statistics tell part of the story, but not all of it. Over 3,000 PBYs built 93 patrol squadrons operating Catalinas. At peak strength, more than 2,000 airmen rescued from certain death, hundreds of enemy ships detected and tracked, thousands of patrol missions, most finding nothing, some finding everything. 24-hour flight endurance on a single tank of fuel operations from Alaska to Antarctica, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. But numbers can't capture the human element. The exhaustion of hour 18 on patrol. The terror of landing in rough seas under fire. The relief when a downed pilot's raft was spotted. The cold that never quite went away. The coffee that kept men awake. The Vienna sausages that nobody wanted, but everyone ate. The PBY proved something fundamental about warfare. Seeing matters more than shooting. Fighter pilots got the glory. They had kill markings on their aircraft. They were interviewed by reporters. Their names appeared in newspapers. Bomber crews dropped the bombs that destroyed targets. They flew the dangerous missions deep into enemy territory. They earned medals. But PBY crews, flying slow, unarmed patrols over empty ocean, provided the information that made everything else possible. They found the enemy fleets. They rescued the downed pilots. They searched for submarines. They delivered supplies to coast watchers. Without them, the Navy would have been blind. Admiral Chester Nimitz understood this. In 1944, he wrote to the commander of Fleet Air Wing 2, "The PBY squadrons have provided the eyes of the fleet. Every victory we've achieved began with information those crews gathered. Their contribution cannot be overstated." That letter was classified at the time. PBY crews didn't read it until decades after the war ended. But Nimitz knew. The slow, ungainly flying boats were winning the war one patrol at a time. The last combat PBY mission flown by a U.S. crew occurred on August 14, 1945. Lieutenant Robert Reynolds of VP-50 was on anti-submarine patrol east of Japan when the radio announced Japan's surrender. Reynolds completed his patrol. Standard procedure. Even with the war ending, his mission was to search for submarines. He searched. He found nothing. At 1800 hours, he turned for base. The sun was setting. His crew was exhausted from 16 hours in the air. But they'd done their job. Reynolds landed at Okinawa at 20:30 hours. When he shut down the engines, the sudden silence was startling. For years, the sound of those Pratt & Whitney radios had been constant, taking off, patrolling, landing, day after day. Now it was over. Reynolds climbed out of his aircraft. He looked at the PBY, tail number 50 P-12. Battered, weathered, oil-stained. It had flown 487 missions. It had rescued 23 men. It had found enemy ships, submarines, and aircraft. It had survived storms, combat, and mechanical failures. She was ugly, Reynolds said in an interview in 1989. She was slow. She was uncomfortable. But she was reliable. She did her job. That's all we asked. The PBY's post-war life was almost as remarkable as its wartime service. Civilian operators recognized what the military had proven. The Catalina could go anywhere, land anywhere, carry anything. In Alaska, bush pilots used surplus PBYs to reach remote villages. They delivered mail, medicine, and supplies to communities unreachable by road. In the Caribbean, PBYs became passenger aircraft connecting islands. The flights were slow and noisy, but they were reliable. In Canada, forestry services converted PBYs into water bombers. They'd land on lakes, scoop thousands of gallons of water, and drop it on forest fires. Some of these aircraft are still flying today, fighting fires with airframes built 80 years ago. Commercial fisheries used PBYs as spotter aircraft. The high-mounted wing and slow speed made them perfect for finding fish schools. A few are still operating in this role. Scientific expeditions used PBYs for polar research. The aircraft could reach remote areas, land on water or ice, and provide a mobile base for researchers. The robustness that made the PBY effective in war made it valuable in peace. It could operate in conditions that grounded other aircraft. It could be maintained with basic tools. It could land almost anywhere. Today, fewer than 50 airworthy PBYs remain worldwide. Most are owned by museums or private collectors. They appear at airshows, drawing crowds who remember, or want to remember, what these aircraft accomplished. Watching a PBY fly is seeing history. The distinctive profile, the parasol wing, the slow, steady progress across the sky, the throaty rumble of the radial engines. It doesn't look fast or aggressive. It looks exactly like what it was, a working aircraft designed for endurance, not speed. Built for marathons, not sprints. The pilots who fly them today, civilian pilots maintaining these warbuds, understand what made them special. Not performance, not firepower, reliability. You can't break these things, said one PBY pilot at an airshow in 2019. They were built to fly all day, every day, in terrible conditions. And they did, for years. That's what makes them legendary. The lesson of the PBY Catalina is simple but profound. Victory often comes from the slow, steady work that nobody notices. The fighters get the glory. The bombers get the attention. But the reconnaissance aircraft, searching, watching, reporting, provide the information that makes victory possible. The PBY crews understood this. They didn't seek recognition. They did their jobs. They flew patrols. They rescued downed airmen. They maintained contact with enemy fleets while hiding in clouds. Lieutenant Howard Audie found the Japanese fleet at Midway. He didn't win the battle. The dive bomber pilots did that. But without Audie's sighting, there would have been no battle. The Japanese would have struck Midway from an unknown direction at an unknown time. The American carriers might not have found them. The outcome could have been entirely different. That single sighting, made by a slow, unarmed patrol plane at 0530 hours on June 4, 1942, changed the course of the Pacific War. That's the PBY's legacy. Not dramatic, not glamorous, but absolutely essential. The slow, reliable flying boat that could stay airborne longer than any other aircraft. That could land in seas that would destroy other planes. That could search vast areas of ocean and find what everyone else missed. The men who flew them knew they weren't heroes. They were doing a job. But that job, searching, watching, reporting, rescuing, was how wars are actually won. Not with single acts of heroism, but with thousands of routine missions, flown by ordinary men in ordinary aircraft, doing extraordinary things, because that's what the mission required. If you found this story compelling, please like this video. It helps more people discover these important pieces of history. Subscribe to stay connected with stories of the aircraft and crews that shaped the Second World War. Leave a comment telling us where you're watching from. Our community spans the globe, united by interest in the real stories of courage and innovation from history's greatest conflict. Thank you for watching. Thank you for remembering those who served. The PBY Catalina wasn't the fastest, strongest, or most famous aircraft of World War II. But it might have been the most important. And the crews who flew them, patiently searching empty ocean, rescuing downed pilots, flying missions that lasted longer than a day, deserve to be remembered. They were just doing their jobs. But their jobs changed history. The morning of January 20th, 1953, arrived cold and gray in Washington. At precisely 8:45 a.m., a black limousine idled outside the White House's north entrance. Inside sat President-elect Dwight David Eisenhower, motionless, arms crossed. The temperature hovered around 49 degrees. Clouds blanketed the sky. Behind the windows of the Executive Mansion, President Harry S. Truman stood watching, waiting for movement that never came. Eisenhower had decided he would not step into that building. He would not share coffee with the Trumans. He would not honor the customs that had governed presidential transitions for generations. Instead, he would remain seated in that automobile and force Truman to come outside, to come to him. This was no accident. This was no confusion about timing. This was a deliberate insult, delivered on what should have represented American democracy's finest moment, the orderly passage of authority from one leader to another. Consider who sat in that vehicle. Dwight Eisenhower, 62 years old, the supreme commander who had orchestrated Allied victory across Europe. The general who had accepted Germany's surrender. The military mind that had coordinated millions of troops spanning 2 continents. Monarchs and heads of state had sought his wisdom. The American electorate had just handed him a crushing victory. 55% of votes cast, 442 electoral college votes. Yet this man would not walk 20 feet to greet the president who had offered him nearly everything. Inside the White House stood Harry S. Truman, 68 years old. Farm boy turned businessman, county official, senator, vice president, president. The man who had authorized atomic weapons. The leader who had confronted Stalin directly. The architect of the Marshall Plan that reconstructed Europe. The president who had desegregated the military. The commander who had dismissed Douglas MacArthur. The statesman who had held the Western Alliance together through the Cold War's terrifying early years. 7 years earlier, this same Harry Truman had offered to make Dwight Eisenhower president on the Democratic ticket, with Truman himself stepping down to serve as vice president. Eisenhower had declined. Politics held no interest for him, he'd insisted. He was a military man, not a politician. His duty lay in uniform, not in electoral office. Then 1952 arrived. Eisenhower declared his candidacy for president as a Republican, against Truman's party, against Truman's record, against everything Truman had constructed during 7 difficult years. Now he sat outside that building, compelling the sitting president to approach him like a servant called to the curb. CBS journalist Eric Sevareid witnessed the scene. His 3-word description captured everything. It was shocking. J.B. West, the White House's chief usher, observed it too. "I was glad I wasn't in that car," he said later. The relationship between these men had not always been fractured. They had once been allies. Truman had once proclaimed Eisenhower the greatest military strategist of his generation. Eisenhower had once written to Truman with genuine appreciation and respect. But something had changed. Something had shattered beyond any possibility of repair. On this frozen January morning, that rupture became visible to the entire nation. The break hadn't occurred overnight. It had developed gradually across months and years, through a succession of decisions and betrayals and political calculations that transformed mutual regard into something approaching hatred. The first fracture appeared in July 1945 on Germany's Autobahn outside Potsdam. President Truman, newly elevated after Franklin Roosevelt's death, met with General Eisenhower, the hero who had commanded D-Day. They rode together through Berlin's devastation. Truman studied the young general beside him and glimpsed America's future leadership. He turned to Eisenhower with an extraordinary statement. "General, there is nothing you may want that I won't try to help you get." That included, Truman made clear, the presidency itself in 1948. This wasn't casual conversation. Truman meant every word. He had served as vice president for merely 82 days when Roosevelt died on April 12, 1945. He had inherited a war still raging on 2 fronts, secret atomic research he hadn't known existed, and relationships with Allied leaders he had never encountered. He felt unprepared. He admired military leadership. Eisenhower embodied everything America wanted in a leader at that moment. Competence, victory, moral authority earned through real achievement. Eisenhower thanked him and declined. He harbored no political aspirations. He was a soldier. He would remain a soldier. He had devoted his entire adult existence to the Army. He understood military command. Politics seemed like foreign territory, where rules remained unclear and enemies proved harder to identify. Truman accepted that response. He respected it. Over the following years, Truman and Eisenhower collaborated frequently. The relationship rested on mutual necessity. Truman needed capable military leadership as he navigated the Cold War's beginning. Eisenhower needed political backing as he transitioned from wartime command to peacetime military administration. Truman appointed Eisenhower as Army Chief of Staff in November 1945. Across subsequent years, he awarded Eisenhower the Distinguished Service Medal 3 separate times: 1945, 1948, and 1952. When NATO was created in 1949, Truman called on Eisenhower to serve as its inaugural Supreme Commander in 1951. They exchanged cordial letters. They met for official business and ceremonies. The relationship wasn't intimate or personal, but it was professional, respectful, productive. Then 1947 brought something remarkable. Truman extended the offer again, this time in his private diary. On July 25, 1947, Truman wrote about a conversation with Eisenhower at 3:30 that afternoon. They discussed Douglas MacArthur possibly returning from Japan to seek the Republican nomination. MacArthur was another towering military figure, but one Truman deeply distrusted. MacArthur displayed autocratic tendencies. He had governed Japan like an emperor. Truman worried about what MacArthur might do with presidential authority. Truman's solution was audacious. He proposed that if MacArthur ran as a Republican, Eisenhower should announce for the Democratic nomination. Truman wrote that he would gladly step aside and run as Eisenhower's vice president. He added, "I like the Senate anyway. Ike and I could be elected, and my family and myself would be happy outside this great white jail known as the White House." He concluded the diary entry with a note: "Ike won't quote me, and I won't quote him." This wasn't fantasy. This was the sitting President of the United States offering to demote himself to Vice President to place Eisenhower in the White House. It revealed how little confidence Truman possessed in his own political future at that moment. It also revealed how deeply he valued Eisenhower's leadership and believed in his character. Eisenhower declined again. He still had no interest in politics. He was serving as president of Columbia University at the time, having departed active military command. He wanted to remain in education or return to military service if needed, but he did not want to enter the political arena. Secretary of the Army Kenneth Royal approached Eisenhower later that year with the identical offer. Truman had asked Royal to try once more. Truman wanted Royal to make clear this wasn't merely a passing thought. This was a genuine offer. Eisenhower could have the Democratic nomination. The party would support him. Truman would campaign for him. They would win. Eisenhower declined again. In February 1948, Truman awarded Eisenhower his 4th Distinguished Service Medal in a White House ceremony. The two men stood together for photographs. They smiled. The images show no trace of the animosity that would emerge later. Eisenhower wore his dress uniform with all his decorations and ribbons. Truman looked proud standing beside him. Newspaper captions described them as close colleagues working together to secure America's future. That same year, Truman faced the worst political crisis of his presidency to that point. His approval ratings had collapsed. The Democratic Party was fragmenting. Henry Wallace was running as a progressive, drawing votes from the left. Strom Thurmond was running as a Dixiecrat, pulling votes from the South. Republicans controlled both congressional chambers. Everyone predicted Truman would lose catastrophically to Republican nominee Thomas Dewey. Truman ran anyway. Against all predictions, against disastrous poll numbers, against a divided Democratic Party, Truman won. It was among the greatest upsets in American political history. He won without Eisenhower. He won on his own terms. But Eisenhower's refusals had planted something in Truman's mind. A question. If Eisenhower had no interest in politics, why did people keep approaching him? And if he truly wasn't interested, why did he keep declining in ways that left possibilities slightly open? The answer arrived in 1952. Eisenhower announced he would seek the Republican nomination for president. The announcement shocked many people. It shocked Truman most profoundly. For 5 years, Eisenhower had insisted he had no interest in politics. He had rejected multiple offers to run as a Democrat. He had turned down the opportunity to become president without campaigning for it. Now he was entering politics anyway, but as a Republican running against the party that had supported him throughout his career. Truman felt personally betrayed. He had offered Eisenhower the presidency twice. He had been willing to step aside, to make himself vice president, to hand over power to a man he believed in. Eisenhower had said no, claiming he didn't want it. Now, Eisenhower wanted it. He just didn't want it from Truman or the Democrats. But that wasn't what shattered the relationship. Political differences could be managed. Eisenhower believed in different economic policies, different approaches to government. Those were honest disagreements. Truman could accept that. What Truman could not accept, what broke the relationship beyond repair, was what happened during the campaign. The issue was George Catlett Marshall. Marshall was born in Pennsylvania in 1880. He graduated from the Virginia Military Institute in 1901. He served in the Philippines, in France during World War I, in China between the wars. He was methodical, disciplined, brilliant at organization and logistics. He understood how to build armies, how to coordinate operations across continents, how to select leaders who could execute complex plans under impossible pressure. When World War II began, Marshall was Army Chief of Staff. He held that position from 1939 to 1945. During those 6 years, he transformed the United States Army from a force of fewer than 200,000 men into a military machine of over 8 million. He selected the commanders. He approved the battle plans. He allocated resources. He made the system function. And he made Dwight Eisenhower's career possible. In 1941, Eisenhower was a lieutenant colonel unknown outside military circles. Marshall saw something in him. He promoted Eisenhower rapidly, advancing him over hundreds of more senior officers. By 1942, Eisenhower was commanding Allied forces in North Africa. By 1943, Marshall recommended Eisenhower to lead Operation Overlord, the D-Day invasion of France. Marshall had wanted that command for himself. It was the most important military operation of the war, possibly of the century. But President Roosevelt asked Marshall to remain in Washington to continue managing the global war effort. Marshall agreed and gave the command to Eisenhower instead. He could have resented Eisenhower for receiving the glory while Marshall stayed behind doing staff work. But Marshall never displayed any resentment. He supported Eisenhower completely. Winston Churchill called Marshall the organizer of victory. Historians credit Marshall with creating the military force that won World War II. Without Marshall's organizational genius, without his ability to construct and manage a global military effort, the war might have ended very differently. After the war, Marshall attempted to retire. He was 65 years old. He had served his country for more than 4 decades. He wanted to rest. But in 1947, President Truman asked him to serve as Secretary of State. Marshall agreed. From 1947 to 1949, Marshall served as America's chief diplomat during the critical early years of the Cold War. It was Marshall who articulated the principles of the European Recovery Program in a speech at Harvard University on June 5, 1947. The program became known as the Marshall Plan. Between 1948 and 1952, the United States provided over $13 billion in economic assistance to help rebuild Western European economies. The program worked. It rebuilt infrastructure, stabilized currencies, restored trade, and created the economic foundation for decades of prosperity. In 1953, Marshall was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for this work, the only career military officer ever to receive that honor. After serving as Secretary of State, Marshall retired again. But in 1950, when the Korean War began, Truman called on him one final time. Marshall became Secretary of Defense, serving from September 1950 to September 1951. He worked to rebuild American military strength after post-war demobilization had weakened it. He oversaw the military response to Korea. He helped create NATO's command structure. So when Senator Joseph McCarthy attacked Marshall, he wasn't attacking merely another government official. He was attacking one of the architects of Allied victory, one of the creators of the post-war order, one of the most respected figures in American public life. And he was attacking Dwight Eisenhower's mentor, patron, and friend. Marshall had promoted Eisenhower over hundreds of more senior officers. Marshall had recommended Eisenhower to lead the D-Day invasion. Marshall had made Eisenhower's career possible. Eisenhower owed Marshall everything. In 1950 and 1951, Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin began attacking Marshall. McCarthy was riding high on anti-communist hysteria. He had made a career from accusing people of being communist sympathizers. Most of his accusations were baseless. Many were cruel. Some destroyed innocent lives. But they were politically effective in an America terrified of Soviet expansion. McCarthy accused Marshall of being part of a communist conspiracy. In a speech on the Senate floor in June 1951, McCarthy spent 60,000 words attacking Marshall. He called Marshall's career a conspiracy so immense and an infamy so black as to dwarf any previous venture in the history of man. He accused Marshall of losing China to communism. He accused Marshall of undermining American interests in Europe and Asia. He suggested Marshall was actively working to advance communist goals. These accusations were insane. Marshall had spent his entire adult life serving the United States. He had built the army that defeated Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. He had created the Marshall Plan that stopped communist expansion in Europe. He had served as Secretary of Defense during the Korean War, fighting against communist aggression. The idea that Marshall was secretly working for the communists was grotesque, absurd, and beneath contempt. Senator William Jenner of Indiana went even further than McCarthy. He called Marshall a living lie and a frontman for traitors. He said Marshall was joining hands once more with this criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers. These were not policy disagreements. These were personal attacks on Marshall's character, his loyalty, his integrity. Everyone who knew Marshall understood the attacks were false. But they were politically useful for Republicans trying to paint the Truman administration as soft on communism. Truman was enraged by the attacks on Marshall. He called Marshall the greatest living American. The attacks on Marshall felt personal to Truman because they were attacks on his judgment, his administration, his presidency. And Truman expected Eisenhower to defend Marshall. Eisenhower owed Marshall his career. If anyone should stand up for Marshall against McCarthy's smears, it should be Eisenhower. In October 1952, during the presidential campaign, Eisenhower was scheduled to give a speech in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, McCarthy's home state. McCarthy would be on the stage with him. McCarthy had already endorsed Eisenhower. Republican leaders in Wisconsin wanted a show of unity. They wanted Eisenhower and McCarthy standing together, presenting a united front against the Democrats. Eisenhower's staff prepared a speech that included a paragraph defending Marshall. The paragraph was short but clear. I know that charges of disloyalty have been leveled against General Marshall. I have been privileged for 35 years to know General Marshall personally. I know him, as a man and as a soldier, to be dedicated with singular selflessness and the profoundest patriotism to the service of America. The paragraph was in the prepared text. It was released to reporters in advance. The press knew what was coming. Political observers anticipated a dramatic moment. Eisenhower, the war hero, standing in McCarthy's home state, defending his mentor against McCarthy's attacks. It would be a powerful statement about character, about loyalty, about standing up for what was right even when politically costly. But then Wisconsin Governor Walter Kohler Jr. and members of Eisenhower's campaign staff urged him to remove the paragraph. They argued it would offend McCarthy. It would offend Wisconsin Republicans. It would create unnecessary controversy. It would make the evening about Marshall and McCarthy instead of about Eisenhower's vision for America. They said it wasn't worth the political cost. Wisconsin was an important state. McCarthy was popular there. Eisenhower needed Wisconsin's electoral votes. Why pick a fight over something that wouldn't change any votes? Eisenhower listened to his advisors. He understood their reasoning. He knew they were trying to help him win. And he wanted to win. He believed he could do great things as president. He believed he could end the Korean War, manage the Cold War better than Truman had, bring competent administration to a government he saw as bloated and inefficient. To do those things, he needed to win the election. To win the election, he needed Wisconsin. So Eisenhower agreed. He deleted the paragraph. He made the calculation that winning was more important than defending Marshall. He told himself he could defend Marshall later, after the election, when the political pressure wasn't so intense. He convinced himself this one compromise wouldn't matter in the long run. On October 3, 1952, Dwight Eisenhower stood on a stage in the Milwaukee Arena before 10,000 people with Senator Joseph McCarthy standing beside him. The arena was packed. The crowd was enthusiastic. They cheered when Eisenhower appeared. They cheered louder when McCarthy joined him on stage. Eisenhower delivered his speech. He praised McCarthy's anti-communist efforts. He talked about the need to root out subversion in government. He endorsed McCarthy's crusade. He said nothing about George Marshall. Not one word. He didn't defend him. He didn't mention him. He acted as if Marshall didn't exist. After the speech, McCarthy approached Eisenhower. The photographers were ready. McCarthy reached out his hand. Eisenhower saw it coming. He tried to step back, tried to avoid the handshake, but there were people behind him blocking his path. McCarthy was too quick. He grabbed Eisenhower's hand and held it high in the air like a referee raising the hand of a victorious boxer. The cameras flashed. The photograph went out across the country. Dwight Eisenhower, hero of D-Day, shaking hands with the man who had called his mentor a traitor. The news coverage was brutal. The paragraph defending Marshall had been in the advance text. Reporters knew Eisenhower had planned to defend Marshall and then chose not to. This wasn't an oversight. This wasn't a scheduling conflict. This was a deliberate choice. Eisenhower had weighed defending his mentor against winning Wisconsin. Wisconsin had won. The New York Times ran a front-page story. The Washington Post published an editorial. Columnists across the political spectrum condemned the decision. Even some Republicans were disgusted. One Republican newspaper editor wrote that Eisenhower had sold his soul for a mess of pottage. Truman's reaction was immediate and blunt. He told reporters, "I had never thought the man who is now the Republican candidate would stoop so low." He elaborated in later speeches. He called it one of the most shocking things in the history of this country. He said, "The trouble with Eisenhower, he's just a coward. He ought to be ashamed for what he did." Truman didn't stop there. He made defending Marshall a central theme of his campaign appearances. He reminded audiences that Marshall had been Eisenhower's boss, his mentor, the man who had made Eisenhower's career possible. He asked how anyone could trust Eisenhower to stand up to the Soviets if he couldn't even stand up to Joe McCarthy. He questioned Eisenhower's character, his judgment, his fitness for the presidency. Eisenhower knew what Truman was saying. He read the newspapers. He heard the criticism. And instead of accepting it as the price of his political choice, he became angry. He felt Truman's attacks were unfair, partisan, personal. He believed Truman was using Marshall as a political weapon. He convinced himself that Truman didn't actually care about Marshall, that this was just campaign rhetoric designed to damage Eisenhower's reputation. But Truman did care about Marshall. Marshall had been Truman's Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Marshall had been one of Truman's most trusted advisors. Truman called Marshall the greatest living American. For Truman, loyalty mattered. Character mattered. Standing up for the people who had stood up for you mattered. And Eisenhower had failed that test in the most public way possible. There was more. 2 weeks before the Milwaukee speech, Eisenhower had campaigned in Indianapolis with Senator William Jenner. Jenner was the man who had called Marshall a front man for traitors and accused him of joining hands with a criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers. Jenner represented everything ugly about the anti-communist hysteria of the early 1950s, the willingness to destroy reputations, to make baseless accusations, to use fear as a political weapon. Eisenhower knew what Jenner had said about Marshall. Everyone knew. It was public record. But Eisenhower needed Indiana. Jenner was powerful in the state Republican Party. Eisenhower's advisors told him he had to appear with Jenner, had to accept his endorsement, had to stand on the same platform and smile for the cameras. So Eisenhower did it. He appeared on stage with Jenner. He let Jenner embrace him. He smiled. The photographers captured the image. Eisenhower and Jenner, arms around each other, united against the Democrats. Eisenhower later told aides he felt dirty after the event. But he did it anyway. He told himself it was necessary. He told himself he could wash off the stain after the election. He told himself that winning justified these compromises. But for Truman, this was worse than Milwaukee. At least in Milwaukee, Eisenhower had originally planned to defend Marshall and then back down under pressure. In Indianapolis, Eisenhower never even tried. He just accepted Jenner's support, accepted his endorsement, stood beside him as if nothing was wrong. To Truman, this pattern revealed something fundamental about Eisenhower's character. Eisenhower was willing to stand with men who slandered George Marshall, the man who had made Eisenhower's career possible, because it was politically convenient. Eisenhower would sacrifice principle for votes. He would abandon loyalty for electoral advantage. He would compromise his own stated values if it helped him win. And if Eisenhower would do that to George Marshall, what would he do as president? If he couldn't stand up to McCarthy and Jenner during a campaign, how could he stand up to the Soviets in the White House? If political pressure could make him abandon his mentor, what else would political pressure make him abandon? These were the questions Truman asked in his campaign speeches. These were the doubts he tried to plant in voters' minds. He made the campaign personal, because, for him, it was personal. This wasn't just about policy differences. This was about character. This was about whether Dwight Eisenhower was the man Truman had once believed him to be. The campaign grew worse from there. Eisenhower pledged to go to Korea if elected, implying he could end the war that Truman had been unable to finish. Truman called this demagoguery, a cheap campaign trick. Republican campaign surrogates attacked Truman's administration as soft on communism, corrupt, and incompetent. Truman responded by calling Eisenhower a stooge for Wall Street and a puppet of Republican reactionaries. By Election Day, the personal animosity between the two men was impossible to hide. Eisenhower won in a landslide. He took 55% of the popular vote. He won 442 electoral votes to Adlai Stevenson's 89. He even broke the Democratic hold on parts of the South, winning Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, and Texas. After the election, Eisenhower and Truman met once, on November 18, 1952, for a transition briefing at the White House. Both men approached the meeting with dread. They had spent the previous 3 months attacking each other. They had said things that could not be unsaid. They had developed a mutual contempt that made ordinary conversation difficult. The meeting was held in the Oval Office. Truman sat behind the resolute desk. Eisenhower sat across from him. The atmosphere was stiff, formal, awkward, and unrewarding, according to biographer Stephen Ambrose. Neither man wanted to be there. Both felt obligated by duty and tradition. Truman tried to brief Eisenhower on how the White House actually worked. He explained the staff structure. He described how information flowed to the president. He outlined the daily schedule, the decision-making process, the way cabinet meetings were conducted. He tried to share practical wisdom earned through nearly 8 years in the highest office. Eisenhower listened with visible impatience. He had been a 5-star general. He had commanded millions of men. He had coordinated operations across multiple continents. He didn't need Harry Truman, a former haberdasher from Missouri, to tell him how to run an organization. Truman moved on to foreign policy. He talked about Soviet intentions, about the situation in Korea, about relationships with European allies. He tried to explain the delicate balance of containment strategy, the importance of economic aid to strengthen allies, the need for military strength combined with diplomatic flexibility. Again, Eisenhower seemed uninterested. He had been supreme commander of NATO. He knew European leaders personally. He understood military strategy better than Truman ever would. He didn't need a lecture on foreign policy from a man whose administration had been unable to win the Korean War. Finally, Truman discussed the budget process. He explained how the executive budget was prepared, how it had to be submitted to Congress, how the appropriations process worked. This was technical procedural information that would be essential for managing the government. Eisenhower later wrote that the meeting added little to my knowledge, nor did it affect my planning for the new administration. He felt Truman had wasted his time with obvious information and partisan spin. He thought Truman was trying to defend his own record rather than actually help with the transition. Truman felt the meeting was a waste of time for different reasons. Eisenhower, he thought, wasn't listening. Everything Truman said went in one ear and out the other. Eisenhower sat there with the confidence of a man who believed he already knew everything important. He didn't ask substantive questions. He didn't take notes. He just waited for the meeting to end so he could leave and do things his own way. After Eisenhower left, Truman told his staff that Eisenhower would struggle with the presidency. "He'll sit right here," Truman said, pointing to the desk, "and he'll say, 'Do this, do that,' and nothing will happen. Poor Ike. It won't be a bit like the Army. He'll find it very frustrating." Truman was predicting that Eisenhower would fail to understand the difference between military command and presidential leadership. In the military, orders were orders. You gave a command and it was executed. In government, everything was negotiation. You had to persuade Congress, convince the public, build coalitions, compromise with rivals. Truman thought Eisenhower lacked the political skills to succeed. Between the election and the inauguration, Eisenhower made decisions that seemed designed to irritate Truman. He decided to wear a Homburg hat to the inauguration instead of the traditional silk top hat. He didn't consult Truman about this. He just did it. It was a small thing, but it felt like a deliberate break from tradition, a way of saying he would do things his own way. By Inauguration Day, the tension between the two men was visible to everyone who saw them. Clark Clifford, a White House advisor, said the hatred between the two men that day was like a monsoon. Eisenhower told associates he wasn't sure if he could stand sitting next to that guy for the ride to the Capitol. He made it clear he resented having to share a car with Truman, resented having to pretend they were friendly, resented the entire ceremony of transition. And so Eisenhower made his decision. He would not enter the White House. He would not have coffee with Harry and Bess Truman. He would not follow the tradition of the president-elect coming inside to escort the outgoing president to the car. He would stay in the limousine and make Truman come to him. Mamie Eisenhower sat beside her husband in the car. She knew what he was doing. She said nothing. She waited. Inside the White House, Truman knew what was happening. He saw the car sitting outside. He knew Eisenhower wasn't coming in. For a moment, it seemed like Truman might refuse to go outside. It seemed like the inauguration might not happen because two stubborn men couldn't agree on who would walk through a door first. But Truman was still the president. He had a responsibility to the country and to the office. He swallowed his anger and walked outside. The photographers captured the moment. Truman emerged from the north portico. He walked to the car. Eisenhower did not get out. Truman opened the door and climbed into the back seat. The two men sat beside each other. They did not look at each other. They did not speak. The car began the drive to the Capitol. The silence in the car was heavy. Both men stared straight ahead. Mamie Eisenhower tried to make small talk. She commented on the weather. She mentioned the crowds lining the streets. At some point during the drive, Eisenhower broke the silence. He asked Truman a question. Who had ordered his son John back from Korea for the inauguration? John Eisenhower was 29 years old, a major in the United States Army, serving with combat units in Korea. The war was still being fought. American soldiers were dying. John was doing his duty, serving in a dangerous place, leading men under fire. Someone had issued orders pulling John out of Korea and sending him back to Washington for the inauguration. Eisenhower wanted to know who had that authority, who had made that decision without consulting him. Truman looked at Eisenhower and said, "I did." He paused, then explained. "The president thought it was right and proper for your son to witness the swearing in of his father to the presidency. It was a generous gesture." Truman understood what the moment meant. A father becoming president while his son served in a war zone, the historic nature of the occasion, the family significance. Truman had used his authority as commander-in-chief to make sure John Eisenhower could be there to see his father take the oath of office. Truman didn't ask for credit. He didn't announce it publicly. He didn't use it as a campaign talking point. He just did it because he thought it was right. Because despite his anger at Eisenhower, despite the bitterness of the campaign, despite everything that had gone wrong between them, Truman still believed some things mattered more than politics. Family mattered. Historic moments mattered. Doing the decent thing mattered. Eisenhower said nothing in response. No thank you. No acknowledgement of the gesture. No recognition of what Truman had done. He just turned back to looking out the window, watching the crowds lining Pennsylvania Avenue. They arrived at the Capitol. The ceremony began. Chief Justice Fred Vinson administered the oath of office. Eisenhower became the 34th President of the United States. Truman stood nearby and listened. When the ceremony ended, he left. He did not attend the inaugural parade. He went to Union Station, where at least 5,000 people had gathered to see him off. They cheered for him. They shouted his name. The police had to form a flying wedge to get the Trumans to their train. Harry Truman boarded the train to Independence, Missouri. He left Washington after nearly 8 years as president. He would not return to the White House for 10 years. For 8 years, from 1953 to 1961, Truman never set foot in the White House. Eisenhower sent 3 invitations during that time. Truman declined each one. Truman felt the invitations were insincere, pro forma gestures designed to create the appearance of reconciliation without any real intent. Eisenhower felt Truman was being petty and unreasonable. The two men lived in a state of frozen hostility. They did not speak. They did not correspond. Then in October 1959, George Marshall died. Marshall passed away at Walter Reed Hospital on October 16, 1959. His funeral was held on October 20th at the Fort Myer Chapel in Virginia. President Eisenhower attended. Former President Truman attended. They sat in the same pew, side by side, for the first time since Inauguration Day 1953. Neither man spoke to the other during the service. They sat in silence, mourning the man who had meant so much to both of them. After the service, they went their separate ways. No handshake, no words, just the shared presence at a funeral for a mutual friend. Over the next 4 years, Truman and Eisenhower saw each other occasionally at other funerals. Fred Vinson, the Chief Justice who had administered Eisenhower's oath of office, died. They attended his funeral. Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, died. They attended that funeral. Eleanor Roosevelt died. They were both there. Each time, they maintained their distance. They were civil but cold. They acknowledged each other's presence but did not engage. Then, in November 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. The nation went into mourning. Former Presidents Truman and Eisenhower both came to Washington for the funeral. Kennedy's body lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda. Thousands of Americans filed past the casket. Foreign leaders arrived from around the world. On November 25, 1963, the funeral procession moved from the Capitol to St. Matthew's Cathedral, then to Arlington National Cemetery. Truman and Eisenhower rode in the same car to the cemetery. Margaret Truman and Mamie Eisenhower rode with them. During the drive, they talked. They discussed whether Kennedy's assassination was the work of a conspiracy or a lone gunman. They agreed it was most likely a lone gunman. They talked about the state of the world, about the challenges facing the country. After the graveside service, Margaret Truman invited the Eisenhowers to join her father for lunch at Blair House, where the Trumans were staying. The Eisenhowers accepted. Sandwiches were served. Coffee was poured. For an hour, Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower sat together and talked. They reminisced about old battles, political and otherwise. They talked like two old men who had once known each other well and were remembering what that had felt like. Admiral Dennison, who was present, later recalled, "I thought it would never end, but it was really heartwarming. You'd think there had never been any differences between them. It was really wonderful." When it was time for Eisenhower to leave, Truman and Margaret walked the Eisenhowers to their car. The two former presidents stood on the sidewalk and talked for a few more minutes. Then they shook hands. It was a long, lingering, silent handshake. Margaret kissed Eisenhower on the cheek. Mamie kissed Truman. 10 years after that cold January morning in 1953, they had finally found their way back to something resembling friendship. They met one more time in Kansas City in 1966 at a United Nations luncheon. Eisenhower's brother Milton sat with them. He observed that all the old animosities were forgotten and that they had quite a good time together. Dwight David Eisenhower died on March 28, 1969, at the age of 78. He had served 2 full terms as president. He had overseen the construction of the interstate highway system. He had ended the Korean War. He had managed the early years of the Cold War. His presidency had lasting effects on American infrastructure, foreign policy, and domestic politics. Harry S. Truman died on December 26, 1972, at the age of 88. He had returned to Independence, Missouri, in 1953 and lived there for nearly 20 years. He built his presidential library. He wrote his memoirs. He took daily walks around town. He remained politically active, supporting Democratic candidates and speaking out on issues he cared about. The story of what happened on January 20, 1953, became part of American political lore. The image of Eisenhower refusing to enter the White House, of Truman walking out to the car, of 2 great men unable to set aside their anger for even a few hours, became a symbol of how personal grievances can poison public duty. The refusal to enter the White House was not about protocol or scheduling. It was about betrayal. Eisenhower felt betrayed by Truman's campaign attacks, by the accusations of moral cowardice, by the partisan criticism that questioned his character. Truman felt betrayed by Eisenhower's refusal to defend George Marshall, by his willingness to stand with McCarthy and Jenner, by his abandonment of the principles Truman believed they shared. Both men had legitimate grievances. Both men also let those grievances override their responsibility to the moment. The inauguration of a president is not about the 2 men in the car. It is about the continuity of democratic government, about the peaceful transfer of power, about showing the country and the world that America's institutions are stronger than any individual's pride. Eisenhower forgot that when he refused to walk through the door. Truman remembered it when he walked out anyway. The handshake at Blair House in 1963, 10 years later, suggests that both men eventually understood what they had lost. The friendship they might have had, the collaboration they might have achieved, the mutual respect they had once shared. But understanding comes too late to change what happened. On that cold January morning in 1953, Dwight Eisenhower sat in a car and refused to enter Harry Truman's White House. The moment passed. The insult landed. The damage was done. And for 10 years, 2 of the most important Americans of the 20th century stayed apart, divided by pride, anger, and the memory of a threshold neither man would cross. The early hours between May 4th and 5th, 1943, witnessed an extraordinary concentration of German submarines in the North Atlantic. More than 40 U-boats had assembled around convoy ONS-5, a formation of 43 merchant vessels making the perilous journey from Liverpool toward Halifax. The escort commanders understood their predicament immediately. 30 enemy submarines facing just 16 defensive ships. From the German perspective, this engagement should have resulted in catastrophic Allied losses. What actually transpired marked a pivotal turning point in the Undersea War. The confrontation began a week earlier on April 28, when U-650's lookouts identified the merchant formation approximately 400 nautical miles below Greenland's southern coast. Admiral Karl Donitz, directing submarine operations from his Paris headquarters, immediately dispatched orders for every available boat to intercept. He organized 2 major wolf packs, Star and Fink, bringing together 43 submarines in total. This represented one of history's largest submarine concentrations against any single convoy. For 3 consecutive years, Germany's underwater fleet had controlled Atlantic waters. Their tactics exploited a crucial advantage: Surfaced operations during nighttime hours rendered them invisible to British detection systems, while their superior speed allowed them to outpace most escorts and position themselves advantageously before attacking from darkness. March 1943 had witnessed their greatest success. 82 Allied merchant vessels destroyed across the Atlantic, representing 476,000 tons of shipping. British leadership privately debated whether continuing the conflict remained viable if such losses persisted. Fuel stockpiles had dwindled to 3 months' supply. Food reserves approached crisis levels. Germany's submarine capability had reached unprecedented strength by May 1943. The operational fleet numbered 240 boats, with 118 currently deployed at sea. New construction exceeded Allied sinking rates. German shipyards delivered 20 submarines monthly, while losses averaged fewer than 10. The arithmetic supported Germany's strategy: sink Allied vessels faster than replacement capacity, forcing British surrender. Yet something fundamental had shifted. Those submarine commanders couldn't comprehend what. April's losses, 15 boats, exceeded normal attrition but didn't seem catastrophic. Veteran commanders attributed the increase to enhanced British escort procedures and expanded aerial patrols. Donit's intelligence staff detected no indication of revolutionary Allied technological developments. Werner Henke, commanding U-515, ranked among the Atlantic's most accomplished commanders. Between February 1942 and April 1944, his tally reached 23 vessels, exceeding 140,000 tons. During the night of April 30th to May 1st, 1943, Henke attacked convoy TS-37 near West Africa, destroying 7 ships within 12 hours using newly developed magnetic detonators. This achievement earned him oak leaves to his Knight's Cross, one of Germany's highest decorations. Even during this successful engagement, Henke observed something troubling. A British destroyer materialized without triggering his METOX radar detection equipment. The METOX system supposedly identified British radar emissions at distances reaching 15 kilometers. It had functioned reliably until now. This instance saw the receiver remain silent until the destroyer closed to gun range. Henke executed an emergency dive and barely escaped. His patrol log documented the incident, noting Allied radar apparently operated on unexpected frequencies. Upon returning to Lorient base, engineering personnel thoroughly examined Henke's METOX receiver. They discovered no malfunctions. The unit performed normally, successfully detecting the 1.5-meter wavelength radar that British forces had employed for 2 years. Engineers concluded either the destroyer hadn't utilized radar during the encounter, or Henke's operator missed the warning signal amid combat confusion. The official determination: operator error under high-stress conditions. Similar reports emerged from other commanders. Corvettan Captain Eric Top, credited with 35 vessels sunk, had transitioned from active patrols to training command in September 1942, yet maintained contact with operational commanders and heard their accounts. Aircraft were locating surface submarines at night with inexplicable precision. Escorts appeared without radar warnings. Depth charge attacks achieved increasing accuracy despite evasive maneuvers. Debriefing officers at submarine headquarters compiled these accounts. By early May 1943, documentation existed for 17 separate incidents where commanders reported Allied detection without METOX warnings. The pattern seemed unmistakable. Something had changed. Yet German intelligence possessed no information regarding new British radar capabilities. Radio intercepts revealed nothing. Equipment recovered from downed aircraft showed only familiar 1.5-meter systems. British agents reported no unusual developments. German naval staff confronted an unsolvable puzzle with available information. Either METOX receivers were failing in ways laboratory testing couldn't detect, or the British had developed radar technology that German engineers insisted was technically impossible. The staff chose to believe in receiver failure. The alternative was too disturbing to accept. It would mean German radar research lagged years behind Allied capabilities, requiring fundamental reconsideration of every tactical assumption. What German intelligence didn't know. On March 17, 1943, British Coastal Command had deployed the first operational ASV Mark III radar aboard a Wellington bomber. This system operated on 10-centimeter wavelength, generated by a cavity magnetron. It detected surface submarines at 16 kilometers and periscopes at 8 kilometers. The METOX receiver every U-boat carried was completely blind to it. The cavity magnetron's invention in February 1940 by John Randall and Harry Boot at Birmingham University solved problems that had frustrated engineers for years. Previous vacuum tubes couldn't generate sufficient power at wavelengths below 50 centimeters. The magnetron employed resonant cavities machined into solid copper blocks, creating powerful microwave oscillations. The initial prototype produced 400 watts at 10-centimeter wavelength, 50 times more powerful than any previous microwave source. By June 1940, General Electric Company manufactured sealed cavity magnetrons suitable for aircraft installation. These production units generated 10 kilowatt peak power in short pulses, sufficient for radar systems with detection ranges measured in tens of kilometers. The technology represented a quantum leap in radar capability. The magnetron itself weighed just 400 grams, a copper cylinder 8 centimeters in diameter and 6 centimeters tall. Inside, 8 resonant cavities surrounded a central cathode. When energized, electrons spiraled around the cathode within a magnetic field. Passing each cavity opening, electrons stimulated microwave oscillations that synchronized to produce coherent 3000 MHz output. The complete ASV Mark III system included the magnetron transmitter, rotating antenna, receiver unit, 2 cathode ray tube displays, and power supplies. Total weight 90 kilograms. It required a dedicated operator monitoring displays and announcing target contacts. The system was mechanically complex and demanded constant maintenance. Magnetrons typically lasted 40 to 60 hours before replacement. Rotating antenna mechanisms jammed in humid conditions. Cathode ray tubes failed from vibration. Coastal Command ground crews spent more time repairing ASV Mark III than any other equipment. When operational, however, it transformed anti-submarine warfare completely. Aircraft equipped with ASV Mark III could patrol during darkness or severe weather, detecting surface submarines at ranges where visual identification was impossible. Submarines received no warning until aircraft approached within 1 kilometer. By then, escape was impossible. A surfaced submarine required 30 seconds to crash dive to safe depth. Aircraft closed 1 kilometer in 15 seconds. The magnetron was originally developed for H-2S ground mapping radar used by Bomber Command. In early 1943, Winston Churchill personally ordered expedited maritime version development. Churchill had reviewed March loss figures. 82 merchant ships destroyed in 1 month, over 470,000 tons lost. If March loss rates continued, Britain would face surrender negotiations by autumn. Churchill summoned Air Chief Marshal Philip Joubert on March 25. Joubert explained that Coastal Command had requested H-2S radar for over a year, but Bomber Command held priority. Churchill overruled Bomber Command, directly ordering that 20% of H-2S production be immediately diverted to Coastal Command. Arthur Harris protested. Churchill informed him the Battle of the Atlantic took absolute priority. Without Atlantic supply lines, Britain would lose before bombers could destroy Germany's industrial capacity. ASV Mark III entered service in March 1943. The first successful attack occurred March 22 when a 172 Squadron Wellington detected U-665 in the Bay of Biscay. The submarine's METOX gave no warning. The aircraft appeared at 300 meters and dropped 6 depth charges before the crew could react. U-665 survived but sustained such severe damage it had to abort and return to base. Over the following 6 weeks, ASV Mark III-equipped aircraft sank 11 U-boats and damaged 23 others. Almost none detected the radar before attack. METOX receivers remained silent. U-boat commanders reported that aircraft seemed to employ visual detection. There was no other explanation for finding surface boats at night. German intelligence investigated every attack methodically. They analyzed reports, questioned survivors, examined recovered equipment. They found nothing unusual. METOX receivers function normally. British radar should be operating on frequencies used for 2 years. No indication of technological change appeared. Then, in early May, a rumor began circulating among returning commanders. Several reported that captured British aircrew had told interrogators that Coastal Command was homing in on radiation emitted by METOX, receivers themselves. Superheterodyne receivers emit weak signals on their intermediate frequency. British aircraft had supposedly developed direction-finding equipment sensitive enough to detect those emissions at 90 kilometers. The story sounded plausible. German engineers confirmed that METOX receivers did emit detectable signals on their 455 kHz intermediate frequency. These emissions could be detected at 2 kilometers with specialized equipment. Could the British have developed airborne direction finders sensitive enough to detect them from 90 kilometers? Engineers ran calculations. It would require receiver sensitivity 50 decibels, better than anything currently available. It would require large directional antennas several meters in size. Such equipment would be too heavy and bulky for patrol aircraft. The physics didn't support the claim. But the alternative was even less believable. If the British weren't detecting METOX emissions, they must have developed completely new radar on frequencies METOX couldn't receive. That would mean wavelengths shorter than 60 centimeters. German research had concluded years ago that centimetric wavelengths were impractical. Power output too low, range too short, components too unreliable. British engineers must have reached identical conclusions. The intelligence staff faced an impossible choice. Accept that the British had achieved a breakthrough German science deemed impossible, or accept that British aircraft were detecting METOX through methods German engineers considered impractical. Both seemed equally unlikely. But U-boats were dying, and headquarters needed to provide commanders with survival guidance. The decision was made to assume the METOX emission story was true. It fit known physics. It could be tested. It could be countered by shutting off receivers. The alternative, centimetric radar, was too disturbing. If the British really had operational centimetric radar, it meant German radar research was years behind, meaning technology assessments guiding military planning were fundamentally wrong. That was too large a shift to make based on speculation. On August 13, 1943, Admiral Dönitz issued an emergency order. All U-boats at sea were to shut off METOX receivers immediately. Better to operate without radar warning than to broadcast position to every British plane within 100 kilometers. What Dönitz didn't know, the METOX emission story was deliberate disinformation. A captured British pilot had been briefed before every patrol on what to say if captured. British intelligence knew aircrew would be interrogated about radar systems. They prepared a cover story specifically designed to protect the ASV Mark III secret. The deception worked perfectly. German intelligence verified that METOX emissions were technically detectable. They never suspected the real answer was radar operating on frequencies their receivers couldn't detect. The cruel irony, shutting off METOX made submarines more vulnerable. The old 1.5-meter ASV mark I was still used on many British aircraft. METOX could detect that system. With receivers shut off, U-boats were blind to both old and new radar. The August order to disable METOX increased losses instead of reducing them. By late May 1943, the pattern was unmistakable. Convoy ONS-5 had been attacked by over 40 U-boats. 13 merchant ships were sunk. But 6 submarines were destroyed and 7 more damaged so badly they had to abort. That was 15% of the attacking force. In previous battles, Germans typically lost 1 or 2 boats while sinking 15 to 20 merchants. The ratio had reversed. Convoy SC-128 in mid-May was worse. 17 U-boats attacked. They sank no merchant ships. 5 submarines were destroyed. 4 more were damaged. The escorts achieved perfect defense while inflicting devastating losses. It had never happened before in the entire Battle of the Atlantic. Convoy SC-130 at the end of May was the breaking point. Admiral Donit's son Peter was serving as watch officer on U-954, part of the Wolfpack assigned to attack the convoy. On May 19th, U-954 was detected by a British escort frigate and sunk with depth charges. There were no survivors. Peter Donitz was 21 years old. When news reached Donitz, he ordered immediate review of all operations. The staff presented statistics. In May alone, 41 U-boats had been lost, 25% of the operational submarine force. Another 37 boats were damaged, some out of service for months. In exchange for those staggering losses, submarines had sunk only 58 Allied merchant ships, just 34 in the Atlantic. The mathematics were devastating. German shipyards could eventually replace lost submarines, but they couldn't replace experienced crews. Most commanders killed in May were combat veterans with multiple successful patrols. Their knowledge, instincts, ability to read situations, and make split-second decisions couldn't be replaced by fresh academy graduates. The U-boat force was losing its institutional memory, its tactical expertise, its ability to fight effectively. On May 24, 1943, Donitz made the hardest decision of his career. He sent a signal to all U-boats in the Atlantic. Withdraw from convoy routes immediately, return to base, suspend all offensive operations until further notice. The Battle of the Atlantic was over. Germany had lost. In his war diary, Donitz wrote, "We are at present facing the greatest crisis in submarine warfare. The enemy has rendered fighting impossible through use of location devices and is causing us heavy losses." He didn't know what those devices were. He didn't know how they worked. He didn't know how to counter them. All he knew was that submarines couldn't operate effectively anymore. Continuing to send them into the Atlantic was throwing away crews and boats for no gain. The withdrawal order marked the end of the U-boat offensive that had nearly starved Britain into submission. For 3.5 years, German submarines had terrorized Atlantic convoy routes. They'd sunk 2,300 Allied merchant ships, totaling over 11 million tons. They'd killed 30,000 merchant seamen. They'd come within weeks of cutting Britain's supply lines completely. Churchill himself admitted the U-boat was the only thing that truly frightened him during the entire war. And it had been stopped by a 10-centimeter radar system the Germans didn't know existed. The truth began emerging slowly. On September 4, 1943, 4 months after the May withdrawal, Telefunken delivered the first Naxos radar warning receivers to U-boat bases. Naxos could detect centimetric radar. It operated between 2,500 and 3,750 MHz, covering the 10-centimeter band the British were using. Finally, German submarines had a way to detect ASV Mark III before it could guide aircraft to their position. But it was too late. By September, Allied anti-submarine forces had grown so powerful that even with radar warning, U-boats couldn't operate safely. Very long-range B-24 Liberator bombers had closed the mid-Atlantic air gap. Escort carriers provided continuous air cover over convoys. Hunter-killer groups with the latest sonar and radar actively sought submarines instead of just defending merchants. Allied shipyards were launching new vessels faster than U-boats could sink them. Naxos revealed what had been killing U-boats for 5 months. Operators reported detecting 10-centimeter radar at ranges up to 8 kilometers, enough warning to dive before aircraft could close to attack range. But Naxos was temperamental. It suffered from false alarms. Its sensitivity made it pick up signals from ships and aircraft too far away to be threats, causing unnecessary dives that wasted battery power. Many commanders found it almost as frustrating as having no warning system. Germans tried to adapt. They developed new tactics for operating under constant surveillance. They equipped submarines with more anti-aircraft guns and ordered them to fight on the surface instead of diving when attacked. That led to disasters. British aircraft were heavily armed and could destroy submarine guns from outside their effective range. They tried moving operations to different areas. Submarines were sent to the Indian Ocean, South Atlantic, Caribbean, anywhere convoys might be less protected. But Allies had centimetric radar everywhere. ASV Mark III and American equivalents were standard equipment on maritime patrol aircraft worldwide. By late 1943, there was nowhere to hide. American aircraft operating from Brazil and the Caribbean used /APS-2 radar, functionally identical to ASV Mark III. It operated on the same 10-centimeter wavelength with similar detection ranges. The technological advantage was global. The fundamental problem was that submarines had lost their primary advantage. For 3 years, U-boats had operated on the surface at night, invisible to Allied radar, faster than escort ships, able to position for attacks. That advantage was gone. Centimetric radar could detect surface submarines at night as easily as in daylight. U-boats were forced to operate submerged for most of their patrol, which cut speed from 17 knots to 7, reduced operational range by half, and made it nearly impossible to intercept fast convoys. Battery endurance became a critical limitation. Type 7C submarines carried 2 banks of 62-cell batteries. At maximum submerged speed of 7.6 knots, batteries exhausted in 90 minutes. At economical speed of 4 knots, endurance extended to 80 hours. But 80 hours submerged meant 80 hours of limited mobility, no ventilation, no battery charging, no opportunity to attack. When batteries exhausted, submarines had to surface and run diesel engines to recharge, taking 4 to 6 hours. During that time, they were vulnerable to radar detection. The cycle became self-reinforcing. Submarines stayed submerged to avoid radar. Staying submerged exhausted batteries. Surfacing to recharge exposed them to radar. Diving to evade aircraft used more battery power. Running submerged to operational areas used battery power that could have been saved for return. Boats were spending more time hiding and less time hunting. Patrol effectiveness dropped by more than half. By end of 1943, U-boat operations had become suicide missions. New submarines were sent into the Atlantic with inexperienced crews who had no idea how to fight Allied technological superiority. Loss rates climbed above 50%. Some boats were sunk on first patrol before reaching operational areas. Average lifespan of a U-boat in the Atlantic had dropped to less than 3 months. For comparison, average lifespan in 1942 had been over a year. Training couldn't compensate. U-boat school at Gotenhafen turned out new crews every month, but they received only 12 weeks of training before assignment. 12 weeks to learn navigation, torpedo tactics, damage control, diesel maintenance, radio procedure, and 100 other skills experienced crews had refined over years. New crews were technically proficient, but had no combat instincts. They didn't know how to read tactical situations. They didn't know when to attack and when to evade. They didn't know how to survive. Experienced commanders who survived tried to warn new crews, but there was no way to train for what they would face. Old tactics didn't work anymore. Doctrine developed through years of successful operations was obsolete. Headquarters couldn't provide better guidance because they still didn't fully understand what had changed or how to counter it. Werner Heinke survived until April 9, 1944, when U-515 was sunk by American destroyers and aircraft from USS Guadalcanal. 16 crew members were killed. 44 survived, including Heinke. He was taken prisoner and later killed on June 15 while attempting to escape from an interrogation center at Fort Hunt, Virginia. The ASV Mark III remained classified until after the war. German intelligence never fully understood what happened during Black May. They knew the British had developed some form of new radar. They knew it operated on centimetric wavelengths. But they never realized how early it had been deployed or how completely it changed the tactical situation. German records from May 1943 are filled with references to unknown Allied detection methods and mysterious location equipment. British Coastal Command eventually published statistics on ASV Mark III effectiveness. From March through July 1943, aircraft with a new radar sank 37 U-boats and seriously damaged 49 others. That represented over half of all U-boat losses during that period. Most attacks came without warning. Crews who survived reported that radar detectors gave no indication of approaching aircraft until too late to dive. Germans eventually developed their own centimetric radar. The Berlin series, based on a captured British magnetron recovered from a downed bomber in February 1943, entered service on U-boats in late 1944. But by then, the Battle of the Atlantic was long over. Submarines it was installed on were mostly used for weather reporting and transportation missions, not convoy attacks. The technology came too late to change anything. Admiral Donitz remained convinced throughout the war that a combination of factors defeated his U-boats in May 1943. Better Allied training, improved tactics, more escort ships and aircraft, closing of the mid-Atlantic air gap, better sonar and depth charges. He knew centimetric radar was part of the answer, but never fully grasped how decisive it had been. He thought it was one element among many. He didn't realize it was the primary factor that rendered his entire tactical doctrine obsolete overnight. The final statistics tell the story. In March 1943, U-boats sank 82 Allied merchant ships in the Atlantic and lost 12 submarines, a ratio of almost 7-1 in Germany's favor. In April, they sank 39 ships and lost 15 boats. Ratio dropped to about 2.5-1. In May, they sank 34 ships and lost 41 submarines. The ratio had reversed. For every merchant sunk, Germans lost more than one submarine. After May, the ratio never again favored U-boats. That's how wars are won, not through massive battles or brilliant strategies, but through small technological advantages that one side doesn't know the other possesses. May 26, 1941. 2,110 hours. 300 miles west of Brest, France. Rain hammered relentlessly against the fabric wings of the biplane as the pilot maintained his course through the tempest. The ferry Swordfish bucked and shuddered in gale-force winds. Each violent gust threatened to flip the aircraft completely over. The pilot gripped the control stick with both hands, fighting desperately to maintain altitude and heading. Through the open cockpit, visibility measured in yards rather than miles. Rain drove horizontally, stinging like needles against exposed skin. Wind tore at their faces, ice forming on goggles faster than pilots could wipe it clear. Leather flying suits, supposedly waterproof, had soaked through hours earlier. Water ran down backs, pooling in seats. Hands were numb despite heavy gloves. Behind each pilot, observers and telegraphist air gunners huddled against cold that had frozen the water in their bottled solid. The aircraft had been airborne for nearly 2 hours. 2 hours of fighting the storm. 2 hours of wondering if they would find their target. 2 hours of knowing that even if they did, survival was unlikely. Altimeters showed 800 feet. In these seas, that meant flying barely above the wavetops. Mountains of water rose 30 feet, sometimes 40. In the darkness, judging height accurately was impossible. More than one Swordfish had flown straight into the sea while attempting low-level attacks. Below, somewhere in the darkness and the mountainous seas, steamed the most powerful battleship afloat, the Bismarck. 8 15-inch guns that could hurl 1-ton shells 22 miles. 50,000 tons of German naval might protected by armor thick enough to shrug off shells from the Royal Navy's finest ships. 14 4.1-inch anti-aircraft guns, dozens of smaller caliber weapons, all aimed at stopping exactly what the British were attempting. And the weapon? A torpedo slung beneath a canvas-covered biplane that looked like it belonged in a museum, not in combat. A ferry Swordfish. Maximum speed 143 miles per hour with a good tailwind. Open cockpit. Fixed landing gear. Construction of metal tubes covered in fabric that could be pierced by rifle bullets. The Germans had laughed when intelligence reports described it. This relic from the First World War could not possibly threaten the pride of the Kriegsmarine. Yet in the next 2 hours, this obsolete biplane and 14 others, like it would accomplish what the entire British home fleet could not. They would cripple the Bismarck and seal her fate. The story of how a supposedly worthless aircraft became the weapon that changed naval warfare forever begins not in the storm-tossed Atlantic, but in the quiet offices of the Fairey Aviation Company 7 years earlier, where designers were creating what would become the most unlikely hero of the Second World War. Hayes, West London. The drawing boards at Fairey Aviation Company held blueprints for an aircraft that already looked outdated the day it was designed. The Fairey Aviation Company had earned its reputation building naval aircraft since 1915. Founder Charles Richard Fairey had established the company during the First World War. They understood what the Fleet Air Arm needed better than any other British manufacturer: reconnaissance to spot for naval gunfire, torpedo delivery to sink enemy warships, the ability to operate from the pitching decks of aircraft carriers in all weather conditions, robust construction that could survive harsh maritime environments, simple maintenance that could be performed by ship crews with limited facilities. The company designation read TSR-2, standing for Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance. The proposed design featured a biplane configuration powered by a single Bristol Pegasus 3M.3 radial engine, producing 690 horsepower. 2 wings stacked above each other, braced with wires and struts like aircraft from the previous war. An open cockpit where crew would face the elements at altitude. Winter patrols over the North Atlantic meant temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Summer operations in the Mediterranean brought scorching heat. The crew would experience both extremes. Fixed landing gear that created drag and reduced speed. But the fixed gear simplified carrier operations enormously. No hydraulic systems to fail. No complex mechanisms to jam at critical moments. The wheels were always down, always ready for landing. The whole structure built from steel tubing covered with fabric, dope-tight and painted, like aircraft from the First World War. Modern fighters featured all-metal construction with stress skin. Monoplanes with retractable landing gear and enclosed cockpits. The comparison seemed damning. Critics in the Air Ministry questioned whether Britain should be building obsolete aircraft. Some argued for canceling the program entirely and waiting for more modern designs. At a time when sleek monoplanes were becoming standard worldwide, the Fairey Design Committee chose the biplane deliberately. This was not ignorance or conservatism. It was calculated engineering. Naval aviation demanded different priorities than land-based aircraft. Carrier operations dictated design choices that seemed backward to those unfamiliar with the constraints. Aircraft carriers in the 1930s had short flight decks. HMS Ark Royal, completed in 1938, had a deck only 720 feet long. Modern jet carriers have decks over 1,000 feet long. The Swordfish had to take off and land in less than half that distance, on a deck that pitched and rolled in heavy seas. Carrier operations demanded slow landing speeds and short takeoff runs. The biplane's large wing area provided exactly that. The Swordfish could land at 67 miles per hour. Modern carrier aircraft land at over 120 miles per hour. The difference meant the Swordfish could operate in sea conditions that would ground faster aircraft. The open cockpit, though uncomfortable, gave the observer unobstructed views for reconnaissance. Naval reconnaissance meant hours of searching vast expanses of ocean for enemy ships. The observer needed to see in all directions without obstruction. An enclosed cockpit with windows would create blind spots and reflections. The open cockpit was miserable in bad weather, but far more effective for the mission. The fixed landing gear simplified maintenance aboard ships, where every tool and spare part had to be carried. Retractable landing gear meant hydraulic systems, pumps, reservoirs, and actuators, all requiring maintenance, all capable of failing. The fixed gear was simple, reliable, and foolproof. Most importantly, the simple construction meant any damage could be repaired quickly, even at sea, with limited facilities. Combat damage that would write off a modern aircraft could be patched on a Swordfish. Fabric could be sewn. Steel tubes could be spliced. The aircraft could be flying again within hours. The prototype first flew on April 17, 1934. Test pilot Chris Stanley pushed the aircraft through its paces over the Hampshire countryside. The plane handled beautifully, responsive controls, stable in flight, forgiving of pilot errors. It could lift a torpedo weighing over 1,600 pounds, yet still operate from short carrier decks. By 1935, the Air Ministry placed orders. The aircraft received its operational name, Swordfish. 68 aircraft were contracted initially. Production began at Ferry's Hayes factory in early 1936. The first operational aircraft joined the Fleet Air Arm in July 1936, with 825 Naval Air Squadron aboard HMS Glorious. The Swordfish replaced the aging Ferry Seal in reconnaissance roles and the Blackburn Baffin in torpedo bomber duties. Pilots who flew it immediately recognized its qualities. The aircraft was utterly reliable. Engines ran smoothly for hundreds of hours. The simple fabric construction could absorb extraordinary punishment. One pilot later recalled landing with over 200 bullet holes in the wings and fuselage. The fabric could be patched in hours. The Swordfish's crew called it the string bag, a nickname that would become famous. The name came from the British housewife's string shopping bag, common in the 1930s. Like those expandable bags, the Swordfish could carry an improbable variety of loads. One day it might carry a torpedo, the next bombs and flares, then mines or depth charges. The versatility amazed ground crews. Production expanded rapidly. Ferry built 692 aircraft at their Hayes facility. Blackburn Aircraft at Sherburn and Elmet in Yorkshire built an additional 1,699. Total production reached 2,391 aircraft by the time production ended in August 1944. The Swordfish would remarkably remain in frontline service until VE Day in May 1945, outliving the Ferry Albacore that was designed to replace it. By September 1939, when Germany invaded Poland, the Fleet Air Arm operated 13 squadrons equipped with Swordfish. 268 aircraft stood ready. Most naval officers recognized the Swordfish was already obsolete. Modern monoplane fighters could fly twice as fast. But Britain had what it had, and the Swordfish would have to do. The world was about to discover that speed was not everything. April 1940, Norway. The Swordfish received its baptism of fire. Aircraft from HMS Furious attacked German ships anchored at Trondheim. Flying through Norwegian fjords, weaving between mountains, they pressed home their attacks against fierce anti-aircraft fire. They scored no decisive hits, but they returned safely, proving that Swordfish could survive in combat. Then came June 10, 1940. Italy entered the war. Benito Mussolini's declaration opened the Mediterranean theater. The Regia Marina, Italy's navy, fielded 6 battleships, including some of the most modern vessels afloat. They threatened Britain's vital supply lines to Egypt and India through the Suez Canal. The Royal Navy faced a problem. Italian battleships outgunned most British ships in the Mediterranean. Direct naval confrontation risked heavy losses Britain could not afford. The solution had to be unconventional. Admiral Andrew Cunningham, commanding the Mediterranean Fleet, began planning an audacious strike. If he could attack the Italian fleet in harbor, he might cripple their naval power before they could fully deploy. The target was Taranto, the main Italian naval base in southern Italy. The plan was Operation Judgment. The weapon would be the ferry Swordfish. November 11, 1940. HMS Illustrious steamed 270 miles southeast of Taranto. In the hangar deck, 21 Swordfish were prepared for the most daring naval air attack yet attempted. Each aircraft was armed with either a single 18-inch Mark 12 torpedo or bombs and flares. The torpedoes had been specially modified with breakaway wooden fins to allow them to run in the shallow 30 to 40-foot depths of Taranto Harbor. Standard torpedoes would have buried themselves in the mud. The modifications were experimental. No one knew if they would work. At 20:35 in the evening, the first wave of 12 Swordfish launched into the darkness. Lieutenant Commander Kenneth Williamson led the strike. His aircraft carried a torpedo. Behind him came 5 more torpedo bombers and 6 aircraft loaded with bombs and flares. The flare droppers would illuminate the target. The bombers would suppress anti-aircraft defenses. The torpedo bombers would make the killing strikes. At 21:15, the second wave of 9 Swordfish launched. Lieutenant Commander John Hale led this group. 8 aircraft carried torpedoes. 1 turned back shortly after launch when its auxiliary fuel tank detached. 20 aircraft actually attacked Taranto that night, not 21. The flight took 90 minutes. The crews flew at 8,000 feet, navigating by stars and dead reckoning over the dark Mediterranean. Each observer hunched over his navigation table, calculating drift and ground speed. The pilots held steady courses, trusting their observers completely. 1 degree of error would mean missing the target entirely in the darkness over featureless ocean. Radio silence was absolute. Detection would mean failure. As they approached Taranto, they could see the harbor clearly despite the darkness. The Italians had obligingly left lights burning throughout the base and the surrounding city. Security concerns about spies evidently outweighed concerns about air attack. The Italian Navy did not believe the British would attempt a torpedo attack on a fortified harbor. Previous analysis suggested the water was too shallow for aerial torpedoes. The Italians were wrong on both counts. Barrage balloons floated above the harbor to deter low-level attacks, but only 27 were deployed instead of the planned 87. Strong winds that day had grounded most of them. The gaps in the balloon barrage gave the Swordfish clear approach paths they should not have had. Luck was favoring the attackers. The first wave arrived at 23:07. The flare droppers, flying high, released their magnesium flares. The parachute flares drifted down slowly, burning with intense white light. Night turned to day. Every ship in the harbor was suddenly visible in stark relief. The Italians were caught completely by surprise. Air raid sirens began wailing. Searchlights stabbed into the sky. And then the guns opened fire. The harbor erupted with anti-aircraft fire. Land batteries fired 13,489 shells during the attack. Ships added thousands more. The sky filled with tracers, explosive shells, and shrapnel. Red, white, and green tracers arced upward. Heavy shells burst in black puffs. The noise was deafening. The defending gunners had never faced an actual attack before. They had drilled, but drill is not combat. Their fire was intense, but not always accurate. They were shooting at slow-moving biplanes that jinked and turned unpredictably. The Swordfish pressed their attacks through the storm of fire. Williamson dove his aircraft toward the battleship Conte di Cavour. At 30 feet altitude and 200 yards range, he released his torpedo. The torpedo ran true, striking the ship below the waterline. The explosion tore a massive hole in the hull. Conte di Cavour settled onto the harbor bottom, partially sunk. Williamson's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire. He and his observer, Lieutenant Norman Scarlett, survived the crash and were captured. Lieutenant Neil Kemp attacked the new battleship Littorio. His torpedo struck home. Then Lieutenant Charles Lamb made his run on Littorio. Another hit. The battleship was taking water fast. The second wave arrived shortly after midnight. More flares lit the harbor. More anti-aircraft fire filled the sky. Lieutenant Gerald Bailey dove toward a cruiser. His aircraft was hit and crashed in flames. Bailey and his observer, Lieutenant Henry Slaughter, were killed. But the other torpedo bombers pressed their attacks. Littorio took a third torpedo hit. The battleship Caio Duilio was struck by one torpedo and began listing. By 02:39 in the morning, it was over. 20 Swordfish had attacked the main base of the Italian battle fleet. 2 aircraft were shot down. 2 men killed. 2 captured. For casualties from 20 attacking aircraft against the entire defensive firepower of a major naval base represented extraordinary results. Some called it luck. The Italian defenses had been less effective than they should have been. The barrage balloon gaps helped. The Italian gunners were firing at night against difficult targets. But luck only explains so much. The Swordfish crews had trained for exactly this type of mission. They had practiced night carrier operations. They had rehearsed torpedo attacks. They had studied the defenses of Taranto from reconnaissance photographs. They executed the attack with precision and courage. The results were devastating to Italy. 3 battleships damaged. Conde de Cavour took one torpedo hit that tore open her hull. She settled onto the harbor bottom with her deck awash. She was eventually refloated and moved to Trieste for repairs. The work was never completed. She never returned to full service. The Italian Navy had effectively lost a battleship permanently. Littorio was hit by 3 torpedoes and nearly sank. Only desperate damage control kept her afloat. She was out of action for 7 months, undergoing repairs. Caio Duilio took one torpedo that flooded 2 boiler rooms and caused severe listing. She too was out of action for 7 months. Italy's battleship strength was cut in half in a single night. Italy began the war with 6 operational battleships. After Taranto, only 3 were available. The balance of power in the Mediterranean shifted dramatically in Britain's favor. The strategic consequences rippled outward. With the Italian battle fleet crippled, the Royal Navy could operate more freely in the Mediterranean. Convoys to Malta could be escorted more heavily. The route to Egypt became more secure. British Admiral Andrew Cunningham could take risks he could not have taken before. The Italian Navy became more cautious, less willing to risk its remaining battleships in direct confrontation. Italian naval strategy shifted to preserving the fleet rather than using it aggressively. The raid had strategic consequences far beyond the Mediterranean. Japanese naval planners studied the attack intensely. The Japanese naval attaché visited Taranto in January 1941 to examine the damage and interview Italian officers. The lessons learned at Taranto informed the planning for Pearl Harbor 11 months later. Shallow water torpedo attacks were possible with proper modifications. Battleships in harbor were vulnerable to air attack. A bold carrier strike could cripple an enemy fleet before it could respond. All these lessons from Taranto appeared at Pearl Harbor. The Taranto raid proved that aerial torpedoes could devastate capital ships in harbor. It validated carrier aviation as a decisive offensive weapon, and it demonstrated that the obsolete-looking swordfish in the hands of skilled crews could accomplish what seemed impossible. But Taranto was merely the beginning. 6 months later, the swordfish would face an even greater challenge. May 1941, the Bismarck sortied into the Atlantic. The newest and most powerful battleship in the German fleet displaced 50,300 tons fully loaded. 8 15-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. 12.6-inch armor belt. Maximum speed of 31 knots. The ship was designed to break out into the Atlantic shipping lanes and wreak havoc on the convoys supplying Britain. The Royal Navy deployed everything available to stop her. May 24, 1941. The Denmark Strait between Iceland and Greenland. HMS Hood, pride of the Royal Navy, engaged Bismarck. Hood was the largest warship afloat. 42,000 tons, 15-inch guns, famous throughout the world. The battle lasted 15 minutes. Bismarck's fifth salvo struck Hood. A 15-inch shell penetrated the thin deck armor and detonated in the aft magazine. 112 tons of cordite propellant exploded. The ship's back broke. Hood sank in less than 3 minutes. 1,418 men were aboard. 3 survived. Ordinary signalman Ted Briggs, able seaman Robert Tilburn, and midshipman William Dundas. The shock rippled through the Royal Navy and across Britain. Hood was invincible, or so people believed. She was the largest warship in the world, a symbol of British naval supremacy. Children knew her name. Her image appeared on postcards and cigarette cards. She had represented British power around the world between the wars, visiting ports on every continent. The public believed nothing could sink Hood. Bismarck had destroyed her in minutes. The psychological impact was immense. If Hood could be sunk, what was safe? Now the German battleship was loose in the Atlantic with the speed and firepower to devastate convoy routes. Britain depended completely on Atlantic convoys. Food, fuel, raw materials, weapons, all came by sea. The convoys were escorted by destroyers and corvettes that had no chance against a battleship. Bismarck could slaughter merchant ships faster than they could be replaced. The lifeline to America could be cut. Starvation could force Britain to surrender within months. Every available British ship was ordered to hunt Bismarck down. Battleships steamed from multiple directions. Cruisers formed search lines. Destroyers rushed to join the hunt. But finding one ship in the vast Atlantic was nearly impossible. Radar was primitive. Air search was limited by range. The ocean was simply too large. And even if found, Bismarck might outrun or outfight her pursuers. She was fast, heavily armored, and powerfully armed. Direct engagement would cost lives and ships. The Admiralty needed a way to slow the battleship down, damage her machinery, jam her steering, reduce her speed enough that the pursuing battleships could catch her. They needed the fleet air arm. They needed the Swordfish. HMS Victorious was operating with the home fleet searching for Bismarck. The carrier embarked 825 Naval Air Squadron, the same unit that had struck at Taranto. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond. On the evening of May 24th, Bismarck was located. Admiral John Tovey, commanding the home fleet, ordered Victorious to launch a strike. At 2,200 hours, 9 Swordfish took off into deteriorating weather. Esmond led the formation. The target was 120 miles away. The weather was appalling: low clouds, rain squalls, rough seas. The Swordfish pressed on. Just after midnight, they found Bismarck. The battleship was steaming at high speed, her anti-aircraft guns ready. The Swordfish attacked from different angles to split the defensive fire. They dove through a storm of shells. Tracers arced across the night sky. Explosions bracketed the slow-moving biplanes. Lieutenant Percy Jick, flying Aircraft 5F, released his torpedo. The weapon ran true and struck Bismarck amidships on the starboard side. The explosion was visible to all the Swordfish crews. But the torpedo hit the armor belt. The damage was superficial. Bismarck's thick armor protected her. However, the impact ruptured fuel tanks, causing an oil leak. The leak would help British forces track the battleship over the next 2 days. All 9 Swordfish returned safely to Victorious despite the heavy fire. The attack had not stopped Bismarck, but it had demonstrated that the Swordfish could reach and attack even the most heavily defended target. For 2 days, the Royal Navy hunted Bismarck across the Atlantic. The battleship was damaged, leaking oil, but still dangerous. On May 26th, a Catalina flying boat relocated the ship. She was heading for the French coast and safety. If Bismarck reached Brest with its air cover and coastal defenses, she would escape. Admiral Tovey's battleships were too far away to intercept before Bismarck reached French air cover. Only one force was close enough: HMS Ark Royal. The carrier raced to intercept, but the weather was deteriorating into a full gale. Launching and recovering aircraft would be extremely dangerous. Attacking in such conditions seemed suicidal. But there was no choice. This was the last chance to stop Bismarck. At 1,450 hours, 15 Swordfish from 810, 818, and 820 squadrons launched from Ark Royal. The carrier was pitching and rolling violently. The flight deck rose and fell 40 feet. Launching was hazardous. Several aircraft nearly crashed on takeoff. They formed up and headed toward the target. Due to a radar contact confusion, they initially attacked the British cruiser HMS Sheffield by mistake. Fortunately, the torpedo's magnetic detonators malfunctioned in the rough seas and exploded prematurely. Sheffield was not hit. The Swordfish returned to Ark Royal. The mistake was embarrassing, but ultimately fortunate. The magnetic detonators were clearly unreliable. The torpedoes were switched to contact detonators for the next strike. At 1910 hours, 15 Swordfish launched again. The weather had worsened dramatically. Winds approached 60 miles per hour, with gusts even stronger. Rain reduced visibility to near zero. Some pilots could not see the wingtips of their own aircraft. Waves reached 40 feet, creating mountains of water that rose higher than the Swordfish flew. The pilots could barely see their instruments in the gathering darkness. Water streamed into open cockpits, soaking instruments and making the compasses difficult to read. Flying in such conditions was normally prohibited as suicidally dangerous. Aircraft were simply not designed to operate in such weather. Control could be lost at any moment. Structural failure was a constant risk. Collision with the sea in darkness was probable. But this was not a normal situation. The future of the war might depend on the next 2 hours. If Bismarck escaped, the consequences were unthinkable. The Swordfish flew through the storm toward Bismarck. Each pilot fought his own private battle with the elements. Sub-Lieutenant John Moffett was among the pilots. He later recalled that he could barely control his aircraft. The buffeting was so severe he thought the wings might tear off. Every gust threatened to flip the biplane inverted. Water streamed into his open cockpit, soaking him completely. His hands were numb on the controls despite thick gloves. His observer and air gunner huddled behind him, equally soaked, equally cold, equally terrified. Visibility was measured in yards. The formation was impossible to maintain. Each aircraft flew alone through the storm, navigating independently. Some pilots wondered if they would find the target. Others wondered if they would survive the weather regardless. The fabric wings flexed and strained. The steel tube framework groaned. But the Swordfish held together. The robust construction that looked so antiquated was proving its worth. At approximately 20:55 hours, they found Bismarck. The battleship was silhouetted against storm clouds, her guns already firing. The Swordfish attacked from multiple directions. The slow speed that made them obsolete now became an advantage. Bismarck's anti-aircraft guns were designed to track fast modern aircraft. The Swordfish's slow approach confused the fire control systems. Shells burst around them. But the evasive maneuvering in the rough weather made accurate fire nearly impossible. The pilots pressed their attacks to point-blank range, less than 1,000 yards, some even closer. They released their torpedoes and turned away through the storm of fire. At least 2 torpedoes struck Bismarck. One hit amidships on the port side, causing relatively minor damage. The armor held. Flooding was contained. This hit would not stop the battleship. The second torpedo hit aft near the stern. This was the critical strike. The explosion jammed the battleship's rudder at approximately 12 degrees to port. The massive rudder designed to turn 50,000 tons of warship was locked in position. The steering gear room flooded rapidly. Damage control parties rushed to the scene. They found the compartment flooded, the machinery wrecked, the rudder immovable. Bismarck's captain, Ernst Lindemann, immediately ordered emergency steering procedures. The engines could be used to steer by varying power to the 3 propeller shafts. This worked for slow-speed maneuvering, but was nearly useless at sea speed. The battleship began steaming in circles, unable to maintain course. Divers were sent down to examine the rudder. The seas were too rough. They could not reach the damaged area. Engineering parties tried to rig emergency steering using the auxiliary rudder or by directly manipulating the steering gear. Nothing worked. The damage was catastrophic. The rudder would not respond. Without steering, Bismarck could not reach France. She could not even effectively fight. She was limited to 10 to 12 knots and could only steam in slow arcs, unable to take evasive action or choose her course. Admiral Gunther Lütjens, commanding the operation, signaled Berlin that the ship was no longer maneuverable. He knew what that meant. The British battleships were closing. Without steering, Bismarck was doomed. The question of which Swordfish pilot fired the critical torpedo has been debated for decades. Sub-Lieutenant John Moffett is commonly credited with jamming Bismarck's rudder. His aircraft attacked from the port side in the first wave. However, when James Cameron led a diving expedition to examine the Bismarck wreck in 2002, the physical evidence was puzzling. The torpedo damage to the steering compartment was on the starboard side. Only 2 pilots attacked from starboard, Sub-Lieutenant Kenneth Pattison and Sub-Lieutenant Douglas Godfrey Fawcett. The actual pilot who fired the rudder-jamming torpedo may never be conclusively identified. Multiple torpedoes hit. Any one of several pilots might have fired the decisive weapon. What matters is that collectively, The Swordfish crews accomplished their mission. Moffett himself never claimed credit at the initial debriefing. The popular attribution came later. All 15 Swordfish returned safely to Ark Royal despite the appalling conditions and heavy fire. Landing on the pitching carrier deck in darkness and storm was as dangerous as the attack itself. But every aircraft made it back. Every crew survived. The next morning, May 27th, British battleships caught up with Bismarck. HMS King George V and HMS Rodney pounded the crippled battleship with heavy shells. Bismarck fought back but could not maneuver. After 2 hours of bombardment, the German ship was a burning wreck. At 1,039 hours, Bismarck sank. Over 2,000 crew died. 115 survived. The pride of the Kriegsmarine was gone. The threat to Atlantic convoys was eliminated. And the weapon that made it possible was the obsolete ferry Swordfish. The Swordfish would continue to serve throughout the war in roles that evolved as the conflict progressed. In the Mediterranean, Swordfish squadrons operating from Malta and from carriers became the primary strike weapon against Axis supply lines to North Africa. Malta-based Swordfish flew night attacks against Italian and German convoys carrying supplies to Rommel's Afrika Korps. These attacks were conducted in darkness, often in bad weather, against heavily escorted convoys. The Swordfish crews developed tactics for finding convoys at night using radar, then attacking with torpedoes or bombs. The successes were significant. Squadron 830, operating from Malta, sank approximately 110,000 tons of Axis shipping between May and November 1941. That represented dozens of merchant ships carrying fuel, ammunition, food, and vehicles that never reached North Africa. Other Malta-based squadrons achieved similar results. Conservative estimates suggest 300,000 to 450,000 tons of merchant shipping was destroyed by Swordfish attacks throughout the Mediterranean campaign. Every ship sunk meant supplies that did not reach Rommel. The cumulative effect was substantial. Rommel frequently complained about supply shortages. His offensive stalled partly because fuel and ammunition did not arrive. Swordfish attacks on supply convoys contributed significantly to those shortages. In the Atlantic, the Swordfish's role evolved as escort carriers entered service. These were small aircraft carriers converted from merchant ships. They could accompany convoys and provide air cover throughout the crossing. Escort carriers typically embarked one squadron of Swordfish for anti-submarine and anti-surface duties. The Swordfish proved highly effective in this role. Equipped with ASV Mark II radar, Swordfish could locate surface submarines at night or in poor visibility. U-boats preferred to attack at night on the surface, where they were faster and harder to spot. The Swordfish with radar could find them. Once located, the U-boat would be attacked with depth charges or torpedoes. Between 1940 and 1945, Swordfish sank or participated in sinking between 14 and 22 U-boats. The variation in the count depends on how shared kills are credited. Some U-boats were attacked by multiple aircraft or ships. Some were damaged by Swordfish but sunk by other forces. Notable anti-submarine successes included several firsts. U-64 was sunk on April 13, 1940, by Swordfish from HMS Ark Royal. This was the first U-boat sunk by the Fleet Air Arm. The aircraft, flown by Captain Richard Partridge of the Royal Marines, caught the submarine on the surface in Norwegian waters and sank it with bombs. U-752 was sunk on May 23, 1943, by a Swordfish from 819 Squadron, flying from HMS Archer. This was the first U-boat sunk by air-launched rockets. The Swordfish was carrying 60-pound rocket projectiles under the wings. The rockets proved highly effective against submarines. They could be fired from longer range than depth charges and were more accurate. In September 1944, Swordfish from HMS Vindex sank for U-boats in a single patrol. U-344 on January 31st, U-765 on May 6th, U-960 on May 19th, U-194 on June 24th. This exceptional performance demonstrated how effective the Swordfish had become in anti-submarine warfare despite its age. But the Swordfish's service was not without terrible cost. February 12, 1942. The German battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen attempted to dash up the English Channel from Brest to Germany. The ships had been trapped in Brest for months, subject to constant Royal Air Force bombing. Hitler wanted them moved to Norway, where they could threaten Arctic convoys to Russia. The Channel Dash, Operation Cerberus, to the Germans, was a bold move. The narrowest part of the channel was only 21 miles wide. The German ships would have to steam through waters dominated by British naval and air forces. The risks were enormous, but the alternative was to remain in Brest under constant attack. The Royal Navy and Royal Air Force were determined to stop the dash. If the German ships could be sunk in the channel, it would be a major victory. Plans were made for coordinated attacks by destroyers, motor torpedo boats, bombers, and torpedo bombers. 6 Swordfish from 825 Naval Air Squadron were assigned to the torpedo attack. The squadron was commanded by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, the same officer who had led the strike on Bismarck from Victorious 9 months earlier. Esmond had been awarded the Distinguished Service Order for that action. King George VI personally presented the decoration on February 11th, the day before the Channel Dash. The timing was cruelly ironic. Esmond received his medal for bravery 1 day before facing an even more desperate mission. Esmond knew the mission was nearly suicidal. The intelligence briefing made that clear. The German ships would be protected by approximately 30 escort vessels, including destroyers and torpedo boats. Over 250 Luftwaffe fighters would provide air cover. The Swordfish would be attacking in daylight, not the darkness that had protected them at Taranto and against Bismarck. They would have minimal fighter escort due to coordination failures and the short range of available Spitfires. Their chances of survival were negligible. Their chances of success were worse. Esmond assembled his crews and briefed them honestly. The mission was vital. The risks were extreme. Any man could refuse without dishonor or consequence. Every man volunteered. Not one hesitated. They understood what they were being asked to do. They did it anyway. At 1,220 hours, the 6 Swordfish took off from RAF Manston in Kent. They flew at wave-top height toward the German ships. British Spitfire fighters were supposed to provide escort, but coordination failed. The Swordfish found themselves alone, facing the entire German force. Focke-Wulf, 190 fighters dove on them. The slow biplanes were helpless against the modern fighters. Anti-aircraft fire from the ships filled the air. The Swordfish pressed their attack. All 6 aircraft were shot down within 20 minutes. 13 of the 18 crew were killed. Eugene Esmond's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire and set ablaze by fighter attacks. It crashed into the channel around 1,240 hours. Esmond died along with his observer, Sub-Lieutenant William Clinton, and his air gunner, leading airman Donald Bunce. 5 crew survived, rescued from the freezing water. Sub-Lieutenants Edgar Lee, Brian Rose, Charles Kingsmill, and William Samples, and leading airman Johnson, who had somehow survived when his aircraft crashed. None of the torpedoes hit the German ships. The Channel Dash succeeded, but the sacrifice was recognized. Eugene Esmond was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, gazetted on March 3, 1942. The 4 surviving officers each received the Distinguished Service Order. Leading Airman Johnson received the Conspicuous Gallantry Medal. The 13 killed received posthumous mentions in dispatches. Even German Admiral Otto Ciliax, commanding the Dash, acknowledged the attack as an act of supreme courage. The Royal Navy called it one of the finest exhibitions of self-sacrifice and devotion to duty the war had ever witnessed. The 825 Naval Air Squadron had struck at Taranto. They had attacked Bismarck. They had sacrificed themselves in the Channel Dash. Their courage became legendary. By 1945, when the war in Europe ended, the Swordfish had served for 9 years. Production had ceased in August 1944 after 2,391 aircraft were built. The type had outlived multiple aircraft designed to replace it. The ferry Albacore, intended as the Swordfish's successor, entered service in 1940, but was withdrawn in 1943. The Albacore was faster and had an enclosed cockpit, but it lacked the Swordfish's reliability and versatility. The Swordfish continued flying frontline missions until VE Day in May 1945. Few military aircraft can claim such longevity while remaining effective. The Swordfish earned affection from everyone who flew it or maintained it. Pilots praised its handling, its reliability, its forgiving nature. Mechanics loved its simple construction and easy maintenance. Crews trusted it completely. The nickname Stringbag was used with genuine fondness. The aircraft looked ungainly and outdated. It was slow and uncomfortable, but it worked. In all conditions, in all weather, the Swordfish could be counted on to fly the mission and bring the crew home. That reliability earned loyalty that modern aircraft with better performance never quite achieved. Today, 8 decades after the Swordfish crippled Bismarck, we can assess its place in history. By every technical measure, the Swordfish was obsolete before the war began. Maximum speed of 143 miles per hour when contemporary fighters flew over 300. Open cockpit when enclosed cockpits were standard. Fixed landing gear when retractable gear was normal. Fabric construction when metal was universal. A biplane when monoplanes dominated. Yet this obsolete aircraft achieved victories that changed the course of the war. At Taranto, Swordfish crippled the Italian battle fleet and shifted the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Against Bismarck, Swordfish delivered the attack that sealed the fate of Germany's most powerful battleship. Throughout the war, Swordfish protected convoys, sank U-boats, attacked shipping, and performed every mission asked of them. The key was never the aircraft. The key was always the people who flew it. The Swordfish was just fabric and wire and steel tubing. But the men who flew it were extraordinary. They were superbly trained. The Fleet Air Arm maintained rigorous standards. Pilots mastered instrument flying, navigation, torpedo attacks, and carrier operations. Observers became expert navigators and bombardiers. Air gunners learned to fight off attacks while operating their radios. The training was intense, comprehensive, and continuous. The air crews were deeply motivated. They understood the stakes. Britain stood alone for much of the war. Every mission mattered. Every attack counted. Failure meant defeat. Success meant survival. The motivation was existential. The tactics were innovative. Rather than lament the Swordfish's limitations, the Fleet Air Arm exploited its strengths. Night attacks where speed mattered less. Low-altitude approaches below radar coverage. Coordinated strikes from multiple angles to overwhelm defenses. Using the slow speed to confuse anti-aircraft fire control systems. The tactics turned weaknesses into advantages. The determination was absolute. Swordfish crews pressed attacks through defensive fire that should have been suicidal. They flew missions in weather that grounded other aircraft. They maintained formation when conditions were nearly impossible. They completed missions when survival seemed unlikely. That determination made the difference between failure and success. Superior people using adequate tools will defeat adequate people using superior tools. The principle applies far beyond military aviation. In any field, human factors matter more than technology. Training, motivation, innovation, and determination trump specifications. The Germans had Bismarck, the most powerful battleship afloat. They had superior technology, but they did not have superior people at the decisive moment. The Swordfish crews, flying obsolete aircraft, possessed the skill and courage to accomplish what seemed impossible. Britain in 1941 could not match German technology across the board. British tanks were inferior to German tanks. British fighters were roughly equal to German fighters. British bombers had less range than needed. But Britain could train superior crews and develop superior tactics. The Swordfish program exemplifies this approach. Take the aircraft you have. Train the crews to excellence. Develop tactics that work. Apply them with determination. Accept the risks. Complete the mission. The approach worked. When the war ended, the men who flew the Swordfish returned to civilian life, carrying memories of extraordinary experiences. They had flown obsolete aircraft into seemingly impossible situations and prevailed. They had faced death repeatedly and survived. They had accomplished things that would seem fictional if not thoroughly documented. Their legacy extends beyond their combat achievements. The Swordfish crews demonstrated that technological inferiority need not mean defeat. They proved that well-trained, highly motivated people can overcome material disadvantages. They showed that courage and skill matter more than specifications. These lessons remain relevant 8 decades later. In an era obsessed with advanced technology, the Swordfish story reminds us that human factors determine outcomes. Organizations invest heavily in equipment while sometimes neglecting training, maintenance, and morale. The Swordfish experience suggests this is backward. Invest in people first. Superior people will find ways to make adequate equipment effective. The ferry Swordfish entered service in 1936, already outdated. It remained in service until 1945, outlasting aircraft designed to replace it. It achieved victories that changed history. It earned the affection and respect of everyone associated with it. The Stringbag. Slow, ungainly, obsolete, but deadly effective in skilled hands. The Germans laughed at Britain's outdated biplane until torpedoes from that biplane crippled Bismarck and sealed her fate. Then, the laughter stopped. The world learned what the Fleet Air Arm already knew. The Swordfish, for all its limitations, was exactly the weapon Britain needed when it was needed most. That is the legacy of the ferry Swordfish and the remarkable people who flew it into history. August 18, 1944. 2,210 hours. 320 feet beneath the South China Sea. Lieutenant Commander Henry Munson adjusted the periscope, watching through the darkness with radar as the massive convoy approached. 13 ships, the largest troop convoy he had seen in months. What Munson did not know was that his submarine USS Rasher was about to trigger the most catastrophic single night in Japanese naval transport history. A slaughter so complete that it would send shockwaves through every Japanese officer commanding shipping lanes across the Pacific. Aboard the escort carrier Teo, Captain Shuichi Sugiura stood on the bridge, scanning the dark horizon with growing unease. Convoy HI-71 carried 4,795 soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army, desperately needed reinforcements for the Philippines. Since January 1944, convoys like his had been bleeding. Ships disappeared into the depths with terrifying regularity. The Americans called them submarines. The Japanese had another name for them, the Silent Death. What began as scattered attacks in 1942 had become an organized campaign of destruction by 1940 for that would ultimately sink 55% of Japan's entire merchant fleet. Over 5.3 million tons of shipping would vanish beneath the waves by war's end. But the true horror was not measured in tonnage. It was measured in the tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers who drowned in darkness, trapped in sinking holds as American torpedoes tore through steel hulls. This is the story of how American submarines created a terror so profound that Japanese merchant sailors began refusing assignments. How convoy commanders falsified routes to avoid known submarine zones, and how the silent hunters beneath the waves destroyed not just Japan's logistics, but the very psychology of an empire that depended on the sea. The nightmare had begun on December 7, 1941, but not in the way most remember. While Japanese aircraft struck Pearl Harbor, 29 American submarines of the Asiatic Fleet waited in Philippine waters. Within hours of the attack, Admiral Thomas Hart issued the order that would define the Pacific Submarine War, execute unrestricted submarine warfare against Japan. No warnings, no mercy. Every Japanese merchant ship was now a target. But the American submarine force was not ready. 55 fleet submarines and 18 obsolete S-boats comprised the entire Pacific force. Worse still, they carried a weapon that did not work. The Mark 14 torpedo, pride of American naval ordnance, was fundamentally flawed. Its magnetic exploder detonated prematurely or not at all. Its depth mechanism ran 11 feet, deeper than set. Its contact exploder crumpled on impact instead of detonating. For 18 months, American submarines would fire torpedoes that simply failed to explode against Japanese hulls. Lieutenant Commander Lawson Ramage of USS Trout recorded his frustration in December 1941. Fired 4 torpedoes at a sitting Japanese transport from 1,500 yards. All 4 hit with solid metallic clangs. None exploded. Watched helplessly as the ship sailed away undamaged. The sound of those non-explosions haunted every submariner. They called it the sound of betrayal. Japanese merchant officers in early 1942 sailed with confidence. Their military assured them that American submarines posed minimal threat. Japanese anti-submarine doctrine, developed in the 1920s and early 1930s, assumed submarines would be used against warships in fleet actions, not against merchant vessels. Japan had never seriously prepared for a war against commerce raiders. The Imperial Japanese Navy had allocated exactly 47 vessels for convoy escort duty when the war began. For comparison, Britain employed over 400 escorts in the Atlantic. Japanese depth charges were set to explode at 60 feet. American submarines routinely operated at 300 feet or deeper. Captain Tamichi Hara of destroyer Shiger later wrote, "We treated submarine defense as an afterthought, a duty for obsolete ships and inexperienced crews." The elite destroyer force was reserved for fleet actions against American carriers and battleships. Protecting merchant ships was considered unglamorous work beneath samurai warriors. This contempt for defensive warfare would cost Japan the war. By mid-1943, American submarines had solved their torpedo problems through the desperate efforts of commanders who disobeyed orders and conducted their own tests. Admiral Charles Lockwood proved the Mark 14 ran deep by firing at fishing nets suspended at known depths. The torpedoes passed underneath. Submarine commanders proved the contact exploder failed by test firing against Hawaiian cliffs. The torpedo struck but did not explode until it tumbled back into deep water where pressure triggered it. Once these defects were corrected, American submarines transformed into the most lethal commerce raiders in naval history. The mathematics of destruction became overwhelming. In 1942, American submarines sank approximately 180 Japanese merchant ships, totaling 725,000 tons. Torpedo production problems limited their effectiveness. Many skippers trained in peacetime proved too cautious. But as aggressive commanders replaced timid ones, as code-breaking provided convoy routes, as new construction delivered 40 submarines per year, the campaign intensified beyond Japanese capacity to respond. Aboard cargo ship Tatsuda Maru on February 8, 1943, Executive Officer Yoshio Nakamura wrote his final diary entry, "Radar contact. American submarine." This entry was recovered decades later when his diary washed ashore at Yokohama. USS Tarpon had fired 4 torpedoes. All 4 hit. Tatsuda Maru sank in 90 seconds, so fast that 943 passengers and crew had no time to reach lifeboats. The former luxury liner, pride of the Nippon Yusen Kaisha line that had carried tourists between San Francisco and Tokyo for 12 years, simply vanished. Nakamura's watch stopped at 0347. The sinking of Tatsuda Maru marked a turning point in Japanese merchant marine psychology. Officers who had sailed fearlessly now requested transfers to shore duty. Crews began demanding double pay for voyages through the Luzon Strait, called by Japanese sailors Torpedo Alley. The Japanese merchant fleet, which required 6 million tons of operational shipping to sustain the empire's war economy and supply lines, was bleeding ships faster than shipyards could replace them. Warrant Officer Kazuo Sakamaki, a convoy escort commander aboard destroyer Hamikes, filed a report in April 1943 that was classified by Japanese naval intelligence, but later captured by American forces. American submarines operate with intelligence that suggests they know our routes in advance. They wait at choke points, attack at night on the surface using radar we cannot detect, and withdraw before our escorts can respond. Our depth charges cannot reach them when they dive deep. Our sonar cannot track them through thermal layers. We are fighting an enemy we cannot see and cannot hurt. The Americans had indeed cracked Japanese naval codes. Operation Magic provided submarine commanders with the routes, schedules, and sometimes even the cargo manifests of Japanese convoys. Combined with ultra-intelligence from breaking the Japanese merchant shipping code, American submarines knew exactly where targets would be and when they would arrive. It was not warfare. It was slaughter arranged by appointment. By mid-1943, the number of American submarines in the Pacific had grown from 55 to 104. Each submarine made approximately 5 patrols per year. Each patrol lasted approximately 60 days. With 100 submarines at sea simultaneously, Japanese merchant ships faced a cordon of steel spanning from the Japanese home islands to Singapore, from the Philippines to New Guinea. Every major shipping lane was covered. Every important harbor was watched. Convoys that sailed on schedule to predictable destinations became coffins for thousands of men. The summer of 1943 brought particular horror to Japanese merchant sailors. On July 23, transport Montevideo Maru, carrying over 1,000 Australian prisoners of war and civilians, was torpedoed by USS Sturgeon off the Philippines. The ship sank in 11 minutes. There were no survivors among the prisoners, though Japanese crew members abandoned ship successfully. The incident would become Australia's worst maritime disaster, though it remained unknown until after the war. American submarines had no way to distinguish prisoner transports from troop transports. Lieutenant Takeshi Nato, a Japanese escort officer aboard destroyer Uricase, kept a private journal that survived the war. August 1943. Lost 3 ships this week to American submarines. The convoys are becoming suicide runs. Merchant captains argue with my orders, insisting on routes that add days to voyages but avoid known submarine zones. I cannot blame them. Last month, we lost 7 transports in the Makassar Strait. The Americans are everywhere and nowhere. We see their periscopes for seconds before torpedoes strike. By the time depth charges are ready, they have vanished into the deep. Our escorts spend hours dropping charges at empty water while survivors drown because we cannot stop to rescue them. The death toll was not limited to sailors and soldiers. Japanese transports carried hundreds of thousands of forced laborers, called ramusha, conscripted from occupied territories. When transports sank, these laborers, locked in holds, drowned without any chance of escape. Additionally, Allied prisoners of war were being transported on unmarked ships, called hell ships, by survivors. When American submarines torpedoed these vessels, thousands of Allied prisoners died. Estimates suggest approximately 10,800 Allied prisoners of war died in submarine attacks during the Pacific War. The Americans had no way to know prisoners were aboard. Japanese vessels were not marked according to Geneva Convention protocols. By January 1944, Japan's shipping situation had become critical. The empire required 5.9 million tons of merchant shipping to maintain both the domestic economy and military operations. Actual available tonnage had fallen to 4.1 million tons. New construction could not keep pace with losses. January saw 112,000 tons sunk. February saw 217,000 tons sunk. March saw 167,000 tons sunk. In March 1944, a document was circulated among Japanese merchant marine officers that would later be captured by American intelligence in Manila. The document, titled Analysis of Convoy Defense Failures, laid bare the catastrophic situation. American submarines attack with surface radar at night, a capability our escorts do not possess. They coordinate in wolf packs, something we believed only German U-boats could do. They have reliable torpedoes that explode on contact, unlike our Type 93, which often fails. Most critically, they receive intelligence about our convoy routes from unknown sources, allowing them to position in advance. Defensive measures have failed. Increasing escort strength does not decrease losses. Routing convoys through different areas only reveals new submarine patrol zones. The American submarine force is too large, too skilled, and too well-informed for our countermeasures to succeed. Captain Yasumi, Grand Escort Force Headquarters, wrote in his diary in April 1944, "We are losing this war one transport at a time. The Army demands reinforcements for the Philippines, for New Guinea, for the Marianas. Every convoy we send loses ships. Last week, the Takechi convoy lost 4 transports to submarine attacks, killing over 4,000 soldiers. These were veteran troops from China, impossible to replace. The Americans do not need to invade if they can starve our garrisons and sink our reinforcements." The Takechi convoy disaster of April 1944 demonstrated how thoroughly American submarines dominated Pacific waters. The convoy carried the 32nd Division bound for Mindanao and the 35th Division bound for Western New Guinea. On April 26, USS Jack torpedoed transport Yoshida Maru, killing 1,544 soldiers. On May 6, USS Gurnard sank transport Aden Maru, killing 350 troops. Later that day, USS Angler torpedoed Taijin Maru, killing 600 troops. Finally, USS Gurnard returned to sink Tenshin Maru, killing 1,500 soldiers. The surviving ships of Takechi convoy diverted to Halmahera, where the decimated divisions were unloaded far from their intended destination. Douglas MacArthur's forces invaded Hollandia days later, bypassing the positions these divisions were meant to defend. The failure of Takechi convoy forced Japanese Imperial Headquarters to acknowledge that Western New Guinea could no longer be reinforced or defended. But nothing prepared the Japanese for the night of August 18, 1944, when convoy HI-71 sailed into the waiting guns of an American submarine wolf pack. Commander Henry Munson aboard USS Rasher had been tracking the convoy since afternoon, when his radar operator counted 9 separate aircraft patrols to the north. Large patrols meant a valuable convoy. As darkness fell and heavy weather moved in, Munson maneuvered Rasher to attack position. At 2,210 hours, he fired 2 stern torpedoes at tanker Shioya Maru. Both struck. The tanker, loaded with gasoline, exploded into a column of flame 300 meters high. Pieces of the ship blew 150 meters from the burning hulk. The escorts fired wildly, dropping depth charges far behind Rasher's position. At 2,310 hours, Munson fired 6 bow torpedoes at the largest ship in the convoy. 3 torpedoes struck transport Théa Maru, the 17,537-ton former French liner. Aboard Théa Maru, 4,795 Japanese soldiers and 427 civilians were preparing for sleep when the torpedoes hit. The ship began sinking immediately. Panic swept through the darkened holds as water rushed in. Men clawed at ladders, fighting to reach the deck. Most never made it. Théa Maru sank in approximately 4 minutes. When the survivors were counted days later, 2,665 people had died. Only about 2,100 survived the initial sinking to float in the storm-tossed water. Aboard escort carrier Teo, Captain Sugiura ordered his aircraft to search for the attacking submarine. Before the aircraft could launch, USS Hato fired 4 torpedoes at Teo. 2 struck home. The escort carrier's aviation fuel ignited. Fire spread through the hangar deck. Teo sank at approximately 2,230 hours with 850 crew members. Shortly after midnight, Rasher fired 4 more torpedoes at cargo transport CO Maru. 3 hit. The ship was carrying ammunition. The resulting detonation swept a pressure wave over Rasher's bridge 2,000 meters away, stunning the crew. Munson swung Rasher hard right and fired 2 stern torpedoes at armed merchant cruiser Shojin Maru. Both torpedoes hit. The ship slowed to 5 knots, then began sinking. At 0333 hours, USS Spadefish under Lieutenant Commander Gordon Underwood fired 6 torpedoes at landing craft depot ship Tamatsu Maru. 2 torpedoes struck. The massive 460-foot vessel rolled over and sank within minutes. 4,755 troops and 135 merchant seamen went down with the ship. That afternoon, Rescue vessels found Tamatsu Maru's debris field. Approximately 2,000 bodies floated in the water. Heavy seas from the typhoon that had scattered the convoy prevented effective rescue operations. Most survivors in the water drowned over the following hours as storms made recovery impossible. In less than 5 hours, convoy HI-71 had been destroyed. 7 ships sunk or crippled. Over 8,500 Japanese personnel killed. Not a single American casualty. The submarines withdrew without damage, except minor hull cracks on spadefish from a depth charge that detonated far overhead. The psychological impact of convoy HI-71's destruction rippled through the entire Japanese merchant marine and naval command. Rear Admiral Tatsuka Michitaro, who would later command convoy HI-81, wrote in a confidential report to the Grand Escort Force, "The Americans have perfected submarine warfare to a degree we cannot match. They attack in coordinated groups using radar to track us while remaining invisible. They fire accurate torpedoes from positions we cannot detect. Our escorts are helpless. We drop depth charges randomly, hoping for lucky hits. The submarines dive deep beneath our charges and escape. Meanwhile, thousands of soldiers drown. This cannot continue. We need radar. We need better sonar. We need more escorts. And we need them immediately. Without these tools, every convoy is a massacre waiting to happen." Japan did not have radar, better sonar, or more escorts to spare. Destroyer production consumed resources needed for aircraft and tanks. The best destroyers were assigned to the fleet for offensive operations against American carriers. Only obsolete destroyers and converted civilian vessels served as convoy escorts. Japanese radar development lagged American technology by 3 to 4 years. The first shipboard radar units did not appear until late 1943, and installation proceeded slowly. By contrast, every American submarine carried multiple radar systems for surface search and aircraft warning by mid-1943. Captain Kazushige Matsumura, merchant marine officer who survived the sinking of Nichiren Maru in September 1944, provided testimony during post-war interviews that captures the terror Japanese sailors felt. "We knew the Americans were waiting for us. The question was not if we would be attacked, but when. Sailing through the Luzon Strait at night, every man aboard was awake, staring into the darkness, listening for the sound we all dreaded, the churning wake of incoming torpedoes. When you heard that sound, you had perhaps 20 seconds to decide whether to jump overboard or run for the lifeboats. Usually, there was no time for either. The torpedo struck, the ship shuddered, and water rushed in. If you were below decks, you drowned. If you were on deck, you might survive, but only if the ship sank slowly enough for the lifeboats to launch. Most ships sank in minutes. The Americans used patterns of torpedoes, ensuring multiple hits. We called them the silent death because you never saw them coming. Just the sound of torpedoes in the water, then the explosion, then screaming and darkness." By late 1944, the situation had deteriorated beyond anything Japanese planners had anticipated. In November 1944, convoy HI-81 attempted to transport the 23rd Division from Manchuria to the Philippines. The convoy included escort carriers Shinyo and Akitsu Maru, destroyer Kashi, multiple escort vessels, and 3 landing craft depot ships, Shinch Maru, Kokusa Maru, and Miyasen Maru. The landing craft depot ships alone carried 4,500 soldiers. On November 17, 1944, USS Queenfish fired 4 torpedoes at Akitsu Maru. 3 torpedoes hit. The escort carrier sank in 3 minutes. 2,150 men died, mostly soldiers of the 23rd Division who were trapped below decks. Hours later, USS Pakuta torpedoed Miyasen Maru. The landing ship exploded and sank with 3,437 men killed. The following night, USS Spadefish attacked the convoy again, torpedoing escort carrier Shinyo. 4 torpedoes hit. The carrier caught fire and sank with 1,130 Japanese sailors. Also lost was submarine chaser number 156, destroyed with all hands. Over 4 days, convoy HI-81 lost 4 major vessels and nearly 7,000 Japanese killed. The convoy turned back to Shanghai, reformed with replacement escorts, then split into 2 groups. One group eventually reached Manila on December 2nd. The other reached Singapore on December 4th. But the 23rd Division, already decimated by sinkings, arrived without most of its heavy equipment, artillery, and supplies. The division would fight in the Philippines as light infantry, lacking the weapons needed for effective combat. Japanese military leadership could no longer deny the catastrophic effectiveness of American submarines. In December 1944, Army General Yoshijiro Umezu submitted a report to the Imperial War Council that concluded, "Submarine attacks have rendered seaborne reinforcement of our defensive positions impossible. The Philippines cannot be adequately reinforced. The oil fields of the Dutch East Indies cannot supply fuel to the homeland because tankers are sunk faster than they can be replaced. Strategic raw materials from Southeast Asia accumulate in warehouses because transport ships no longer arrive. The American submarine campaign has strangled our war economy. Without imported oil, our aircraft cannot fly. Our warships cannot sail. Our industries cannot produce. We are being defeated not by superior force, but by superior strategy." The statistics supported this grim assessment. Japan began the war with 6.4 million tons of merchant shipping. By the end of 1944, only 2.1 million tons remained operational. New construction during the war added 3.9 million tons, but losses exceeded 8.9 million tons by war's end. American submarines accounted for approximately 55% of these losses. Carrier aircraft and mines accounted for most of the rest. By early 1945, Japan's merchant fleet was effectively destroyed. Shipping capacity fell below the 2 million tons required to feed the Japanese population. Starvation became a real possibility for Japanese civilians. By summer 1945, the human cost was equally staggering. Conservative estimates suggest that American submarines killed at least 97,342 Japanese soldiers in transport sinkings during the Pacific War. This exceeds American combat deaths inflicted by the Marine Corps and Army combined during the entire Central Pacific drive from Tarawa in November 1943 to Iwo Jima in February-March 1945. Additional tens of thousands of merchant sailors, civilian workers, and forced laborers died in the same attacks. The true total may exceed 150,000 deaths, directly attributable to submarine warfare. For Japanese sailors and soldiers ordered to board transports, the voyage became a death sentence. Survivors of submarine attacks reported nightmares for years afterward. The sound of torpedoes striking hull plates. The screaming of trapped men as compartments flooded. The darkness and confusion as ships capsized. The hours spent floating in oil-slicked water, hoping for rescue that often never came. These memories haunted those who survived. Ensign Haruki Ito, who survived the sinking of Myosin Maru by clinging to debris for 18 hours before being rescued, described the experience in a 1978 interview. The torpedo hit sounded like a massive hammer striking an iron plate. The ship lurched violently. Men fell down ladders, crushing those below. Water rushed into the hold. The emergency lighting failed immediately. In complete darkness, thousands of men tried to reach the deck. Most could not find the ladders. Those who did found them clogged with panicking soldiers. The ship rolled and began sinking. I was on deck when the torpedo struck, which saved my life. I jumped into the water and swam away from the ship. She sank in approximately 2 minutes. The suction pulled men underwater. I heard them screaming, then silence. I floated in the water for 18 hours before a patrol boat found me. Of the 4,500 men aboard, fewer than 700 survived. Every time I close my eyes, I see the ship sinking and hear the screaming. It never stops. By early 1945, American submarines faced an unexpected problem. They could not find enough targets. The Japanese merchant fleet had been so thoroughly decimated that submarines returned from patrols having never fired their torpedoes. Lieutenant Commander Eugene Fluckey of USS Barb began attacking trains and factories along the Japanese coast with his deck gun because there were no ships left to sink. Commander Lawson Ramage of USS Parche requested reassignment because submarine warfare had become obsolete due to lack of targets. The strategic impact of the submarine campaign exceeded every pre-war projection. Japan's war economy collapsed not because factories were destroyed, but because raw materials could not reach the factories. Oil tankers from the Dutch East Indies were sunk before reaching Japan. Rubber, tin, and other strategic materials accumulated in Southeast Asian ports, but could not be transported. Food supplies from Korea and Manchuria, desperately needed to feed Japanese civilians, could not be delivered safely. By March 1945, Japan's oil stockpiles were essentially depleted. The combined fleet could not sortie for lack of fuel. Aircraft sat grounded for lack of aviation gasoline. Training flights were canceled because fuel could not be spared. The once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy, reduced to a handful of operational warships, remained in port as floating batteries, unable to leave harbor. In April 1945, submarine USS Tyranny under Lieutenant Commander George Street conducted what would be one of the last major submarine actions of the war, sinking 4 vessels in the Gulf of Tonkin. But by then, meaningful Japanese merchant shipping had ceased to exist. The war against commerce was over. The submarines had won completely. When Japan surrendered on August 15, 1945, the merchant marine that remained consisted of 1.5 million tons of mostly damaged or barely operational vessels. Of the original 6.4 million tons that existed in December 1941, plus 3.9 million tons built during the war, 8.8 million tons had been sunk or destroyed. The Japanese merchant fleet had been annihilated more thoroughly than any merchant fleet in history. American submarine losses during this campaign totaled 52 submarines sunk in combat, with 3,506 American submariners killed. This represented a 22% casualty rate, the highest of any American armed service during World War II. But the exchange ratio was devastating to Japan. For every American submarine lost, Japanese shipping losses totaled approximately 170,000 tons and thousands of personnel. No military campaign in history achieved such strategic results with such a small force. 288 American submarines, representing less than 2% of the United States Navy's tonnage, strangled an empire. The effectiveness of American submarines derived from multiple factors that compounded into overwhelming superiority. First, technological advantage. American submarines carried surface search radar, aircraft warning radar, sonar superior to Japanese equipment, and by late 1944, even sonar capable of detecting mines. American torpedoes, once their problems were corrected, were reliable and deadly. The Mark 14 torpedo could reach ranges of 4,500 meters and ran at 46 knots. The Mark 18 electric torpedo ran quietly, leaving no wake that could betray the submarine's position. Second, intelligence superiority. Operation Magic and Ultra Code-breaking provided advanced warning of convoy routes, schedules, and composition. American submarines knew where targets would be days before they arrived. They positioned themselves in optimal attack locations and waited. Japanese convoy commanders sailed according to schedules that American submarines had already read. Third, tactical innovation. American submarines adopted Wolfpack tactics in 1943, coordinating multiple submarines against single convoys. While German U-boats pioneered this tactic, American submarines perfected it in the vast Pacific. Coordinated attacks overwhelmed Japanese escorts and ensured convoy destruction even if individual submarines were driven off. Fourth, operational doctrine. The United States Navy quickly abandoned peacetime restrictions on submarine warfare after Pearl Harbor. Admiral Chester Nimitz authorized unrestricted submarine warfare within hours of the attack. No warnings were given to merchant ships. Every Japanese vessel was considered a military target. This ruthless approach, while controversial, was devastatingly effective. Fifth, industrial capacity. American shipyards produced 228 submarines during World War II, replacing losses and expanding the force continuously. By contrast, Japan built fewer than 176 submarines during the same period, and used them primarily against warships rather than merchant vessels. Japanese submarines, despite excellent torpedoes and advanced technology, sank only approximately 1 million tons of Allied merchant shipping during the entire war. American submarines sank over 5 million tons of Japanese shipping in the same period. Finally, crew quality. American submariners were volunteers, extensively trained, and highly motivated. Rest and recuperation policies between patrols prevented combat exhaustion. Submarine duty offered better pay and better living conditions than surface ships. Competition for submarine assignments was intense. By contrast, Japanese merchant marine crews by 1944 included impressed sailors, poorly trained recruits, and officers who requested transfer to any position other than convoy duty. The cumulative effect of these advantages created a system of destruction that Japan could not counter. Japanese officers understood the problem intellectually. Captain Atsushi Oi of the Imperial Japanese Navy wrote a post-war analysis titled, "Why Japan's Anti-Submarine Warfare Failed," that identified every major deficiency. But understanding the problem and solving it were different matters. Japan lacked the industrial capacity to build the hundreds of escorts needed. Japan lacked the technological base to develop radar and sonar equivalent to American systems. Japan lacked the cultural flexibility to shift from offensive fleet warfare doctrine to defensive convoy protection. Most critically, Japan lacked time. By the time Japanese naval leadership recognized the catastrophic nature of submarine warfare, the merchant fleet was already destroyed. For the Japanese merchant mariners who survived the war, the memory of American submarines remained vivid decades later. In a 1987 reunion of Japanese merchant marine veterans in Tokyo, survivor testimonies revealed the psychological scars that never healed. Former Captain Takeshi Yamada, who survived 3 separate submarine attacks, described his nightmares. "I am 82 years old. The war ended 42 years ago, but every night I dream of the submarines. I am on the bridge of my ship, watching the water. I see the periscope break the surface. I hear the sound of torpedoes launching. I try to turn the ship, but I move in slow motion. The torpedoes hit. The ship shudders. Men scream. Then I wake up. For 42 years, the same dream. The Americans were ghosts. We never saw them except for brief glimpses of periscopes. But they were everywhere, always watching, always waiting. We lived in terror of the silent death." Another survivor, former engineer officer Kenji Matsumoto, who was rescued after the sinking of transport Isama Maru in November 1944, recalled the moment his ship was hit. "We were 60 miles south of Formosa when the torpedoes struck. I was in the engine room. The impact threw me against the bulkhead. Water rushed in. The lights failed. In darkness, I felt my way to the ladder. Men were climbing over each other, crushing the weak and injured. I made it to the deck. The ship was listing heavily to port. I jumped into the water. Oil covered the surface. When I opened my eyes, oil burned them. I swam away from the ship as best I could. Behind me, I heard men still trapped aboard, screaming as the ship went down. I floated for 6 hours before being rescued. Of the 600 men aboard, 184 survived. The American submarine that killed us disappeared. We never saw it. Just the sound of torpedoes, the explosion, the screaming, then silence." The strategic implications of the submarine campaign extended beyond simple tonnage figures. American submarines forced Japan to adopt convoy systems that drastically reduced shipping efficiency. Ships waiting to form convoys sat idle for days or weeks. Zigzag routes designed to avoid submarines added days to voyages. Slower convoy speeds reduced the number of trips per year each ship could make. Combined with actual sinkings, These inefficiencies reduced Japan's effective shipping capacity by approximately 60%, even for ships that survived. Moreover, submarine warfare diverted Japanese resources from offensive operations to defensive convoy protection. Destroyers that could have escorted carrier task forces instead protected merchant convoys. Aircraft that could have struck American bases instead flew anti-submarine patrols. Radar systems that could have warned of American bomber raids instead searched for submarines. The psychological burden of defending against an invisible enemy that struck without warning consumed Japanese military planning throughout the last 2 years of the war. Perhaps most significantly, submarine warfare made Japanese defensive strategy impossible to execute. Operation Shogo, Japan's plan to defend the Philippines, required massive reinforcement of garrison forces. American submarines prevented these reinforcements from arriving. The Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944 was fought with Japanese forces in the Philippines significantly weaker than planned because submarines had sunk the transport convoys carrying reinforcements. Japanese defensive positions throughout the Pacific Islands suffered from inadequate supplies and undermanned garrisons because submarines interdicted the supply lines. General Douglas MacArthur's island-hopping strategy succeeded partly because Japanese garrisons were isolated, undersupplied, and unable to receive reinforcements. American submarines created this isolation. Every bypassed Japanese garrison that withered on its island while MacArthur advanced toward Japan was a garrison that submarines had cut off from support. The strategic bombing campaign against Japanese cities succeeded partly because Japanese fighters lacked fuel to intercept American bombers. Submarines had sunk the tankers that would have brought oil from the Dutch East Indies to Japanese refineries. The American submarine campaign against Japan was the most successful commerce destruction operation in naval history. German U-boats in the Atlantic sank 14 million tons of Allied shipping, but failed to strangle Britain. British submarines against German commerce were hampered by Germany's land connections to European resources. Japanese submarines focused on warships rather than merchant shipping and achieved minimal impact. Only American submarines succeeded in completely destroying an enemy's merchant fleet and crippling an enemy's war economy through commerce warfare alone. The legacy of this campaign shaped post-war naval doctrine worldwide. The United States Navy, recognizing submarine effectiveness, made nuclear submarines the centerpiece of Cold War naval strategy. The Soviet Union, studying American Pacific submarine operations, built the world's largest submarine fleet. Modern naval warfare doctrine assumes that submarines will dominate commerce warfare in any future conflict. The psychological impact of invisible hunters that strike without warning and then vanish remains fundamental to submarine warfare theory. For Japan, the submarine campaign produced a national trauma that influenced post-war maritime policy. The Maritime Self-Defense Force, Japan's post-war navy, placed enormous emphasis on anti-submarine warfare. Japanese technical expertise in sonar and anti-submarine systems became world-leading. The memory of losing 8.8 million tons of shipping and over 100,000 lives to submarines created a cultural determination that such vulnerability would never exist again. In 1995, on the 50th anniversary of war's end, a memorial was dedicated in Tokyo to Japanese merchant mariners who died during World War II. The memorial wall lists 60,000 names of merchant sailors killed in the war. Most died in submarine attacks. The inscription reads, "They sailed into danger, knowing death awaited them. They served their nation faithfully until the sea claimed them. Their sacrifice must never be forgotten." Among the names on that wall are the thousands who died in the great convoy disasters. The 4,755 men of Tamatsu Maru, sunk in minutes by USS Spadefish. The 2,665 people aboard Taya Maru, torpedoed by USS Rasher. The 3,437 soldiers of Miocene Maru, destroyed by USS Pakuta. The 1,481 passengers and crew of Tutsuda Maru, sent to the bottom by USS Tarpon. These names represent only a fraction of the dead. For every named casualty, 3 more died whose names were never recorded, lost in ships that sank so completely that casualty lists could never be compiled. The final accounting of American submarine warfare against Japan reveals numbers that stagger comprehension. 1,314 Japanese merchant ships sunk over 5.3 million tons of merchant shipping, destroyed 97. 342 Japanese soldiers killed in transport sinkings, tens of thousands of merchant sailors killed, thousands of forced laborers and prisoners of war killed. Japan's war economy strangled strategic resources, unable to reach the homeland. Oil supplies exhausted, food imports ceased, industrial production collapsed. All accomplished by a force that never exceeded 288 submarines and 36,000 personnel. The men who served aboard American submarines during the Pacific War paid a terrible price for this success. 22% killed in action, the highest casualty rate of any American military branch during World War II. 52 submarines lost, 3,506 men who never returned home. These men fought an invisible war beneath the waves, unknown to the public, uncelebrated in newsreels. Their achievements classified until after the war ended. They endured depth charge attacks that lasted hours, crushing pressure at extreme depths, mechanical failures far from support, and the constant psychological stress of operating in an environment where any mistake meant death for the entire crew. But they succeeded beyond all expectations. They transformed submarine warfare from an experimental weapon into the dominant force in naval warfare. They proved that a small number of highly trained personnel using advanced technology could achieve strategic effects far beyond their numbers. They demonstrated that economic warfare, systematically applied, could destroy an enemy's capacity to wage war more effectively than direct military combat. They showed that intelligence, technology, and tactical innovation could overcome numerical inferiority and achieve total victory. For the Japanese merchant mariners, naval officers, and soldiers who faced American submarines during the Pacific War, the experience was one of helplessness and terror. They sailed into waters patrolled by invisible hunters. They watched torpedoes emerge from darkness and tear through steel hulls. They heard trapped men screaming as compartments flooded. They floated in oil-covered water, hoping for rescue that often never came. And they continued to sail because duty demanded it, even as fear consumed them. The Japanese feared American submarines more than anything else because submarines represented a threat they could not counter, could not see, could not predict, and could not escape. Against this invisible, omnipresent threat, Japanese sailors and soldiers were helpless. They could only sail forward and hope to survive. Most did not. The Silent Death, as Japanese sailors called American submarines, claimed more Japanese lives than any weapon system in the Pacific War except aerial bombing. It destroyed Japan's capacity to sustain its empire, isolated Japanese garrisons across the Pacific, and strangled Japan's war economy. 60 years after war's end, survivors still woke screaming from nightmares of torpedoes striking their ships. American submarines did not just sink ships. They sank Japan's ability to wage war and the confidence of every Japanese sailor who watched his ship disappear beneath the waves. The fear was not of dying in battle, but of dying helplessly, trapped in a sinking hold, drowning in darkness, while an invisible enemy escaped untouched. That fear explains why Japanese sailors called American submarines the weapon they feared more than anything else in the Pacific. The submarine campaign's success fundamentally altered naval warfare doctrine. Before World War II, submarines were viewed primarily as fleet weapons designed to attack warships. The American Pacific submarine campaign proved that commerce warfare, systematic destruction of an enemy's merchant fleet, could be more strategically valuable than sinking battleships and carriers. This lesson was not lost on post-war naval planners. During the Cold War, Soviet submarine doctrine focused heavily on interdicting NATO supply lines across the Atlantic. American anti-submarine warfare became a top priority, with billions spent on detection systems, hunter-killer submarines, and maritime patrol aircraft. The nuclear submarine, combining unlimited range with the ability to remain submerged indefinitely, became the ultimate commerce raider. Modern navies recognized that in any major conflict, control of sea lanes would depend on submarine warfare. Attackers trying to strangle enemy logistics, defenders trying to protect merchant shipping. The technological innovations developed during the Pacific submarine campaign had lasting impact. Radar and sonar systems, refined under combat conditions, became the foundation for post-war detection technology. Torpedoes evolved from the problematic Mark 14 to sophisticated guided weapons that could track targets autonomously. Silent running techniques, methods for reducing a submarine's acoustic signature, became critical as sonar improved. The cat-and-mouse game between submarine stealth and detection capability that began in the Pacific continues today. Perhaps most significantly, the Pacific submarine campaign demonstrated the value of signals intelligence. The ability to read enemy communications and predict convoy movements proved decisive. Modern naval operations assume that electronic warfare and cyber operations will be as important as kinetic weapons. The human dimension of submarine warfare also shaped post-war naval policy. The 22% casualty rate among American submariners prompted extensive research into crew selection, training, and psychological support. Modern submarine services maintain rigorous standards for personnel, recognizing that submarine operations demand exceptional individuals. The psychological aspects of submarine warfare, operating in a confined space under constant stress, knowing that any mistake could kill the entire crew, required new approaches to leadership and crew cohesion. The close-knit submarine community that developed during World War II became a model for elite military units worldwide. For Japan, the trauma of losing its merchant fleet shaped post-war maritime policy in profound ways. The Maritime Self-Defense Force developed world-leading anti-submarine capabilities, determined never again to be vulnerable to commerce raiders. Japanese shipbuilding, which had been devastated by the war, rebuilt with emphasis on efficiency and reliability. By the 1960s, Japan had become the world's leading shipbuilder, a position it maintained for decades. The merchant marine that had been destroyed was rebuilt larger and more modern than before, but the psychological scars remained. Japanese maritime culture, which had emphasized offensive naval power before the war, shifted to defensive thinking. Protection of sea lanes became paramount. The memory of helplessness against American submarines influenced every aspect of Japanese naval planning. The moral questions raised by the submarine campaign remain complex. Unrestricted submarine warfare meant that merchant ships were sunk without warning, giving crews no chance to abandon ship. Thousands of civilians, forced laborers, and Allied prisoners of war died in these attacks. American submariners had no way to distinguish between legitimate military targets and ships carrying prisoners. Japanese refusal to mark prisoner transports according to Geneva Convention protocols meant that submarines fired on ships without knowing who was aboard. The approximately 10,800 Allied prisoners of war who died in submarine attacks represented a tragic cost of the campaign. Survivors of these hell ship sinkings faced a bitter irony. Rescued from Japanese captivity only to be killed by their own side's weapons. Yet the strategic necessity of the submarine campaign was undeniable. Japan's ability to wage war depended entirely on imported resources. Cutting these supply lines was essential to Allied victory. The alternative, a massive invasion of the Japanese home islands, would have cost far more lives on both sides. The submarine campaign shortened the war, saved countless lives that would have been lost in further fighting, and achieved strategic objectives that conventional military operations could not match. The moral burden of unrestricted warfare was weighed against the imperative to end the conflict as quickly as possible. Modern naval historians continue to debate these questions. The submarine campaign was simultaneously one of the most effective military operations in history and one of the most morally complex. It demonstrated that technology, intelligence, and strategy could achieve victory without massive battles, but at a cost measured in tens of thousands of lives lost at sea. The legacy of the silent death extends beyond military history into popular culture and national memory. In Japan, The submarine war became a symbol of vulnerability and helplessness. Films, books, and documentaries explored the terror of convoy duty and the tragedy of ships disappearing beneath the waves. In the United States, submarine warfare was celebrated as a triumph of American ingenuity and bravery. Books like Clear the Bridge and Thunder Below chronicled submarine exploits, often focusing on the technical achievements and the courage of submarine crews while giving less attention to the human cost on the Japanese side. The 52 American submarines lost in combat became sacred memorials. Each lost boat is remembered in annual ceremonies, with survivors and families gathering to honor the men who never returned. The submarine community maintains a tradition that submariners are still on patrol, a poetic acknowledgement that those lost at sea have no graves to visit. Japanese merchant marine memorials serve a similar purpose, providing a place for families to mourn loved ones whose bodies were never recovered. The names on memorial walls represent not just individuals, but entire ships, companies that vanished in minutes when torpedoes struck. The technological and tactical lessons of the Pacific submarine campaign influenced naval warfare for generations. Modern submarines are vastly more sophisticated than their World War II predecessors, but the fundamental principles remain unchanged: stealth, surprise, and the ability to strike without warning. The fear that Japanese sailors felt, knowing an invisible enemy could attack at any moment from any direction, is the same fear that drives modern anti-submarine warfare. Nations invest billions in detection systems because the threat of undetected submarines remains as potent today as it was in 1944. The American submarine campaign against Japan stands as history's most successful example of commerce warfare achieving strategic victory. It proved that cutting an enemy's supply lines could be as effective as destroying their military forces. It demonstrated that a small, highly trained force using advanced technology could defeat a much larger adversary. But it also demonstrated the terrible human cost of total war, where merchant sailors and soldiers died by the thousands in ships that sank in minutes, where young men on both sides faced death in the darkness of the Pacific, and where the line between military necessity and human tragedy became impossible to distinguish. The silent death was silent not just because submarines attacked without warning, but because the story of what happened beneath the Pacific waves, the convoys destroyed, the lives lost, the terror experienced by those who faced the invisible hunters, remained largely untold for decades after the war ended. Only now, as the last survivors pass away and historians examine the full scope of the campaign, can we understand what happened in those dark waters? The statistics reveal the strategic impact: 5.3 million tons sunk, 55% of Japan's merchant fleet destroyed, 97,342 soldiers killed in transport sinkings. But the individual stories reveal the human reality: men drowning in flooded holds, sailors floating in oil-slicked water for hours or days, the constant terror of convoy duty, and the nightmares that haunted survivors for the rest of their lives. The silent death was the most successful naval campaign in history, but also one of the most terrible. It achieved total strategic victory while creating a legacy of trauma that lasted generations. It demonstrated the effectiveness of submarine warfare while raising moral questions that remain relevant today. For the Japanese sailors who survived, for the American submariners who fought, and for the tens of thousands who died beneath the Pacific waves, the silent death was the defining experience of the naval war, a campaign fought in darkness, decided by technology and intelligence, and remembered as the time when invisible hunters stalked the seas and entire convoys disappeared without trace. The fear Japanese sailors felt was not irrational. It was the appropriate response to a threat that was real, omnipresent, and impossible to counter. They sailed into waters where American submarines waited with radar, code books, and reliable torpedoes, and most never returned. That is why, even today, when survivors gather in Tokyo to remember comrades lost at sea, they speak of the silent death with the same terror they felt 8 decades ago. Because for them, the submarines never stopped hunting. The fear never ended, and the nightmares continue still. Tennessee, summer 1943. A German soldier stared at the brown, bubbling liquid in the glass bottle. After 2 years battling across North African deserts, surviving on stale crackers and bitter coffee substitutes, this fizzy, sweet beverage, called Coca-Cola, seemed like something from another world. 5 cents at the camp store. The same price American kids paid with their pocket money, or so the guard said. That summer, across prison facilities throughout America, over 371,000 German POWs would face a truth that shattered everything Nazi propaganda had told them about American society. They found themselves in a country where ice cream was standard fare, where carbonated drinks were everyday items, where candy bars were so plentiful that guards handed them out freely. These simple confections, treats most German children had never experienced, would dismantle Nazi beliefs more thoroughly than any re-education curriculum ever could. The numbers told their own story. Sugar, carbonation, chocolate, ice cream. Together, they painted a picture of American industrial might that made German hardship seem less like noble sacrifice and more like pointless suffering. What started as shock at American sweets would transform into complete psychological reconstruction. The desert's conclusion. When the Afrika Korps surrendered in Tunisia during May 1943, roughly 250,000 German and Italian troops fell into Allied hands. These battle-hardened desert veterans, who had driven British forces back to Egypt under Rommel's command, anticipated brutal treatment. Nazi propaganda had conditioned them to expect American savagery and deliberate starvation. Reality proved drastically different. Within hours of laying down their weapons, they received American care rations. These field meals, which American troops regularly grumbled about, contained wonders: crackers, processed cheese, candy, fruit concentrates, instant coffee, sugar cubes, and cigarettes. German soldiers, who had endured months of minimal provisions, regarded these emergency supplies as banquets. Military documentation reveals that at North African processing centers, the U.S. Army provided pancakes with maple syrup, fresh eggs, and milk, foods that had disappeared from German military supplies years before. The systematic feeding of captured enemies with superior nutrition began immediately, though its psychological consequences wouldn't be fully grasped until later. One German officer later reported to the International Red Cross, "We anticipated starvation as captives. Instead, the Americans fed us better than our own military had." This bewilderment regarding American resources initiated our education. Crossing the Atlantic. The Liberty ships ferrying POWs across the Atlantic during summer 1943 provided intensive lessons in American plenty. These vessels, mass-produced at extraordinary speeds, one completed every 42 hours at peak output, transported up to 30,000 prisoners monthly to the United States. Naval documentation shows prisoner rations aboard these ships matched or surpassed standard crew provisions. Roughly 3,500 calories daily, including fresh bread, meat, vegetables, and coffee with sugar and milk. The ship's refrigeration systems, standard equipment on American vessels, kept food fresh throughout the 2-week voyage. Most astonishing of all, documented accounts verify that ice cream was served multiple times during Atlantic crossings. The USS General M.B. Stewart's log from July 1943 records ice cream service to prisoners on Independence Day, using the ship's ice cream machine that produced 10 gallons per batch. For men who hadn't encountered ice cream since before the war, this frozen dessert in mid-ocean defied comprehension. When ships docked at ports like Norfolk and Newport News, German POWs glimpsed an America that Nazi propaganda had insisted was impossible. Norfolk Naval Base, spanning 4,300 acres with extensive waterfront infrastructure, processed more cargo daily than major German ports handled weekly. At the port exchanges, shops serving dock workers, prisoners saw shelves loaded with candy bars from major manufacturers: Hershey, Mars, Nestle. Military procurement documents from 1943 indicate these exchanges carried dozens of candy varieties, selling at standard rates. 5 cents for most bars, identical to the price throughout America. Journey inland. The train journey inland delivered further education. Unlike the cattle cars used for European transport, German POWs traveled in passenger coaches. Dining cars served complete meals. Documented menus from July 1943 list fried chicken, vegetables, pie, and coffee. POWs discovered this wasn't exceptional treatment. It was standard American rail service. The prison camp network constructed across America housed POWs in conditions exceeding Geneva Convention standards. Camp Crossville, Tennessee, typical of larger installations, featured electric lighting, hot water, flush toilets, and heated barracks. But the camp exchanges, the PX stores, delivered the deepest impact. According to Army Quartermaster documentation, camp exchanges stocked multiple soft drink brands, Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Dr. Pepper, RC Cola, various candy bars, and confections ice cream, where refrigeration allowed cigarettes, and tobacco products, fresh fruit, and snacks beer at 3.2% alcohol content. Prisoners earned 80 cents daily for work, later increased to $1. With candy bars at 5 cents and Coca-Cola at the same price, a day's wages could purchase 16 items, abundance beyond German imagination, where such products, if obtainable at all, required special connections. Coca-Cola, democracy in a bottle. Coca-Cola emerged as the ultimate symbol of American industrial democracy. Company records document extraordinary wartime output. 5 billion bottles produced in 1943 alone. The military contract guaranteed 5-cent Coca-Cola to American servicemen worldwide, a commitment demanding unprecedented logistics. German prisoners learned that this soft drink, unfamiliar to most before capture, was everywhere in America. Every camp received regular shipments. Work details noticed vending machines and coolers at gas stations, factories, schools. Americans across all ages and social classes consumed it casually, sometimes discarding half-full bottles without concern. The standardization amazed technically minded prisoners. Coca-Cola tasted identical whether consumed in Maine or Texas, a quality control achievement surpassing anything German industry had accomplished. The syrup concentrate manufactured in Atlanta and distributed nationwide to bottling facilities represented industrial coordination that challenged Nazi assumptions about American disorder. Company archives confirm many prison camps received weekly deliveries of 200 to 300 cases, each containing 24 bottles. Camp Hearn, Texas alone consumed roughly 7,000 bottles weekly during summer 1943. The impossibility of ice cream. Ice cream in American prison camps seemed impossible to Germans who hadn't seen it since before the war. Yet Army records confirm ice cream was regularly served in camps with adequate refrigeration during summer months. The military deemed ice cream essential for morale, so critical that specialized ice cream ships were constructed for the Pacific Fleet. At Camp Shelby, Mississippi, the July 4, 1943 celebration included on-site ice cream production. Prisoners watched as hand-crank freezers produced gallons using ice, salt, cream, sugar, and flavorings. The casual expenditure of scarce resources, ice in July, cream, sugar, for recreational food demonstrated priorities Germans couldn't comprehend. By 1944, many camps had electric ice cream makers. The available variety, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, butter pecan, exceeded what German ice cream parlors offered before the war. Prisoners could buy ice cream bars for 10 cents, ice cream sandwiches for the same amount, or cups of various flavors. Army procurement records indicate larger camps ordered 50 to 100 gallons of ice cream weekly during summer months. The frequency varied by location and season, but prisoners regularly enjoyed this frozen luxury that had vanished from German life. The sugar question. Sugar consumption in American prison camps had particularly powerful impact. In Germany, sugar was strictly rationed. Civilians received 280 grams monthly when available. In American camps, sugar sat in bowls on mess hall tables for unlimited use. Quartermaster records from 1943 to 1945 show camps receiving 100-pound bags of refined sugar weekly. Camp bakeries used sugar liberally. Cakes, cookies, and pies appeared regularly on menus. Mess halls sweetened coffee, tea, cereals, and desserts without restriction. One documented incident from Camp Aliceville, Alabama illustrates the contrast. In August 1943, humid weather hardened several hundred pounds of sugar, making it difficult to use. Rather than processing and recovering it as Germans would have, kitchen staff discarded it and ordered replacement supplies. German prisoners working in the kitchen were reportedly distressed by this waste. Chocolate democracy. American chocolate consumption patterns revealed democratic abundance. Major manufacturers, Hershey, Mars, Nestle, produced millions of bars monthly despite wartime constraints. The military alone purchased 380 million pounds of chocolate products during the war years. Prison camp exchanges stocked multiple chocolate varieties. Standard Hershey bars, various formulations, emergency chocolate bars, and assorted candy bars containing chocolate, all available for 5 to 10 cents. Prisoners discovered Americans had preferences among chocolate brands, casually selecting one over another. Red Cross packages distributed monthly to prisoners included chocolate bars, among other items. American Red Cross records show standard parcels contained chocolate or candy bars, instant coffee, 2 packages, processed cheese, crackers, canned meat, cigarettes, and soap. These packages supplemented regular rations, providing luxury items, exceeding what German civilians received as basic provisions. Holiday abundance. Thanksgiving 1943 introduced German prisoners to American holiday plenty. This uniquely American celebration demonstrated national consumption coordination that dwarfed German organizational efforts. Army records confirm all prison camps served traditional Thanksgiving dinner. Roast turkey with stuffing, mashed potatoes and gravy, sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, vegetables, pumpkin pie, coffee, and milk. The logistics of providing turkey dinners to 425,000 POWs, plus millions of American servicemen worldwide, showcased organizational capacity. The fact that German prisoners received identical meals to American soldiers emphasized equality of treatment, contradicting Nazi racial hierarchy. Christmas 1943 brought unexpected generosity from American civilians. Church groups, civic organizations, and individuals sent packages to German POWs. The American Friends Service Committee alone distributed 50,000 Christmas packages to enemy prisoners. These packages typically contained homemade cookies, candy, toiletries, games and books, cigarettes, and writing materials. Local communities near camps often provided additional support. In Tonkawa, Oklahoma, townspeople delivered homemade treats to German prisoners. In Hearne, Texas, church groups brought Christmas cookies and candy. This civilian kindness toward enemies fundamentally challenged Nazi ideology. Americans whose family members fought against Germany nevertheless showed charity to German prisoners, demonstrating strength through mercy rather than vengeance. Working the land. As labor shortages intensified, German POWs worked increasingly outside camps, witnessing American food production firsthand. By 1944, approximately 100,000 prisoners worked in agriculture and food processing, gaining intimate knowledge of American abundance. In Michigan orchards, prisoners picked cherries destined for maraschino production, those bright garnishes topping ice cream sundaes. The volume staggered them. Single orchards producing tons of fruit for decorative purposes. At canneries, prisoners observed quality control that rejected perfectly edible food for minor imperfections. Del Monte records from 1944 show roughly 15% of fruit was rejected for canning due to size irregularities or minor blemishes, typically diverted to animal feed. Sugar beet processing in Colorado and Nebraska revealed agricultural mechanization beyond German achievement. Single farms produced more sugar beets than entire German regions. Prisoners learned American sugar production from both cane and beets reached approximately 7 million tons annually, explaining the casual abundance they witnessed. Children and schools. German prisoners working near schools witnessed early versions of organized school lunch programs. Children received hot lunches including milk, protein, and vegetables. The National School Lunch Act would formalize this in 1946, but precedent programs operated during the war. The milk program particularly impressed German observers. Many schools provided fresh milk to children daily. The logistics of daily delivery to thousands of schools demonstrated organizational capacity that Germany couldn't achieve for military supplies. Some school cafeterias offered ice cream for additional purchase. The concept of children buying frozen desserts at school, while German children faced food shortages, created profound impact among prisoner observers. American diners. When minimum security prisoners ate at American diners under guard, they encountered democratic abundance. These small restaurants offered menus that would have graced elite German establishments, available to anyone with modest funds. Documented prices from 1944 show: hamburger 25 cents, Coca-Cola 5 cents, pie slice 15 cents, ice cream sundae 25 cents, full dinner special 65 to 75 cents. The equality of service, anyone could order anything, contradicted German social stratification. A factory worker and bank president ate identical meals at adjacent counter stools, served by the same waitress for the same price. The numbers don't lie. As prisoners gained access to American publications, they discovered production statistics that dwarfed German efforts. 1944 American production. Sugar, approximately 7 million tons chocolate and cocoa products, 380 million pounds, military alone, Coca-Cola, 5 billion bottles, 1943 figure, ice cream, over 500 million gallons milk, 119 billion pounds. German production same period. Sugar, heavily rationed, primarily from Beets chocolate. Military priority only soft drinks, minimal production ice cream, virtually non-existent milk. Severely rationed. These numbers, published openly in American media, demonstrated America's wartime production exceeded Germany's peacetime peaks. The reversal. By late 1944, German POWs were sending food packages to Germany rather than receiving them. Using camp wages, prisoners purchased American products to mail home: chocolate bars, instant coffee, canned goods. International Red Cross records confirm this reversal. German prisoners in America sent approximately 11 million parcels to Germany during their captivity, most containing food items. The impact on German families receiving American abundance from imprisoned relatives, while they faced starvation in freedom, profoundly undermined Nazi ideology. Rationing in context. American rationing implemented during the war revealed the gulf between societies. Americans complained about sugar rationing of 2 pounds monthly per person, more than triple the German allowance when available. American meat rationing at 28 ounces weekly per person exceeded what Germans received monthly. Even rationed, Americans maintained consumption levels Germans considered impossible luxury. Office of Price Administration records show Americans purchased 74 pounds of sugar per capita in 1944 despite rationing. 10 times German consumption. The soft drink industry. Beyond Coca-Cola, prisoners discovered America's soft drink industry. Pepsi-Cola, Dr. Pepper, RC Cola, Orange Crush, and regional brands competed nationwide. The variety itself, multiple companies producing similar products, demonstrated market abundance, impossible under German-controlled economy. Bottling plants operated in every major city. The technology, carbonation, bottling, capping, labeling, was standardized and efficient. Single plants produced millions of bottles annually. The distribution network reached every small town, gas station, and grocery store. American soft drink production reached billions of bottles annually by war's end. Dozens of bottles per American citizen yearly. This single industry's output exceeded entire sectors of German consumer production. The final blow. Spring 1945 brought the final blow. As American forces advanced through Germany, German POWs in America watched newsreels of GIs distributing chocolate and gum to German children. These children's joy at receiving American candy their own government couldn't provide completed the ideological demolition. The contrast was stark. American soldiers advancing through enemy territory carried enough candy to give away, while the German state that promised triumph delivered starvation. Films of concentration camp liberations showed American troops sharing rations with skeletal survivors, demonstrating humanity toward victims of the regime German soldiers had served. Going home. Between 1945 and 1946, German POWs returned to a destroyed homeland. Many prisoners had gained significant weight in American captivity, while their families lost weight to starvation in German freedom. They brought knowledge of abundance to a land of absolute scarcity. Medical examinations showed German POWs generally returned healthier than when captured. They returned to families weakened by deprivation. This physical evidence of American plenty versus German deprivation was undeniable. Many prisoners brought final Red Cross packages home: chocolate, coffee, and canned goods that became family treasures. Children who had forgotten chocolates taste received Hershey bars from fathers who had eaten ice cream regularly in prison camps. Advocates for recovery. Former POWs became unexpected advocates for the Marshall Plan. They had witnessed American abundance that wasn't zero-sum, prosperity through production rather than conquest. Their testimony that Americans could afford to rebuild enemies influenced German acceptance of American aid. These men understood American power came from productive capacity, not extraction. They had seen a society wealthy enough to waste food while fighting a global war. This mental model, creation rather than conquest, shaped West Germany's economic approach. Economic miracle seeds. The German economic miracle of the 1950s was partially built on knowledge gained in American prison camps. Former POWs who had witnessed American production methods, distribution systems, and consumer abundance applied these lessons to German Reconstruction. They had learned several crucial principles. Mass production could make luxuries affordable. Standardization enabled quality and efficiency. Consumer abundance created political stability. Industrial democracy could outproduce authoritarian control. These lessons, learned through Coca-Cola and ice cream, shaped a generation of German business and political leaders. Documentary evidence. The transformation of German POWs through American food abundance is documented in multiple sources. Military Quartermaster Records. International Red Cross reports. Corporate production records, particularly Coca-Cola archives. POW correspondence, censored but preserved post-war interviews and memoirs. Academic studies, particularly Arnold Kramer's extensive research. Arnold Kramer, the leading historian of German POWs in America, concluded food abundance was central to ideological transformation. His research confirmed casual American plenty accomplished what formal re-education programs couldn't: complete demolition of Nazi superiority myths. The numbers tell the story. Average POW consumption 1943 to 1946. Daily calories 300-3, 600 sugar. For plus pounds monthly available meat. 32 ounces weekly milk. 1 quart daily available ice cream. Served regularly during summer. Soft drinks, unlimited at 5 cents each. German civilian rations, same period. Daily calories, 200-1, 500 sugar, 280 grams monthly when available meat, 10.5 ounces weekly, often unavailable milk, severely rationed ice cream, non-existent soft drinks, none available. These disparities weren't propaganda, but documented reality. Enemy prisoners ate better than German civilians, proving American abundance extended even to defeated foes. Post-war Germany. The POW experience with American food culture influenced post-war Germany profoundly. Coca-Cola returned to West Germany in 1949, becoming a symbol of American alliance. Ice cream parlors modeling American soda fountains appeared in German cities. Candy bars and chewing gum became symbols of recovery. Former prisoners of war often became importers of American food products, understanding their appeal from personal experience. They knew these products represented more than taste. They symbolized abundance, democracy, and modernity. The introduction of supermarkets to Germany in the 1950s was championed by former POWs who had witnessed American grocery stores. They understood democratic abundance required new distribution methods, not just production increases. Personal testimonies. In various post-war interviews and memoirs, German POWs consistently identified food abundance as transformative. A former Afrika Korps officer stated in a 1975 interview, "We expected to defeat a weak divided America. Instead, we found a nation that could give ice cream to enemies. That's when we knew we had lost more than a war. We had lost our entire worldview. Another veteran interviewed for a documentary in 1985 recalled, "My first Coca-Cola was like drinking the future. It was sweet, fizzing, completely unnecessary, and available to anyone for a nickel. That drink contained everything Nazi Germany wasn't. Abundant, democratic, joyful." These testimonies, collected across decades, confirm American food abundance achieved what military defeat alone couldn't: complete ideological transformation. The men who arrived as Nazi warriors left as witnesses to democratic prosperity. Re-education through abundance. Historians recognize the German POW experience in America as remarkably successful re-education through abundance rather than propaganda. The program succeeded because it relied on observation rather than instruction. POWs saw American society functioning at peak productivity while treating enemies with dignity. The food aspect was crucial because it was universal. Everyone understands hunger and satisfaction undeniable. Weight gain and health improvement were visible continuous. 3 meals daily plus canteen purchases comparative. Prisoners knew German deprivation intimately. Every meal became a lesson in American industrial capacity. Every Coca-Cola demonstrated standardization and distribution. Every ice cream sundae showed abundance could be democratic. Generational impact. Children of prisoners of war grew up hearing about American abundance in prison camps. These stories, initially seeming fantastic, were validated as West Germany recovered and American products became available. The mythology of American plenty, born in prison camps, shaped generations of German-American relations. Many POW children later studied or worked in America, drawn by their fathers' stories of impossible abundance. They found the reality matched the tales. Supermarkets stocked with variety, soda fountains serving sundaes, candy aisles offering dozens of choices. Cultural transformation. This multi-generational impact extended beyond individuals. West German business culture absorbed lessons about consumer abundance, quality standardization, and democratic markets. The economic miracle wasn't just about production. It was about creating abundance for ordinary citizens. Today, McDonald's operates over 1,400 restaurants in Germany. Coca-Cola is ubiquitous. Ice cream is ordinary. The transformation from scarcity to abundance, initiated in American prison camps, is complete. Yet the historical lesson remains powerful. Ideological transformation through abundance rather than deprivation, kindness rather than cruelty, demonstration rather than propaganda. Democracy's ultimate weapon. The German POWs who couldn't believe ice cream and Coca-Cola in American prison camps witnessed democracy's ultimate weapon: the ability to create such abundance that it could be casually shared with enemies. The story of German POWs and American food abundance represents history's most unusual victory: a war won through generosity, an ideology defeated by ice cream, a worldview shattered by soft drinks. These men experienced transformation not through punishment, but through plenty. They arrived believing in German superiority and American weakness. They left understanding American strength came from productive capacity, so vast it could waste resources without concern. The society that could give Coca-Cola to prisoners for 5 cents possessed power beyond military might. The ice cream metaphor. The ice cream sundae, with its layers of excess, ice cream, syrup, whipped cream, nuts, cherry, became a metaphor for American abundance. Each component alone exceeded German dreams. Combined, they represented impossible luxury made routine. That enemies could order seconds while German children faced hunger revealed the totality of Nazi failure. Moments of revelation. Former POWs often recalled specific moments of revelation: the first Coca-Cola's fizz, the first spoonful of ice cream, the first bite of a Hershey bar. These sensory memories carried more power than any argument. They had tasted democracy, and it was sweet. The transformation was complete and irrevocable. Men who had marched for the Third Reich returned as apostles of abundance, carrying the revolutionary message that prosperity came from freedom, not conquest. They had learned America's secret weapon wasn't military might, but the ability to give ice cream to enemies. Historical significance. In the end, the bottles of Coca-Cola and dishes of ice cream served in American prison camps achieved what armies could only attempt: the complete transformation of enemy hearts and minds. The German POWs, who couldn't believe such abundance existed, became its greatest witnesses, carrying home the truth that democracy tasted like chocolate and freedom fizzed like carbonation. Universal lessons. Their story reminds us that sometimes the greatest victories are won, not through destruction, but through demonstration, not through taking, but through giving, not through hatred, but through the simple act of serving ice cream to enemies on a hot summer day. Freedom's ambassadors. The men who experienced American abundance as prisoners became freedom's most unlikely ambassadors, transformed forever by the impossible reality of Coca-Cola and ice cream in American prison camps. They witnessed a fundamental truth: that systems built on freedom and productivity can generate surplus so vast that even enemies can share in it. This wasn't weakness. It was the ultimate display of strength. The power of plenty. Nazi ideology promised glory through conquest and sacrifice. It delivered deprivation and defeat. American democracy promised nothing to these prisoners except fair treatment under the Geneva Convention. It delivered abundance they could scarcely imagine. This contrast between the promises of totalitarianism and the reality of democracy proved more persuasive than any propaganda could be. It wasn't what America said about itself that convinced these men. It was what they could see, taste, and touch every day. Enduring truth. The German POW experience proves that hearts and minds are won not through force, but through example. A society's true power isn't measured by its ability to destroy enemies, but by its capacity to transform them. The 5-cent Coca-Cola, the 10-cent ice cream bar, the unlimited sugar bowl. These weren't just treats. They were proof of a system that worked, evidence of prosperity that could be shared, demonstrations of a better way. In the final analysis, the sweetness of that first Coca-Cola, the coldness of that first ice cream, the abundance of that first American meal. These simple experiences carried more transformative power than 1,000 speeches or 1,000,000 bullets. They proved that freedom works, that democracy delivers, and that abundance shared is stronger than scarcity hoarded. The prisoners who returned to Germany brought more than weight gain and Red Cross packages. They brought knowledge. America's true strength lay not in its weapons, but in its wealth, not in its ability to conquer, but in its capacity to create, not in taking from others, but in having enough to give away. That lesson, learned through ice cream and Coca-Cola, helped rebuild a nation and reshape a world. November 1942. Operation Torch, North Africa. The first American M1 bazookas arrived in combat with no trained operators. General Dwight Eisenhower discovered the night before the landings that none of his troops had received instruction on the new rocket launcher. Within days of deployment, German forces captured several intact specimens from inexperienced American units who had abandoned equipment during early encounters. These captured weapons would trigger the most remarkable reverse engineering project of World War II. The captured bazookas represented something unprecedented in German military doctrine. Here was a lightweight, shoulder-fired weapon that could destroy tanks at ranges beyond hand-thrown charges, yet required only 1 or 2 soldiers to operate. Wehrmacht technical intelligence immediately recognized the implications. Every American infantry unit could now engage armor independently without waiting for specialized anti-tank guns or vehicles. The journey from battlefield capture to mass production would unfold with extraordinary speed. German forces shipped the captured bazookas to Germany for immediate analysis. The weapons arrived at Kummersdorf Proving Ground south of Berlin, where Wehrmacht weapons experts would conduct the first systematic examination of American rocket launcher technology. What they discovered would fundamentally alter German infantry tactics for the remainder of the war. The technical examination revealed both promise and problems. The American M1 bazooka fired a 60 mm rocket using battery-powered electrical ignition. The shaped-charge warhead could penetrate approximately 75 to 100 millimeters of armor under ideal conditions. The weapon weighed approximately 7 kilograms and could be operated by a single soldier. But German engineers immediately identified critical weaknesses that would need addressing. The battery-powered ignition system posed the most serious concern. German experience on the Eastern Front had proven that batteries failed catastrophically in extreme cold. The wooden shoulder stock of the American bazooka contained compartments for 4 D-cell batteries, 2 active and 2 spare, but moisture and freezing temperatures rendered them unreliable. Any German version would require a more robust ignition system. German engineers also recognized that the 60 mm warhead was insufficient against Soviet T-34 tanks, which featured sloped armor that could defeat smaller shaped charges. The Wehrmacht already possessed 88 mm shaped charge warheads for the Raketen Panzerbuchs 43 Pupschen, a wheeled anti-tank rocket launcher that cost 5,730 Reichsmarks to produce. Adapting this existing ammunition to a shoulder-fire tube would provide superior penetration while utilizing established production lines. March 1943 marked a critical demonstration at Kummersdorf. German weapons officials observed captured American bazookas being test-fired alongside experimental German anti-tank weapons, including the Fosspatron. This demonstration convinced the Heereswaffenamt that developing a German version was essential. The captured weapons proved the concept was sound. German engineering would make it lethal. The development proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Engineers replaced the battery ignition with a magneto system activated by a spring-loaded rod that struck a generator to create electrical current. This eliminated the cold weather vulnerability while maintaining reliable ignition. The tube diameter increased to 88 millimeters to accommodate existing Pupschen ammunition, providing nearly 50% greater warhead weight than the American original. One significant design compromise emerged. The German rocket motor continued burning for approximately 2 meters after leaving the launch tube, unlike the American rocket, which burned out inside the tube. This increased range and velocity, but created a massive backblast that endangered the operator. Early operators discovered the exhaust could cause severe burns and temporary blindness, earning the weapon its nickname, Ofenrohr, meaning stovepipe. By July 1, 1943, German documents officially listed the new weapon as the 8.8 cm Raketen Panzerbuchs. The designation would soon change to Raketen Panzerbuchs 43, commonly shortened to RPSB 43. Production preparations were already underway at multiple facilities across Germany, though mass manufacturing would not begin until September. The production infrastructure mobilized with typical German efficiency. 6 primary manufacturers received contracts for the new weapon: Ensing Union in Pfirschheim, Hassig in Muselwitz, Gebrüder Scheffler in Berlin, Jackel in Fürth, Kronprinz in Solingen, and Schrey in Fürth. Each facility would produce components or complete weapons, with final assembly occurring at multiple locations to prevent Allied bombing from disrupting the entire program. September 8, 1943, a German military report stated the weapon would be sent to frontline troops for trials very soon. By September 30th, the official manual for the Raketen Panzerbuchs had been published. October 5th saw the first delivery of 1,500 weapons and 5,000 rockets to combat units. The transformation from captured American weapon to German mass production had taken less than 11 months. The production numbers revealed the scale of German commitment to the weapon. Initial orders called for 382,000 units, though material shortages and bombing would reduce this to 289,151 RPZB-54 models by July 1944, when production ceased. An additional 25,700 improved RPZB-54-1 models were produced between December 1944 and the war's end. Manufacturing the Panzerschreck required just 10 work hours per weapon at a cost of 70 Reichsmarks, compared to 5,730 Reichsmarks for the smallest traditional anti-tank gun. This economic efficiency made mass production feasible even as Germany's war economy contracted. A single Panzerschreck cost less than a military rifle, but could destroy a 40-ton tank. The human cost of production remains one of the darkest chapters in the weapon's history. Hazig, the third largest exploiter of forced labor in Nazi-controlled Europe, operated multiple production facilities using slave laborers from concentration camps. By October 1943, over 60,000 workers labored for Hazig, more than half of them forced laborers and prisoners of war. The company operated 168 prisoner labor subcamps by 1945. At Hazig facilities in Poland, approximately 35,000 deaths occurred across various camps, though incomplete records prevent precise accounting. Workers endured 12-hour shifts with exposure to toxic chemicals, brutal beatings, starvation rations, and no sanitation. The Schlebenkamp, producing munitions, including Panzerschreck components, housed between 2,000 and 5,000 female prisoners, with an average life expectancy of 2 months. An explosion there on October 12, 1944, killed 96 prisoner laborers. The weapon's combat deployment began in autumn 1943, initially in small numbers as production ramped up. By January 1944, 21,141 had been issued to combat units, though another 39,526 remained in armories due to Wehrmacht distribution problems. German infantry units on all fronts demanded the new weapon, recognizing its effectiveness against Allied armor. Eastern Front forces received priority for Panzerschreck distribution. Soviet tank commanders quickly noticed the changing tactical situation. Where German infantry had previously relied on magnetic mines, anti-tank rifles, and bundled grenades, they now possessed weapons that could engage tanks at 150 to 200 meters. Every German strongpoint potentially concealed multiple rocket launcher teams. The weapon proved particularly effective in defensive positions. German tactical doctrine called for Panzerschreck teams to establish interlocking fields of fire from concealed positions. Teams would dig staggered trenches no more than 115 meters apart, ensuring attacking armor faced rockets from multiple directions. The effective range against moving targets was approximately 100 meters, though static targets could be engaged at greater distances. Technical performance data from German and Finnish tests demonstrated the weapon's capabilities. The RPSB Grove 43-22 rocket achieved penetration of 160 millimeters of armor at 60-degree impact angle, or up to 230 millimeters at optimal 90-degree angle. The rocket velocity reached 110 meters per second compared to the American bazooka's 85 meters per second. The warhead contained 700 grams of explosive, triple the American weapon's charge. The Blast Shield Edition in February 1944 created the RPZB-54 model, which became the standard production variant. This shield protected operators from the rocket's backblast, though it increased weight from 9.25 kilograms to 11 kilograms. Operators still required protective equipment, including gloves and face protection, as the backblast danger zone extended 10 to 30 meters behind the weapon. Western Front deployment accelerated before D-Day. German forces in Normandy received thousands of Panzerschrecks, positioned to engage Allied landing craft and tanks at the waterline. The weapons proved effective in the Bocage country, where short engagement ranges and abundant concealment suited Panzerschreck tactics. American tank crews, recognizing their own invention turned against them, developed countermeasures including additional armor and infantry screens. The psychological impact often exceeded the physical damage. Allied tank crews knew that every hedgerow, building, or pile of rubble might conceal a Panzerschreck team. The weapon's distinctive launch signature, a bright flash followed by a smoke trail, became a dreaded sight. Tank commanders reported that crew effectiveness decreased significantly in areas known to have high concentrations of Panzerschrecks. International proliferation began even before the war ended. Finland purchased 1,854 launchers and 18,650 rockets for 200,000 Reichsmarks. Finnish forces achieved remarkable success against Soviet armor, with tests confirming penetration of 100 millimeters of face-hardened armor at 30 degrees. Hungarian forces received Panzerschrecks for Operation Spring Awakening in March 1945, the war's last major German offensive. Allied intelligence closely monitored the Panzerschreck phenomenon. A British report from January 1945 noted that German production of nearly 300,000 units in 18 months exceeded total Allied bazooka production. American ordnance experts recognized that the Germans had identified and corrected every weakness in the original bazooka design, creating a superior weapon from captured examples. The Americans themselves adopted German improvements for later bazooka models. The M9 bazooka, introduced in October 1943, incorporated magneto-ignition similar to the Panzerschreck, eliminating the battery problems that plagued earlier versions. The M20 Super Bazooka, developed late in the war, increased caliber to 3.5 inches, following the German example of using larger warheads for better penetration. Production statistics reveal the weapon's importance to German strategy. By July 1944, when production of the RP's B-54 ceased, 289,151 units had been manufactured. Monthly production peaked at 15,000 units in early 1944. Each weapon required components from 32 subcontractors, demonstrating the industrial complexity behind mass production. The improved RP's B-54-1 model addressed remaining deficiencies. Introduced in December 1944, it featured a shortened tube length of 135 centimeters, improved rocket propellant that reduced backblast, and refined sights. Despite orders for 48,000 units, only 25,744 were delivered before Germany's surrender. Engineers also developed prototypes using impregnated cardboard tubes to save steel, though none reached production. Cost-effectiveness analysis demonstrates why Germany prioritized Panzerschreck production. Each weapon cost 70 Reichsmarks and required 10 work hours to manufacture. The smallest traditional anti-tank gun, the 3.7 centimeters Pak 35-36, cost 5,730 Reichsmarks and was ineffective against modern tanks. A single Tiger tank cost 300,000 Reichsmarks. For the price of one Tiger, Germany could produce over 4,000 Panzerschrecks. Ammunition production matched weapon manufacturing. Over 2 million rockets were produced, primarily the RP's B Grove 43-22 model, with its distinctive shape and fin stabilization. Each rocket weighed 3.3 kilograms and came packaged in wooden crates of 2. Special winter and summer variants accommodated temperature extremes that affected propellant performance. Transport frames allowed soldiers to carry 5 rockets, though the weight and bulk limited mobility. The weapon's influence extended beyond World War II. Belgian company Mekker, which had produced Panzerschrecks under license, developed the Blindecide RL-83 in the 1950s using similar principles. The Swiss Army adopted derivatives as the 8.3 centimeters rocket-propelled grenade, maintaining upgraded versions in service through 1980. The basic concept of an oversized shaped charge in a shoulder-fired tube influenced anti-tank weapon development worldwide. Post-war analysis by American ordnance experts acknowledged German achievements. Colonel C.T. Richards wrote in 1946 that the Panzerschreck program represented history's most successful reverse engineering project, achieving mass production in under 7 months from initial weapon capture. The Germans had taken a hastily developed American weapon and transformed it into a mature system that exceeded the original in every performance metric. Soviet forces captured thousands of Panzerschrecks during their advance into Germany. Red Army evaluation noted the weapon's superiority to captured American bazookas received through Lend-Lease. The Soviets had initially rejected American bazookas as insufficiently powerful, receiving only 3,000 units with minimal ammunition. The German version, with its larger warhead and greater penetration, better suited Soviet tactical requirements. The last documented combat use of wartime Panzerschrecks occurred during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, when Syrian forces employed captured German weapons. The weapons had traveled from German factories through various conflicts, demonstrating the durability of the basic design. Some examples remained in Third World arsenals into the 1960s, long after more advanced anti-tank weapons became available. Technical documentation survived in remarkable detail. The Wehrmacht's September 30th, 1943 manual provided comprehensive instructions for operation, maintenance, and tactics. American intelligence translated captured manuals, with an October 7, 1944 report detailing German firing procedures, aiming techniques, and safety requirements. These documents reveal the thoroughness of German training programs despite wartime pressures. Safety statistics highlight the weapon's dangers. German records indicate numerous operator casualties from backblast injuries, premature detonations, and enemy return fire attracted by the weapon's prominent launch signature. The 10 to 30 meter backblast zone behind the weapon required careful positioning to avoid injuring friendly troops. Urban combat proved particularly hazardous, as backblast could reflect off walls, injuring operators. Comparative analysis with contemporary weapons reveals the Panzerschreck's position in anti-tank weapon evolution. The British PIT, using a spring-launched spigot mortar principle, had greater range but less penetration. The American bazooka offered better portability but inferior armor penetration. The German Panzerfaust provided simpler operation and lower cost, but was single-use only. The Panzerschreck balanced these factors, offering reusable capability with substantial hitting power. Manufacturing quality varied significantly as the war progressed. Early production weapons from 1943 featured excellent workmanship with precision-machined components. By late 1944, simplified production techniques and inferior materials reduced quality, though functionality remained adequate. Captured examples show progressive degradation in finish and tolerances as Germany's industrial situation deteriorated. The weapon system's complete infrastructure included training facilities, ammunition depots, repair workshops, and distribution networks. Germany established Panzerschreck training schools at multiple locations, graduating thousands of operators monthly. Specialized repair units maintained weapons at division level. The logistical commitment matched that of traditional artillery systems, demonstrating the weapon's perceived value. Environmental limitations affected combat employment. The weapon proved less effective in extreme cold, where propellant burned inconsistently. Desert conditions caused problems with sand contamination. Rain and moisture could cause electrical shorts in the ignition system. Despite these limitations, the basic design proved remarkably robust, functioning adequately across diverse combat environments, from Arctic Finland to Mediterranean Italy. Allied countermeasures evolved throughout the war. Tank crews welded additional armor plates, hung sandbags, and installed wire mesh screens to defeat shaped charges. Infantry adopted aggressive screening tactics, advancing ahead of tanks to suppress Panzerschreck teams. Artillery and mortars targeted suspected firing positions. Despite these measures, the Panzerschreck remained a serious threat through the war's end. German tactical innovation maximized the weapon's effectiveness. Panzerschreck teams learned to target specific vehicle vulnerabilities, including vision blocks, engine compartments, and track assemblies. Multiple teams coordinated attacks to overwhelm tank defenses. Urban combat tactics evolved to exploit the weapon's capabilities while minimizing exposure to return fire. These tactics influenced post-war anti-tank doctrine worldwide. Production quality control data survives from several facilities. Random testing of production weapons showed approximately 95% met specifications in 1943, declining to roughly 80% by late 1944. The primary failures involved ignition systems and tube integrity. Despite quality issues, the sheer production volume ensured adequate supplies reached combat units. The economic impact extended beyond direct production costs. Germany diverted significant industrial capacity to Panzerschreck manufacturing, including steel, electrical components, and chemical production for propellants and explosives. The program consumed resources that might have produced other weapons. However, the cost-effectiveness compared to traditional anti-tank guns justified this allocation. Training programs evolved based on combat experience. Initial training emphasized accuracy and safety. Combat veterans later provided practical instruction on tactics, camouflage, and survival. The Wehrmacht published numerous training pamphlets and tactical guides specifically for Panzerschreck operators. These materials, captured and translated by Allied intelligence, provide insights into German anti-tank doctrine evolution. Supply chain complexity increased as production expanded. The weapon required specialized components from multiple suppliers, including electrical contacts, optical sights, steel tubing, and wooden components. Rocket production demanded separate facilities for warhead manufacture, propellant mixing, and final assembly. Disruption at any point could halt production, making the system vulnerable to strategic bombing. The Panzerschreck program ultimately demonstrates rapid military adaptation under extreme pressure. From initial capture of American bazookas in November 1942 to mass production by September 1943, Germany transformed a foreign concept into indigenous capability. The program succeeded through pragmatic engineering that adapted existing resources rather than developing entirely new technology. Germany's ability to produce nearly 300,000 Panzerschrecks while fighting a multi-front war reveals remarkable industrial resilience. The weapon emerged from systematic reverse engineering that identified and corrected original design weaknesses. German engineers didn't simply copy the bazooka. They created a substantially improved weapon system that exceeded the original in every measurable performance criterion. The historical significance extends beyond technical achievement. The Panzerschreck represents successful technology transfer under combat conditions, rapid industrial mobilization despite resource constraints, and effective military adaptation to enemy innovations. The program proved that captured enemy technology could be quickly transformed into mass-produced weapons that influenced battlefield outcomes. Modern military historians study the Panzerschreck as a case study in successful reverse engineering, rapid product development under wartime conditions, and industrial mobilization. The timeline from capture to mass production remains impressive even by modern standards. Few weapons programs have achieved similar speed from concept to deployment, particularly when starting from captured enemy equipment. The complete story encompasses technical innovation, industrial achievement, and human tragedy. While German engineering deserves recognition for rapid development and successful mass production, the extensive use of slave labor cannot be ignored. Tens of thousands died producing weapons that extended a lost war. The Panzerschreck's history includes both remarkable technical achievement and systematic exploitation of forced laborers. The weapon's battlefield impact was undeniable. Allied tank crews faced a weapon that could appear from anywhere, strike with devastating effect, and disappear before effective countermeasures could be employed. The Panzerschreck transformed German defensive tactics, allowing infantry to create anti-tank kill zones without relying on towed guns or armored vehicles. Statistical analysis reveals the weapon's effectiveness. German after-action reports credited Panzerschreck teams with hundreds of tank kills on the eastern and western fronts. While exact numbers remain disputed due to multiple weapons often engaging the same target, the psychological impact on Allied armor tactics was measurable and significant. The rapid development timeline, from November 1942 capture to September 1943 mass production, demonstrates what industrial mobilization could achieve under wartime pressure. This 11-month period included complete technical analysis, design modifications, tooling development, supply chain establishment, and workforce training. Modern weapons programs typically require years for similar progression. Key factors enabled this rapid development. Existing 88mm ammunition, simplified warhead design, established manufacturing infrastructure could be adapted rather than built from scratch. Desperate military need justified resource allocation, and captured American examples provided proven baseline technology requiring only improvement rather than fundamental innovation. The German approach differed from typical reverse engineering. Rather than creating an exact copy, engineers systematically analyzed each component, identified weaknesses, and implemented improvements using existing German technology. The magneto ignition replaced unreliable batteries. The larger warhead utilized proven ammunition. The design incorporated lessons from existing German rocket weapons. This methodology, analyze, improve, and adapt rather than simply copy, accelerated development while producing superior results. The approach has influenced military technology development programs ever since, demonstrating that captured enemy equipment provides both technical intelligence and a starting point for improvement. The Panzerschreck's influence on post-war weapons development extended globally. American, Soviet, British, and French engineers studied captured examples, incorporating design elements into their own anti-tank weapons. The principle of a man-portable tube firing an oversized shape-charged warhead became standard for infantry anti-tank weapons through the Cold War and beyond. Modern rocket-propelled grenade launchers, including the Soviet RPG-7, the American M72 Law, and various wire-guided systems, all trace conceptual lineage to the bazooka/Panzerschreck paradigm. The basic concept of giving infantry organic anti-armor capability through shoulder-fired rockets remains central to military doctrine worldwide. The economic lessons proved equally significant. The Panzerschreck demonstrated that relatively simple weapons, mass-produced at low cost, could effectively counter expensive armored vehicles. This cost-exchange ratio, a 70 Reichsmark weapon destroying a 300,000 Reichsmark tank, influenced post-war military procurement philosophy. The principle that numerous inexpensive weapons could offset smaller numbers of expensive systems became a cornerstone of military planning. The program also illustrated the limits of technological solutions to strategic problems. Despite producing nearly 300,000 Panzerschrecks, Germany still lost the war. The weapon slowed Allied advances and inflicted casualties, but could not overcome fundamental strategic disadvantages in manpower, industrial capacity, and resources. Technology alone cannot substitute for strategic advantage. From a historical perspective, the Panzerschreck represents a specific moment in military technology evolution, the transition from specialist anti-tank units to distributed organic infantry anti-armor capability. Before the Panzerschreck and bazooka, infantry units required attached anti-tank gun platoons or armored support to engage enemy tanks. After these weapons, every infantry squad potentially possessed tank-killing capability. This democratization of anti-tank warfare fundamentally altered tactical doctrine. Armor could no longer operate independently without infantry support. Combined arms cooperation became essential for survival. These tactical changes, driven by weapons like the Panzerschreck, continue shaping military doctrine today. In conclusion, the Panzerschreck stands as history's most successful reverse engineering program, transforming captured American bazookas into nearly 300,000 improved German weapons in under 1 year. The program demonstrated that military innovation could be borrowed, improved, and mass-produced faster than previously imagined. From the first captures during Operation Torch to the final weapons produced in April 1945, the Panzerschreck represented German industrial capability and engineering pragmatism applied to desperate military necessity. It remains a case study in rapid weapons development, showing both what can be achieved under pressure and the terrible human cost of such achievement. Clark Air Base, Luzon, Philippines, January 31, 1945. Major Frank T. McCoy's camera shutter clicked repeatedly as he documented what lay before him. The aircraft was pristine, a Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber, tail number 763-12, sitting untouched on the tarmac. This defies everything we know about bomber construction, he thought, his hands unsteady with anticipation. The tropical sun illuminated the bomber's cylindrical fuselage, making clear why Allied pilots had nicknamed it the Betty. Stretching nearly 20 meters from nose to tail, the aircraft rested on its tricycle landing gear like some enormous metal cylinder. Wings extending 25 meters across showed zero signs of combat damage. Both 14-cylinder radial engines, each capable of producing 1,500 horsepower, appeared completely operational. This wasn't wreckage salvaged from a crash site. This was a fully functional bomber, abandoned intact as American forces advanced. What captured McCoy's undivided attention, what would fundamentally alter American understanding of Japanese aviation philosophy, came when he accessed the interior through wing inspection panels. The fuel tanks had absolutely no protection. Zero self-sealing rubber. Zero armor plating. Zero fire suppression equipment. Zero protective coatings whatsoever. Just thin aluminum skin, maybe 2 millimeters thick, standing between thousands of liters of highly volatile aviation fuel and incoming enemy fire. Major McCoy commanded the Technical Air Intelligence Unit for the Southwest Pacific Theater. He'd inspected dozens of downed Japanese aircraft throughout the region. Nothing had prepared him for this moment. This bomber, left behind during Clark Field's liberation, would reveal a design philosophy so fundamentally alien to Western military thought that analysts would need months to fully grasp its implications. The mathematical reality behind this discovery would transform American tactical doctrine and aircraft design for the war's duration. Every assumption American aviators held about enemy capabilities, about the performance cost Japanese engineers would accept, about how imperial forces valued aircrew survival, all of it was about to be systematically overturned by the evidence contained within this single, pristine example of Japan's most critical bomber. The path to this revelation had begun 4 years prior, on December 8, 1941. That morning, with smoke still rising from Pearl Harbor's ruins, 82 G-4M bombers, accompanied by 26 G-3M bombers, departed Formosan bases. Their destination, Clark Field itself, the Philippines' primary American air installation. The strike achieved total tactical surprise. Arriving at 12:35 p.m., the Japanese formation maintained 20,000 feet altitude, well beyond American anti-aircraft gun reach. The initial wave's 27 bombers released 636 bombs across Clark Field's runways and facilities. Seconds later, Zero fighters swept through at treetop level, their machine guns obliterating every aircraft that survived the bombing. Of 17 B-17 flying fortresses on the ground, 12 were completely destroyed. Nearly every P-40 Warhawk fighter became burning wreckage. In 45 minutes, American air power throughout the Philippines had been effectively neutralized. Lieutenant James Harrington, among the few surviving American pilots, observed from a bomb shelter as the Japanese formation withdrew northward. What struck me was their approach method, he later documented in his combat report. Perfect formation, high altitude, completely beyond our defensive reach. Then the fighters descended and systematically destroyed us. We couldn't launch a single aircraft. The Betty bombers themselves departed untouched. The handful of American fighters that managed to get airborne arrived too late, finding only empty sky. The Japanese had demonstrated their bombers' exceptional range, striking from bases 460 miles distant, a feat no American bomber could accomplish at that war stage. The Betty's first combat year would prove devastatingly effective. December 10, 1941, just 2 days following the Clark Field raid, 26 G-4M bombers joined older G-3M Nell bombers attacking Fort Z, a British naval task force centered around battleship HMS Prince of Wales and battlecruiser HMS Repulse. The attack commenced approximately 12:20 p.m. Japanese bombers approached in coordinated waves, executing torpedo runs with precision that stunned British observers. Betty bombers carried Type 91 aerial torpedoes, each weighing 840 kilograms with 205-kilogram warheads. These torpedoes were specifically designed for shallow water operations, running at depths enabling ship strikes even in coastal waters. Torpedo attacks focused on both capital ships with devastating accuracy. Prince of Wales, a 43,000-ton battleship representing the newest generation of British naval power, absorbed at least 6 torpedo hits plus damage from level bombers. Underwater explosions tore massive hull breaches, flooding overwhelmed damage control efforts. The battleship began listing severely. Repulse, a World War I-era battlecruiser modernized during the 1930s, absorbed at least 4 torpedo hits while attempting evasive maneuvers. The ship's anti-aircraft fire claimed several Japanese aircraft, but couldn't prevent coordinated torpedo runs from finding their marks. The cumulative damage proved fatal. Both capital ships capsized and sank within hours. Prince of Wales went down approximately 13-20 hours. Repulse followed approximately 13:33 hours. 841 British sailors perished. Survivors were rescued by escorting destroyers. The entire engagement lasted under 2 hours from initial contact to final sinking. For the first time in naval history, capital ships actively defending themselves had been sunk exclusively by air power while in open ocean. The G4M Betty bomber had achieved what naval theorists had debated for decades. British naval superiority throughout Asian waters had been shattered in 90 minutes. Throughout the Pacific theater during early 1942, American and Allied aviators encountered Betty bombers in virtually every major engagement. The aircraft appeared to operate with complete impunity, striking targets at ranges that defied conventional understanding. They hit Darwin, Australia from bases 1,500 miles away, demonstrating reach exceeding any Allied bomber's capability. They attacked Port Moresby from airfields across New Guinea's mountain ranges, maintaining constant pressure on Allied positions throughout the Southwest Pacific. They struck Guadalcanal from Rabaul, a distance exceeding 600 miles, projecting Japanese air power across vast ocean expanses. The Betty's operational range gave Japanese forces strategic flexibility that Allied commanders struggled to counter. American fighters stationed at forward positions lacked the range to intercept Betty bombers departing from distant bases. Allied airfields came under attack from Japanese bases that were themselves beyond Allied striking range. The asymmetry in bomber capability meant Japanese forces could attack at will while Allied forces struggled to retaliate effectively. This advantage persisted through the war's first 6 months. Betty bombers participated in virtually every Japanese offensive operation across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. They struck targets in the Philippines, Malaya, Netherlands, East Indies, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. They supported naval operations throughout the theater. They performed reconnaissance missions, exceeding any Allied aircraft's range. The Betty became the symbol of Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness. However, this advantage depended entirely on limited Allied fighter opposition. When Betty formations could strike without interception, when they could approach targets at high altitude beyond anti-aircraft range, when they could deliver weapons and depart before fighters arrived, the aircraft was devastatingly effective. These conditions characterized operations during early 1942, when Allied air strength remained limited and dispersed. By mid-1942, the tactical picture began shifting dramatically. As American fighter strength increased, as Wildcats gave way to more capable Hellcats and Corsairs, as pilot training improved and tactical doctrine evolved, Betty crews began reporting disturbing losses. The shift became undeniable on August 8, 1942. 23 G4M bombers from the 4th Air Group departed Rabaul to attack American positions at Guadalcanal. American fighters intercepted the formation over Tsavo Island. In the engagement that followed, 18 of the 23 Betty bombers were shot down. Approximately 120 aviators died in what would become the single worst G4M loss during the entire campaign. Fighter pilots reported identical observations across every engagement. The Betty exploded into flames with minimal hits. 2 or 3 rounds anywhere along the fuselage or wings produced catastrophic results. The aircraft earned grim nicknames that spread rapidly through American squadrons: Flying Cigar, One-Shot Lighter, Flying Zippo, all references to the Betty's terrifying tendency to burst into flames from battle damage. By October 1942, when Lieutenant Commander John Thomas Blackburn arrived at Guadalcanal commanding VF-17 Flying F-4U Corsairs, the Betty's reputation had transformed completely. First time we caught a Betty formation, we couldn't believe how easily they went down, Blackburn later reported. Hit them anywhere along the fuselage or wings, and they'd explode. We actively hunted them, recognizing them as among the most vulnerable targets in Pacific skies. The true extent of the Betty's vulnerability, the engineering decisions that made such catastrophic losses inevitable, wouldn't be fully understood until American forces began capturing intact examples for detailed examination. The first significant intelligence breakthrough came November 1942, when Australian forces overran Japanese airfields at Buna in Papua New Guinea. Among the abandoned aircraft, technical air intelligence units discovered Betty bombers with varying damage levels. Initial examinations confirmed what pilots had reported. The fuel tanks had no protection whatsoever. Aeronautical engineers with the Allied Technical Air Intelligence Unit, Southwest Pacific, conducted the first detailed analysis. Wing access panels revealed fuel cells with no protective measures. Thin aluminum construction, no rubber sealant layer, no protective coating, no fire suppression systems. Multiple Betty bombers examined at Buna showed identical characteristics. This wasn't battle damage or field modification. This was standard Japanese design. The implications were staggering. American bombers, by 1942, universally featured self-sealing fuel tanks. The B-17 Flying Fortress had incorporated them from the B-17C model onward. The B-24 Liberator featured them from the XB-24B prototype. Even fighter aircraft like the P-38 and P-47 featured protected fuel systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks used layered rubber compound that swelled on contact with fuel when punctured by bullets or shell fragments, sealing holes and preventing fuel loss and fire. The technology added substantial weight to aircraft, but dramatically improved crew survival rates. American military doctrine considered this weight penalty essential and non-negotiable. Yet here was Japan's primary land-based bomber, produced in thousands, operating across the entire Pacific theater, with fuel tanks offering zero protection. The weight saved by eliminating self-sealing systems, armor plating, and fire suppression equipment was immediately apparent. But the cost in crew lives was becoming equally obvious in lost statistics that mounted with every engagement. The captured Betty at Clark Field in January 1945 would provide the most complete technical analysis. Major McCoy and his team spent 3 weeks dismantling and documenting every system. Their report, classified secret and distributed to all Allied air forces, detailed specifications explaining both the Betty's extraordinary capabilities and its catastrophic vulnerabilities. The G4M Model 1 specifications revealed an aircraft ruthlessly optimized for range and speed. Empty weight, 6,741 kilograms, remarkably light for a bomber of its size. Maximum takeoff weight, 9,500 kilograms. Fuel capacity, 4,780 liters, distributed across 8 unprotected tanks, 4 in each wing, positioned in the wing center section where they were most vulnerable to combat damage. Top speed, 428 kilometers per hour, approximately 265 miles per hour. Maximum range, 6,034 kilometers, exceeding 3,700 miles. Service ceiling, 8,500 meters. Crew complement, 7 members including pilot, co-pilot, navigator, bombardier, radio operator, and 2 gunners. The fuel system design was particularly revealing. The 8 tanks were arranged in 4 groups of 2, positioned along the wing's longitudinal axis, where the wing joined the fuselage. This placement maximized fuel capacity by utilizing the thickest portion of the wing structure, but it also positioned tanks directly in the path of enemy fire during combat. Any attack from the side or below would inevitably strike fuel tanks. The aluminum construction provided no protection. The absence of self-sealing compounds meant even small punctures would leak fuel continuously. American engineers calculated that the weight saved by eliminating protection systems exceeded 500 kilograms per aircraft. This weight savings translated directly into additional fuel capacity and extended range. But the cost in vulnerability was equally calculable. Combat reports showed that Betty bombers hit anywhere in the wing area exploded with near certainty. The unprotected tanks created what engineers termed a critical failure point, a single system whose destruction guaranteed loss of the entire aircraft. These numbers told the story of design choices made in September 1937 when the Japanese Navy issued requirements that would define the G4M's entire existence. Top speed, 398 kilometers per hour. Cruising altitude, 3,000 meters. Range, 4,722 kilometers unloaded, or 3,700 kilometers, carrying 800 kilograms of bombs or torpedoes. The requirements reflected Japanese naval strategy in the late 1930s. Japan's empire stretched across vast Pacific distances. Naval bases were separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. The Navy needed bombers capable of striking enemy positions far beyond carrier aircraft range. Bombers that could operate from land bases to support naval operations across the entire theater. Existing Japanese bombers fell far short of these requirements. The G-3M Nell bomber, then in service, had a maximum range of approximately 3,000 kilometers. American bombers, like the B-17, had even more limited range in their early variants. No bomber in service anywhere in the world in 1937 could strike targets at the distances Japanese planners envisioned. The Navy's requirements weren't arbitrary. They were calculated based on distances Japanese forces would need to cover in any future Pacific conflict. From Formosa to the Philippines, 460 miles. From Rabaul to Guadalcanal, 600 miles. From Japanese home islands to potential targets across the Pacific, thousands of miles. The bomber meeting these requirements would give Japan strategic reach that no other nation possessed. However, the requirements also reflected assumptions about future warfare that would prove catastrophically wrong. Japanese planners assumed that surprise and initiative would provide protection for long-range bombers. They assumed enemy fighter opposition would be limited by range and numbers. They assumed the war would be decided quickly before enemy industrial capacity could generate overwhelming force. Every assumption would prove false. The man tasked with achieving the impossible was Kiro Honjo, who led the Mitsubishi design team after taking over from Joji Hattori. Honjo had studied bomber design at Junkers in Germany during the early 1930s, absorbing European aeronautical engineering principles and manufacturing techniques before returning to Japan. He understood immediately that meeting the Navy's requirements would demand compromises that Western air forces would never accept. Honjo assembled a team of engineers at Mitsubishi's Nagoya facilities to tackle the design challenges. The team analyzed every aspect of bomber design, calculating weight budgets for every component and system. They studied existing bombers from multiple nations, identifying where weight could be reduced without compromising structural integrity. They experimented with new construction techniques and materials that might offer weight savings. The mathematics were brutally simple. To achieve the required range, the aircraft needed massive fuel capacity. Each liter of aviation fuel weighed approximately 0.8 kilograms. 4,780 liters of fuel meant approximately 3,800 kilograms of fuel weight at full load. To achieve the required speed with this fuel load, the aircraft needed minimal weight. Every kilogram added to empty weight reduced either range or payload capacity. These two requirements existed in direct opposition. Fuel was heavy. Protection systems were heavy. Armor plating weighing hundreds of kilograms would be required to protect crew positions and vital systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks added substantial weight through the rubber compounds and additional structure required. Fire suppression systems added weight. Redundant safety measures added weight. The cumulative weight of adequate protection would prevent achieving the required performance. Honjo made the decision that would define the G4M throughout its service life. Protection would be sacrificed for performance. The fuel tanks would be unprotected aluminum construction. No self-sealing compounds. No armor plating around fuel cells. No fire suppression systems beyond basic fire extinguishers. No redundant safety measures. Every kilogram saved would be invested in fuel capacity, range, and achieving the Navy's performance specifications. The decision wasn't made lightly. Honjo understood the risks. His team calculated the vulnerabilities that unprotected fuel tanks would create. They knew that combat damage to the wings would likely prove catastrophic. But they also knew that the Navy's requirements couldn't be met any other way with available technology. The choice was between an aircraft that met performance specifications with known vulnerabilities, or an aircraft that failed to meet requirements but offered better protection. The Navy had demanded performance. Honjo delivered performance. The first G4M prototype flew on October 23, 1939. The aircraft met every performance requirement the Navy had specified. Speed exceeded expectations. Range surpassed projections. Payload capacity satisfied operational needs. The bomber entered production as the Navy Type 1 attack bomber, with Mitsubishi building the aircraft at plants in Nagoya. Initial production models, designated G4M Model 1, began reaching operational units in April 1941. By December 1941, approximately 180 G4MS were in service with the Japanese Navy. These aircraft would form the backbone of Japanese land-based air power throughout the Pacific War. The Betty's combat debut at Clark Field and against Force Z demonstrated the wisdom of Honjo's design priorities in the specific conditions of early 1942. When facing limited opposition, when achieving surprise, when operating beyond enemy fighter range, the Betty was devastatingly effective. Its range allowed strikes from bases that enemies considered safe. Its speed permitted rapid penetration of target areas. Its payload delivered meaningful damage. But these advantages depended entirely on the assumption that Betty formations would face minimal opposition. The moment American fighter strength increased, the moment interception became routine, the moment sustained combat became inevitable. Every design choice that prioritized range over protection became a death sentence for crews. The Guadalcanal campaign exposed the fundamental flaw in the Betty's design philosophy. From August through October 1942, more than 100 G4M bombers were lost with their crews in what became sustained bloodletting that Japanese air forces couldn't sustain. The single mission on August 8 alone destroyed 18 of 23 aircraft, with approximately 120 aviators killed. The pattern repeated with brutal consistency throughout the campaign. Betty formations would depart from Rabaul, fly 600 miles to Guadalcanal, engage American fighters, and suffer catastrophic losses. August 9th saw additional bombers lost. August 10th brought more losses. By the end of August, the 4th Air Group had been effectively destroyed as an operational unit. September brought no respite. Betty formations continued striking American positions at Guadalcanal, and American fighters continued destroying them in overwhelming numbers. The mathematics were inexorable. Japanese forces needed to strike American positions to contest control of the island. Betty bombers provided the only means of delivering meaningful strike capability from Rabaul. But every mission resulted in losses that couldn't be replaced. October saw the pattern continue. American fighter strength increased as more squadrons arrived at Henderson Field. Pilot quality improved as combat experience accumulated. Tactical doctrine evolved to exploit Betty vulnerabilities more effectively. Japanese losses accelerated even as the number of bombers available for missions declined. By November, when the Guadalcanal campaign effectively ended with Japanese withdrawal, Betty losses exceeded 100 aircraft. Crew casualties approached 700 men dead. The exchange rate was unsustainable. Japan's most capable land-based bomber had been rendered obsolete by its own vulnerabilities, transformed from a feared weapon into what American pilots called easy meat. Japanese planners had expected losses. All military operations involved casualties. But the scale of Betty losses exceeded every projection. The unprotected fuel tanks that permitted 6,000-kilometer range also guaranteed that any hit to wings or fuselage would likely prove fatal. There was no middle ground, no wounded bombers limping home, no damaged but survivable aircraft. Betty bombers either returned untouched or exploded in flames. By mid-1943, Japanese engineers recognized that modifications were essential. Starting with the 663rd aircraft produced in March 1943, 30mm rubber sheets were installed beneath wing surfaces where fuel tanks were located. These sheets weren't true self-sealing tanks. They were a compromise measure, adding minimal weight while providing limited protection against fuel leakage. The modification reduced top speed by 9 kilometers per hour. Maximum range decreased by 315 kilometers. But crew survival rates showed no significant improvement. The rubber sheets could slow fuel leakage from small-caliber hits. They couldn't prevent fires from larger-caliber rounds or cannon shells. They couldn't stop explosions when tracers ignited fuel vapor. The fundamental vulnerability remained unchanged. Japanese designers attempted more comprehensive protection with the G4M Model 3, introduced in October 1944. This variant featured actual self-sealing fuel tanks, with capacity reduced to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. The modification reduced maximum range to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the original G4M Model 1. Approximately 60 G4M Model 3 aircraft were produced by war's end. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect the Betty's combat record. By late 1944, American air superiority was so complete that no level of fuel tank protection would have permitted Betty bombers to operate effectively. The war's outcome had already been determined. The Betty's vulnerability became so notorious that American forces began using the aircraft in ways that highlighted the dangers Japanese crews faced. On April 18, 1943, the Betty bomber became the instrument of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto's death in an engagement that demonstrated both American signals intelligence capabilities and the aircraft's fatal weaknesses. American codebreakers intercepted Japanese communications indicating that Yamamoto would fly from Rabaul to Bougainville on April 18. The Admiral would travel aboard a G4M bomber with fighter escort. 18 P-38 Lightnings from the 339th Fighter Squadron were assigned to intercept the flight, though only 16 actually flew the mission after one aircraft blew a tire on takeoff and another suffered drop tank failures. The mission required extraordinary precision. The P-38s would fly over 400 miles at wavetop height to avoid radar detection, navigate across open ocean without landmarks, and arrive at exactly the calculated intercept point at exactly the calculated time. Any error in navigation, any deviation in timing, would result in mission failure. The intercept had to occur within a narrow window when Yamamoto's aircraft would be vulnerable. The P-38s departed Guadalcanal at 7:25 hours. They flew at 50 feet above the ocean for over 400 miles, maintaining strict radio silence. Navigation was by dead reckoning and timing. The formation arrived at the calculated intercept point with precision that would become legendary in aviation history. At 9:34 hours, exactly on schedule and exactly 1 minute ahead of the calculated intercept time, the P-38 spotted Yamamoto's formation. Two Betty bombers flying at low altitude with 6 Zero fighters as escort. Captain Thomas Lanphier and First Lieutenant Rex Barber broke from the formation to engage the bombers, while other P-38s held off the Zero fighters. Barber engaged the lead Betty bomber, which carried Admiral Yamamoto. The bomber took hits to the wing area where the unprotected fuel tanks were located. The aircraft exploded in flames and crashed in the jungle. Yamamoto's body was recovered the following day. He had been killed by injuries sustained during the crash. The second Betty bomber also crashed, killing all aboard. The operation demonstrated multiple aspects of Allied superiority. American signals intelligence had intercepted and decoded Japanese communications. American planning had calculated intercept timing with 1-minute precision over 400 miles of ocean. American fighters had executed the mission flawlessly despite extraordinary navigation challenges. And the Betty bomber's vulnerabilities had guaranteed that successful interception would be fatal. There was no possibility of Yamamoto's bomber surviving once it came under attack. The unprotected fuel tanks ensured that any damage would be catastrophic. The Betty's vulnerability reached its most dramatic demonstration on March 21, 1945. 18 G4M bombers took off from Kanoya Air Base, each carrying an MXY-7 Oka rocket bomb beneath its fuselage. The Oka was a piloted rocket-powered aircraft with a 1,200-kilogram warhead designed for kamikaze attacks against American ships. The mission required the Betty bombers to fly within 20 kilometers of their targets before releasing the Oka aircraft. The Oka pilot would then ignite the rocket motor and dive at speeds exceeding 650 kilometers per hour toward American ships. The warhead's 1,200 kilograms of explosives would destroy any vessel it struck. But the mission depended entirely on the Betty bombers surviving long enough to reach release range. The formation departed Kanoya at approximately 14:30 hours. The 18 G-4M bombers flew in tight formation with fighter escort, heading toward American naval forces off Okinawa. Each bomber carried an Oka weapon beneath its fuselage, adding substantial weight and drag that reduced speed and maneuverability. The bombers were even more vulnerable than usual, unable to evade or maneuver effectively while carrying the Oka loads. American radar detected the formation at approximately 100 miles distance. F-6F Hellcat fighters from USS Hornet were scrambled to intercept. The Hellcats reached the Japanese formation well before it approached release range for the Oka weapons. In the engagement that followed, American fighters systematically destroyed the entire formation. The Betty bombers, already vulnerable under normal circumstances, proved completely helpless while carrying Oka weapons. The additional weight prevented evasive maneuvers. The external weapon created drag that reduced speed. The unprotected fuel tanks guaranteed that any hit would be fatal. One by one, the bombers exploded and fell into the ocean. Not a single Betty bomber survived to reach release range. Not a single Oka weapon was launched against American ships. 137 bomber crew members and 15 Oka pilots died in the attack. The mission represented the ultimate expression of the Betty's fundamental flaw. An aircraft designed to deliver weapons to distant targets couldn't survive to deliver those weapons when facing prepared opposition. The extraordinary range that made the mission theoretically possible meant nothing when the aircraft exploded before reaching weapon release range. The final mission flown by Betty bombers came on August 19, 1945, 4 days after Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender. 2 white-painted G-4M bombers with green crosses departed at Tsuji Airfield carrying Japanese representatives to discuss surrender terms with Allied forces. The aircraft, given call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2, flew to Aishima, where the Japanese delegation transferred to an American C-54 for transport to Manila. The symbolism was profound and deliberate. The white paint and green crosses indicated peaceful intent, transforming the bombers from weapons of war into vehicles of diplomacy. The call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2 referenced the location where American forces had surrendered to Japan in April 1942, one of the most devastating defeats in American military history. Now 3 years later, aircraft bearing those call signs carried Japan's surrender delegation. Lieutenant Denichiro Sudo piloted one of the surrender aircraft, a G-6M Model 1 transport variant converted from the bomber airframe. The transport variants retained the Betty's distinctive cylindrical fuselage and wing configuration, but carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons. The crew wore dress uniforms rather than flight suits. The aircraft carried no weapons, no ammunition, no military equipment of any kind beyond what was necessary for flight. The flight from Atsugi to Aishima covered approximately 1,000 kilometers, well within the Betty's range, even in transport configuration. American fighters escorted the white Betty bombers throughout their flight, ensuring they remained on the prescribed course. The escort was both protective and supervisory, guaranteeing safe passage while preventing any deviation from planned routes. The white Betty bombers with green crosses became the final image of the aircraft that had opened the Pacific War at Clark Field in December 1941. The circle was complete. The bomber that had destroyed American air power in the Philippines in the war's first hours now carried Japan's surrender delegation in the war's final days. The aircraft that had symbolized Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness now symbolized Japan's defeat and submission to Allied terms. The Betty's production statistics reflect both the aircraft's importance to Japanese operations and the terrible cost of its design philosophy. Total production reached approximately 2,414 aircraft across all variants, though some sources cite figures as high as 2,435 when including all prototypes and subtypes. The variation in total numbers reflects different methods of counting prototypes, subtypes, and transport variants. The G4M Model 1 comprised approximately 1,172 aircraft produced from 1941 through early 1943. This variant featured the original unprotected fuel tank design with capacity of 4,780 liters. Top speed reached 428 kilometers per hour. Maximum range of 6,034 kilometers made it the longest-ranged bomber in service anywhere in the world. But the complete absence of protection systems made it catastrophically vulnerable once American fighter strength increased. The G4M Model 2, with increased fuel capacity and slightly higher speed, accounted for approximately 1,142 examples produced from 1943 through 1945. This variant increased fuel capacity to 6,490 liters, extending maximum range even further. Top speed increased slightly to 437 kilometers per hour. But the Model 2 retained the fundamental vulnerability of unprotected fuel tanks. The modifications improved performance without addressing survivability. The G4M Model 3, designated Model 34, represented the only variant with actual self-sealing fuel tanks. Production began in October 1944, but only 60 to 91 aircraft were completed by war's end, depending on source. The self-sealing tanks reduced fuel capacity to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. Maximum range decreased to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the Model 1. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect combat outcomes. The G6M transport variant, converted from bomber airframes, added another 30 aircraft. These transport versions carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons, serving in liaison and communications roles. The G6M Model 1, used for one of the surrender aircraft in August 1945, represented this variant. Production continued through August 1945, with final aircraft completed just days before Japan's surrender. Mitsubishi factories produced Betty bombers at peak rates of approximately 100 aircraft per month during 1943. Production decreased in 1944 and 1945 as Allied bombing disrupted Japanese industry and as resources were diverted to fighter production for homeland defense. These production numbers made the Betty one of Japan's most numerous bombers, exceeded only by some fighter types in total production. Over 4 years of war, Mitsubishi delivered approximately 2,400 aircraft to Japanese Navy units across the Pacific Theater. The bombers served in every major campaign, participated in every significant naval engagement, and struck targets across distances spanning thousands of kilometers. But production statistics tell only part of the story. Loss rates tell the rest. Few Betty bombers survived to war's end. The overwhelming majority were destroyed in combat, consumed by the fires that the unprotected fuel tanks made inevitable. By August 1945, when Japan surrendered, only a handful of operational Betty bombers remained in service. The aircraft that had numbered in the hundreds in 1942 had been reduced to dozens by attrition that no amount of production could replace. The casualty statistics among Betty crews were similarly devastating, though exact numbers remain difficult to verify from available records. What is certain is that thousands of Japanese aircrew died in Betty bombers, their deaths made nearly inevitable by the aircraft's fundamental vulnerabilities. The unprotected fuel tanks created conditions where survival depended entirely on avoiding combat damage. Once hit, Betty bombers rarely survived. Once on fire, they never survived. The crews understood these odds and flew anyway, because military discipline and cultural values demanded that they accept the risks regardless of consequences. Surviving Betty crews were unanimous in their assessment. The aircraft's unprotected fuel tanks made survival a matter of pure chance. No amount of skill, no tactical innovation no courage could compensate for the fundamental vulnerability built into every G4M. Former Flight Petty Officer Masatake Okimiya, who completed 28 combat missions before transfer to training duties, offered the most direct summary. The Betty was a magnificent aircraft that asked us to die for its range. We flew it because we were ordered to fly it. We died in it because that was what it was designed to make us do. The comparison with Allied bomber protection systems highlights the stark difference in design philosophy. The B-17 Flying Fortress featured armor plating protecting pilot and co-pilot seats, with steel plates ranging from 0.3 to 0.31 inches thick. Armored bulkheads protected crew positions throughout the fuselage. The Bombardier position featured armored glass. Waist gunner positions included protective shields. Self-sealing fuel tanks were standard from the B-17C model onward, introduced in 1941. The B-25 Mitchell incorporated similar comprehensive protection. Pilot and co-pilot seats featured armor backing. Fuel tanks included self-sealing compounds from early production. The B-25's empty weight of approximately 9,100 kilograms reflected the substantial weight penalty of protection systems, roughly 2,000 kilograms heavier than the Betty despite similar size and role. The weight penalty for Allied protection systems was substantial and accepted as necessary. American studies during the war demonstrated the effectiveness of crew protection measures with statistical precision. Body armor reduced thoracic wound fatalities from 36% to 8%, a reduction of more than 75% in deaths from chest wounds. Self-sealing fuel tanks reduced fire-related casualties by similar margins. Aircraft equipped with protected fuel systems showed survival rates 3 to 4 times higher than unprotected aircraft when damaged in combat. Protected crew positions increase survival rates in damaged aircraft by providing shielding from shell fragments and small arms fire. Armored glass prevented pilot casualties from head-on attacks. Bulkheads compartmentalized the fuselage, preventing fire or damage in one section from spreading throughout the aircraft. The comprehensive approach to crew protection reflected American doctrine that trained crews represented assets more valuable than aircraft, which could be replaced more easily than experienced combat veterans. The weight cost for this protection exceeded 1,000 pounds in most American bombers, but American industrial capacity permitted this weight penalty without sacrificing production numbers. American factories produced over 12,000 B-17 bombers and nearly 10,000 B-24 Liberators during the war. The production capacity meant that American forces could field large numbers of protected bombers without compromising capability. Japanese doctrine reached different conclusions. The Betty's design reflected a calculation that range and striking power outweighed crew survival. This philosophy assumed that achieving surprise and maintaining initiative would provide sufficient protection. It assumed that enemy opposition would remain limited. It assumed that the war would be short and decisive. All these assumptions proved catastrophically wrong. By mid-1942, American fighter strength increased to levels that made Betty interception routine. By late 1942, American pilots had learned to exploit every Betty vulnerability. By 1943, Betty formations suffered such devastating losses that missions became suicide operations. By 1944, Betty bombers could barely operate in daylight against American opposition. The mathematics of the Betty's war were written in fire and loss. Every advantage that made the aircraft formidable in early 1942 became irrelevant once sustained combat began. Range meant nothing when bombers exploded before reaching targets. Speed meant nothing when fighters could intercept from distant bases. Payload meant nothing when formations were destroyed before weapon release. The examination of tail number 763-12 at Clark Field in January 1945 revealed the complete story. The unprotected fuel tanks that shocked Major McCoy weren't an oversight, not a temporary expedient, not a design failure. They were the deliberate choice of engineers who believed range mattered more than survival. Japanese designers had created exactly what their specifications demanded: An aircraft with extraordinary range and speed, built with minimal weight, optimized for the mission requirements they received. The tanks were unprotected because protection would have prevented achieving the required performance. The decision made perfect sense within the constraints of 1937 technology and 1937 assumptions about future warfare. But those assumptions collapsed under the reality of sustained combat against an opponent with unlimited industrial capacity and growing technological advantage. The Betty bomber became a symbol of Japanese willingness to accept catastrophic casualties in pursuit of tactical advantage. It became evidence of a military culture that valued mission accomplishment over crew survival. When American engineers examined the intact Betty at Clark Field, they weren't just analyzing an enemy aircraft. They were witnessing the physical manifestation of choices made years earlier, choices that prioritize capability over survival, choices that would cost thousands of Japanese aircrew their lives. The unprotected fuel tanks weren't an accident. They were a decision. The Betty bomber served from the first day of the Pacific War to the last. It sank capital ships and devastated air bases. It ranged across distances no other bomber could match. But its ultimate legacy is written in lost statistics that exceeded all projections. The aircraft that opened the war by destroying American air power at Clark Field ended the war carrying Japan's surrender delegation in white-painted aircraft marked with green crosses. The crew of tail numbers 763-12 had abandoned their aircraft during the American advance on Clark Field. They had survived by walking away from an aircraft whose design made survival in combat nearly impossible. Most Betty crews weren't so fortunate. They flew missions knowing the danger. They climbed into unprotected bombers and crossed vast Pacific distances. And they died in overwhelming numbers, consumed by fires that the aircraft's design made inevitable. The Betty bomber story is ultimately about the price of capability without protection. It demonstrates that performance alone can't guarantee success when that performance is purchased at the cost of crew survival. The extraordinary range of 6,000 kilometers meant nothing when aircraft couldn't survive the final 100 kilometers to target. The impressive speed of 428 kilometers per hour provided no advantage when American fighters could intercept from distant bases with warning from radar systems. The payload capacity of 1 ton became irrelevant when formations were destroyed before weapon release. Most importantly, the Betty reveals that military technology divorced from realistic assessment of combat conditions produces weapons that kill their own crews as efficiently as they strike enemy targets. The assumptions underlying the Betty's design, assumptions about limited opposition and short warfare duration, proved catastrophically wrong within months of the Pacific War start. By the time these assumptions were proven false, thousands of Betty bombers were already in service or production, and Japanese industry lacked the capacity to replace them with better protected designs. Japanese designers understood the risks when they made their choices in 1937 and 1938. They calculated the weight penalties. They knew the vulnerabilities. They accepted the trade-offs because they believed the performance advantages would prove decisive. They were wrong, and thousands of men paid the price for that miscalculation with their lives. The Betty's legacy extends beyond aviation history into fundamental questions about aircraft design philosophy, military ethics, acceptable risk, and the value of human life in warfare. American designers answered those questions by prioritizing protection even at the cost of performance. Japanese designers answered differently. The Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber stands as evidence of what happens when capability is prioritized over survivability, when range is purchased with crew lives, when performance requirements override protection considerations. The thousands of burning Betty bombers across Pacific skies mark the consequences of that philosophical difference, revealing the fundamental difference between how different nations approached warfare in the Pacific. American forces designed aircraft to bring crews home. Japanese forces designed aircraft to reach targets regardless of cost. In the end, the nation that valued crew survival built an air force that could sustain operations indefinitely. The nation that accepted catastrophic casualties for performance advantages built an air force that destroyed itself through attrition. The examination of tail number 763 to 12 at Clark Field provided the final proof of what Allied forces had suspected for years. The Betty bomber wasn't poorly designed. It was brilliantly designed to achieve specific goals. Those goals simply didn't include bringing Japanese crews home alive. And in that single fact lies the entire story of why Japan lost the Pacific War. The unprotected fuel tanks that Major McCoy discovered through those wing inspection panels in January 1945 represented more than just an engineering choice. They represented a worldview, a calculation about acceptable losses, a philosophy that measured success in miles reached rather than lives preserved. Every G4M that exploded in flames over Guadalcanal, every Betty that fell burning into the Pacific, every crew that died in aircraft designed without adequate protection. They all testified to the consequences of that philosophy. The mathematics were inescapable. An aircraft that couldn't bring its crew home alive was ultimately an aircraft that couldn't accomplish its mission, regardless of how far it could theoretically fly. The Betty bomber achieved extraordinary range. It demonstrated impressive speed. It carried meaningful payloads across vast distances. But it consumed its crews with relentless efficiency, transforming the aircraft that should have been Japan's strategic advantage into a weapon that devastated Japanese air power through unsustainable losses. The final accounting is stark. Of approximately 2,400 Betty bombers produced, few survived to war's end. The vast majority were destroyed in combat, most exploding in flames from damage that protected aircraft would have survived. Thousands of trained aircrew died, navigators, pilots, bombardiers, radio operators, gunners, all victims of design choices made years before the war began. The white-painted Betty bombers, carrying Japan's surrender delegation in August 1945, closed the circle that began at Clark Field in December 1941. The aircraft that symbolized Japanese offensive capability in the war's opening became the vehicle of surrender in its closing. The bomber that had demonstrated Japan's ability to strike across vast distances became the messenger of Japan's ultimate defeat. Major Frank T. McCoy's photographs of tail number 763 to 12 captured more than just an abandoned aircraft. They captured evidence of a fundamental miscalculation, a design philosophy that proved catastrophically wrong when tested against reality. The intact Betty bomber at Clark Field, with its unprotected fuel tanks and brilliant engineering optimized for range over survival, stands as the ultimate monument to the price of capability without protection. The lesson remains relevant. Military technology must balance performance with survivability. Capability without protection produces impressive specifications, but poor combat results. The nation that values its personnel and designs equipment to bring them home will ultimately prevail over the nation that accepts catastrophic losses in pursuit of performance advantages. The Betty bomber's legacy is written in fire across Pacific skies. Thousands of burning aircraft, thousands of lost crews, all testimony to what happens when brilliant engineering serves flawed assumptions. The aircraft achieved exactly what it was designed to achieve: extraordinary range and impressive performance. But it failed to achieve what ultimately mattered most: bringing its crews home alive to fight another day. That failure, more than any other factor, explains the Betty's tragic story and its place in aviation history as a cautionary tale about the true cost of performance without protection. An unexpected gift to German intelligence. North Africa, November 1942. As Operation Torch unfolded across the Mediterranean coastline, American forces brought with them a weapon that would soon become their adversaries' most effective infantry anti-tank tool. The M1 bazooka had arrived in theater without proper training protocols, a logistical oversight that General Dwight Eisenhower discovered the evening before the landings commenced. His soldiers possessed these revolutionary rocket launchers, but lacked any instruction in their operation. This training deficit would prove costly in ways the Americans couldn't anticipate. During the initial combat encounters, inexperienced U.S. units abandoned equipment when overwhelmed by German counterattacks. Among the discarded material were several pristine bazooka specimens, complete and functional. Wehrmacht technical intelligence officers recognized their significance immediately upon recovery. Revolutionary implications. The captured weapon systems represented a paradigm shift in infantry capabilities. Traditional anti-tank doctrine required specialized crews with heavy equipment, wheeled guns, or vehicle-mounted weapons that limited mobility and tactical flexibility. The bazooka changed everything. Here stood a device weighing merely 7 kilograms that 2 infantrymen could carry and operate, engaging armored vehicles at distances impossible for hand-delivered explosives. Wehrmacht analysts understood the strategic ramifications instantly. If American industry could equip every rifle company with portable anti-tank capability, German armor supremacy faced a fundamental challenge. Each infantry squad might soon possess tank-killing potential independent of artillery support or specialized units. Journey to Kummersdorf. German command expedited the captured weapons to the Reich for comprehensive evaluation. The specimens arrived at Kummersdorf Proving Grounds, located south of Berlin, where Wehrmacht weapons specialists maintained extensive testing facilities. This installation would become ground zero for understanding American rocket launcher technology and developing Germany's response. The technical examination proceeded systematically. Specialists disassembled each component, analyzed metallurgy, studied the electrical ignition mechanism, and tested the shape charge warhead against armor plate. The American design revealed both innovative thinking and critical vulnerabilities that German engineering could exploit. Technical assessment. The M1 launched 60mm rockets using battery-powered electrical ignition, a sophisticated approach that worked reliably in temperate conditions. The shape charge warhead could defeat approximately 75 to 100 millimeters of armor plate under optimal circumstances. Operation required minimal training, and the weapon's lightweight made it highly portable across varied terrain. However, German engineers immediately identified several design weaknesses that battlefield conditions would expose. The battery ignition system presented the gravest concern. Eastern Front experience had demonstrated catastrophically that batteries failed in extreme cold. The American bazooka's wooden shoulder stock contained 4 D-cell batteries, 2 active, 2 spare, but moisture penetration and freezing temperatures rendered them unreliable. Any German adaptation would require alternative ignition technology. The 60mm warhead size posed another limitation. Soviet T-34 tanks featured sloped armor that could deflect smaller shaped charges. German forces needed greater penetration capability to counter the armor they faced most frequently. Fortunately, Wehrmacht ordnance already produced 88mm shape charge warheads for the Raketen Panzerbuchs 43 Pupschen, a wheeled anti-tank rocket launcher costing 5,730 Reichsmarks per unit. Adapting this proven ammunition to a shoulder-fire tube would provide superior penetration while utilizing established manufacturing infrastructure. Demonstration and decision. March 1943 marked the pivotal demonstration at Kummersdorf. German military officials observed captured American bazookas fired alongside experimental Wehrmacht anti-tank weapons, including the Foss Patron. This practical evaluation convinced senior leadership that developing a German rocket launcher was essential for infantry anti-tank capability. The captured weapons validated the fundamental concept. German engineering would now refine that concept into a weapon system optimized for Wehrmacht tactical requirements and environmental conditions. The development timeline would prove remarkably compressed, driven by urgent battlefield necessity and German industrial efficiency. German engineering solutions. The development process moved forward with impressive speed. Engineers tackled the battery vulnerability by implementing a magneto-ignition system. A spring-loaded rod struck a generator to create electrical current on demand. This eliminated cold weather failures while maintaining reliable ignition across all environmental conditions. The tube diameter expanded to 88 millimeters to accommodate existing Pupschen ammunition, providing nearly 50% greater warhead mass than the American original. This decision leveraged established production lines and gave German infantry superior armor penetration capability against both American and Soviet tanks. One critical design compromise emerged during testing. The German rocket motor continued burning approximately 2 meters beyond the launch tube, unlike the American rocket that consumed its propellant internally. This extended burn increased both range and velocity, but generated a massive backlast that posed serious hazards to operators. Early testing revealed that exhaust could cause severe burns and temporary blindness, earning the weapon its enduring nickname, Ofenrohr, stovepipe. Official designation and production planning. By July 1, 1943, German documentation officially listed the weapon as the 8.8 centimeters Raketen Panzerbuchs. The designation soon evolved to Raketen Panzerbuchs 43, commonly abbreviated as RPSB 43. Production preparations advanced simultaneously at multiple facilities across Germany, though mass manufacturing wouldn't commence until September. The production infrastructure mobilized with characteristic German thoroughness. 6 primary manufacturers received contracts: Enzinger Union in Wehrheim, Hasig in Muselwitz, Jaber, Schneider in Berlin, Jekyll in Fritten, Kronprinz in Solingen, and Skirm in Pirna. Each facility produced components or complete weapons, with final assembly distributed across multiple locations to prevent Allied bombing from crippling the entire program. Rapid deployment timeline. September 8, 1943. German military reports indicated the weapon would reach frontline troops for field trials imminently. By September 30th, the official operational manual for the Raketen Panzerbuchs had been published and distributed. October 5th witnessed the first delivery of 1,500 weapons and 5,000 rockets to combat units. The transformation from captured American weapon to German mass production had required less than 11 months. Production figures revealed the Wehrmacht's commitment to the program. Initial orders specified 382,000 units, though material shortages and strategic bombing reduced actual production to 289,151 RPSB 54 models by July 1944, when that variant ceased production. An improved RPSB 54/1 model entered production in December 1944, with 25,700 units manufactured before Germany's surrender. Economic efficiency. Manufacturing a Panzerschreck required merely 10 work hours per weapon at a cost of 70 Reichsmarks, compared to 5,730 Reichsmarks for the smallest conventional anti-tank gun. This economic efficiency enabled mass production even as Germany's war economy contracted under Allied pressure. A single Panzerschreck cost less than a military rifle, yet could destroy a 40-ton tank. The dark reality of production. The human cost of production constitutes one of the weapon's darkest chapters. Hasig, the third largest exploiter of forced labor in Nazi-controlled Europe, operated multiple production facilities using slave laborers from concentration camps. By October 1943, over 60,000 workers labored for Hasig, more than half forced laborers and prisoners of war. The company operated 165 prisoner labor subcamps by 1945. At Hasig facilities in Poland, approximately 35,000 deaths occurred across various camps, though incomplete records prevent precise accounting. Workers endured 12-hour shifts with exposure to toxic chemicals, brutal beatings, starvation rations, and absent sanitation. The Schlebenkamp, producing munitions including Panzerschreck components, housed between 2,000 to 5,000 female prisoners with an average life expectancy of 2 months. An explosion on October 12, 1944, killed 96 prisoner laborers instantly. Initial combat deployment. Weapons deployment began in autumn 1943, initially in limited numbers as production scaled up. By January 1944, 21,141 Panzerschrecks had been issued to combat units, though another 39,526 remained in armories due to Wehrmacht distribution challenges. German infantry units across all fronts requested the weapon, recognizing its effectiveness against Allied armor. Eastern Front forces received priority distribution. Soviet tank commanders quickly noticed the tactical shift. Where German infantry previously relied on magnetic mines, anti-tank rifles, and bundled grenades, all requiring close approach to enemy armor, they now possessed weapons engaging tanks at 150 to 200 meters. Every German defensive position potentially concealed multiple rocket launcher teams. Tactical doctrine development. The weapon proved exceptionally effective in defensive positions. German tactical doctrine evolved to employ Panzerschreck teams in interlocking fields of fire from concealed positions. Teams occupied staggered trenches positioned no more than 150 meters apart, ensuring attacking armor faced rockets from multiple directions simultaneously. Effective range against moving targets approximated 100 meters, though static targets could be engaged at greater distances. Technical performance data from German and Finnish testing demonstrated impressive capabilities. The RPSB Grove 43-22 rocket achieved penetration of 160 mm armor at 60-degree impact angles, or up to 230 mm at optimal 90-degree angles. Rocket velocity reached 110 meters per second compared to the American bazooka's 85 meters per second. The warhead contained 700 grams of explosive, triple the American weapon's charge. The Shield Edition. February 1944 brought the Blast Shield Edition, creating the RPSB 54 model that became the standard production variant. This shield protected operators from rocket backlast, though it increased weight from 9.25 kilograms to 11 kilograms. Operators still required protective equipment, including gloves and face protection, as the backblast danger zone extended 10 to 30 meters behind the weapon. Western Front employment. Western Front deployment accelerated before D-Day. German forces in Normandy received thousands of Panzerschrecks, positioned to engage Allied landing craft and tanks at waterline positions. The weapon proved highly effective in bocage country, where short engagement ranges and abundant concealment suited Panzerschreck tactics perfectly. American tank crews, recognizing their own invention turned against them, developed countermeasures including additional armor plating and infantry screening tactics. Despite these adaptations, the Panzerschreck remained a formidable threat. Psychological impact. The psychological effect often exceeded physical damage. Allied tank crews understood that every hedgerow, building, or rubble pile might conceal a Panzerschreck team. The weapon's distinctive launch signature, a bright flash followed by a smoke trail, became a dreaded sight on battlefields from Normandy to Berlin. Tank commanders reported that crew effectiveness decreased significantly in areas with known high concentrations of Panzerschrecks. International proliferation. International proliferation began before the war ended. Finland purchased 1,854 launchers and 18,650 rockets for 200,000 Reichsmarks. Finnish forces achieved remarkable success against Soviet armor, with testing confirming penetration of 100 mm face-hardened armor at 30-degree angles. Hungarian forces received Panzerschrecks for Operation Spring Awakening in March 1945, the war's final major German offensive. Allied intelligence response. Allied intelligence closely monitored the Panzerschreck phenomenon. A British report from January 1945 noted that German production of nearly 300,000 units in 18 months exceeded total Allied bazooka production for the same period. American ordnance experts acknowledged that Germans had identified and corrected every weakness in the original bazooka design, creating a superior weapon from captured examples. The Americans adopted German improvements for later bazooka models. The M9 bazooka, introduced in October 1943, incorporated magneto-ignition similar to the Panzerschreck, eliminating the battery problems plaguing earlier versions. The M20 Super Bazooka, developed late in the war, increased caliber to 3.5 inches, following the German example of using larger warheads for enhanced penetration. Production statistics and infrastructure. Production statistics reveal the weapon's importance to German strategy. By July 1944, when RPSB 54 production ceased, 289,151 units had been manufactured. Monthly production peaked at 15,000 units in early 1944. Each weapon required components from 32 subcontractors, demonstrating the industrial complexity behind mass production. The improved RP's B-54/1 model addressed remaining deficiencies. Introduced in December 1944, it featured shortened tube length of 135 centimeters, improved rocket propellant reducing backlast, and refined sights. Despite orders for 48,000 units, only 25,744 were delivered before Germany's surrender. Engineers also developed prototypes using impregnated cardboard tubes to conserve steel, though none reached production. Cost-effectiveness analysis. Cost-effectiveness analysis demonstrates why Germany prioritized Panzerschreck production. Each weapon cost 70 Reichsmarks and required 10 work hours to manufacture. The smallest traditional anti-tank gun, the 3.7 centimeters, Pak 35-36, cost 5,730 Reichsmarks and proved ineffective against modern tanks. A single Tiger tank cost 300,000 Reichsmarks. For one Tiger's price, Germany could produce over 4,000 Panzerschrecks. Ammunition production matched weapon manufacturing. Over 2 million rockets were produced, primarily the RP's B Grove 4322 model, with its distinctive shape and fin stabilization. Each rocket weighed 3.3 kilograms and came packaged in wooden crates of 2. Special winter and summer variants accommodated temperature extremes affecting propellant performance. Transport frames allowed soldiers to carry 5 rockets, though weight and bulk limited mobility. Post-war influence. The weapon's influence extended far beyond World War II. Belgian company Mekker, which had produced Panzerschrecks under license, developed the Blindecide RL-83 in the 1950s using similar principles. The Swiss Army adopted derivatives as the 8.3 centimeters Raketen Rohwehr, maintaining upgraded versions in service through 1980. The fundamental concept of an oversized shaped charge in a shoulder-fired tube influenced anti-tank weapon development